contain here for a little bit while longer? We can't, because we didn't know where the goal man was. That's a double down instantly from the side of Moru. It's great, but it's not so great for any survivors.
Yeah, and it looks like the magician will be going back to the manor. Now the hunter is free to pick up this gardener. He's going to be trying to set up the cage. Now he's going to go straight for... No, he's going to be breaking this pallet. Now he's going to go for that pickup. So first chair on the gardener. They don't have a lot of cipher progress. Already one survivor is back to the manor. We see injury on the first officer, and the hunter's getting ready to choose his next target.
From the side of any survivors, preferably speaking, we would like to pop at least a second cipher so we can maybe play for an endgame dungeon. But right around now, perfume, beautiful perfume, they're instantly on our side as well. But we don't have that movement speed boost to catch up here on time. So Flywheel did not come out. Unfortunately, want to make it a little bit while longer. But at least Gardner's up. But the only issue here now is Perfumer will go down instantly as Gardner's.
She needs to avoid this double down situation, so Gardner needs to kite for as long as possible, but Hunter already knows where she is going to be caging her. She's working around here at this pallet, but Hunter's going to be running right into her, downing this Gardner. Another double down situation. First officer, the only survivor up and running. She's going to be chaired once again. Oh, it looks like they are healing up in the corner. So, Perfumer will still have self-heal.
The issue here is Moru now realizes that no one's going to come in for the rescue. We see the other two here currently healing as well. Preferably speaking, we don't see her just yet, but at least she's still at half health here. Now, first officer, no pocket watch on her hands left to use. 4 cipher machines left. We just can't get dungeons. If he does want the chair, it doesn't matter. No dungeon for Perfumer to jump. All that we're waiting for really now is crows.
อ๋อโบล่าทีเป็นดีเก็บ4 ครึ่งแรกดิไม่ใช่โบล่าครึ่งแรก
So now he just needs to pressure these two survivors, and it does look like he's going to be going for the first officer next, and we'll be able to get a hit onto him. But he was only chip damage, so he can still kite a little longer, but doesn't have any items left. Going to utilize the second cage and down him immediately.
Yeah. We still don't have dungeon, unfortunately. Perfumer did not find the time to decode any cipher machines right now. Leaving first officer on the ground is fine. You could also chair him too, and we'll just wait for endgame until crows either pop or we find Perfumer. But as of now, we're running straight towards Perfumer here. We're currently in a straight line towards her as well. I think the moment we get tonight is we'll probably be able to hear where she is, and of course with blue stick on the ground, it seems like we found her instantly there. Perfumer has been dropped out. We do have blink, but we missed, so that will at least buy Perfume a little longer of a containment time.
น่าจะโดนครับโดนแม่นเดิม
her last perfume, so now she's out of items, and the hunter has her caged once again. A little back and forth here. She's cutting across the middle, but the hunter caught up and will be down this perfume. First officer, however, has gotten back up, but now he has no self-heal. But even if the survivors get up, as you've mentioned, dungeon is still not out.
Yeah, so from the side of survivors, their main goal here is try to decode one more cipher machine. But like, if you look at the remainder of the cipher machines here too, 51, 40, and 26%, it's not enough. Like, you can't decode any of them in 10-20 seconds, especially for Moru here. 100 stacks of resentment almost on his hands. It's traversing across the map is just huge for him.
So far, he hasn't gotten the tinnitus from this first officer, so he's doing a very good job hiding. But I mean, Perfumer is going to have to get up at some time, and she will no longer have self-heal. Hunter can just go right back to the Perfumer down the survivor. The only problem is, it looks like the hunter does have tinnitus. He knows he's hiding in this corner, and now he's able to cage the first officer.
First officer back down on the ground. Self-heal has been used here alongside with Perfumer self-heal being used as well. I do think now it's just kind of a waiting game until we get Perfumer down, but I would say as well early game it is really unfortunate with that disconnection here from the side of Magician. Because if it wasn't for that, potentially speaking, this could be a lot more difference, especially with how any survivors are now playing the end game. If we can bleed out, there is still a dungeon chance. But because there's 4 cipher machines remaining, dungeon is still hidden after all.
Yeah, it looks like Hunter's gonna be.
พวกนั้นเตรียมข้าวเตรียมขนมเตรียมน้ำ
Cipher machine doesn't have tinnitus.
ไม่พร้อม
His cage. He's going throughout the map. It does look like he now has tinnitus. She was trying to make her way.
และทีมไทยอย่างเยอะไม่มีภาคไทย
But it looks like she's gonna be going down, and that's a 4-man elimination for WW Hunter Moru.
Yes, I would say from that side as well, right? Both hunters did do great. However, moving on towards maybe second half here, at least it's still 50-50, right? At least, you know, it's still an even playing ground. We still have round 2 and round 3, and of course, extra rounds to kind of determine the winner between these two teams. But with this one, I probably would say now's the time to check your internet connection, potentially speaking.
Yeah. I mean, and if your internet connection isn't working out, they may need to substitute the player survivor.
Yes. Definitely, yeah. And like, we can't forget as well, right? Last game, it was any banning the maps, and of course, WWW choosing the maps as well. So for this one, the advantage point is now back towards any. Now, any gets to choose whatever map they want to play in. And of course, from the side of WWW, they now need to have some kind of counter picks up against whatever map they choose as well. Usually in map switches like these, the one who gets to choose the map always has the advantage point. So in this case, could still potentially pick a really good map for Fudio too.
Yeah, and we have the match stats here up and available. Only 20 seconds.
แป๊บเดียวจบนะเกมไม่ถึงแบบ
because of this lag, he wasn't able to
เกมไม่ถึง5 นาที
kite or move around. We can see the survivors. The Gardener did have the most containment time, but it's not too much.
แต่ถ้าสมมติว่ามันเร็วผมว่าน่าเสร็จก่อน4 ทุ่มนะ
I mean, the double down situation, they got the first man eliminated, but then the double down situation, he got another person chaired, and then another double down situation just hurt the survivors way too much. I think they were a little shaken up about the whole situation, and yeah, kept getting those double downs, and that just really benefited the hunter.
Yeah, and we see from Moru's side here as well, right? 4 cipher machines left, 2 pallets destroyed, 16 hits on towards our survivors, 2 turret shocks, and 10 knockdowns.
มันน่าจะ3 โบลูคู่ไปเลยนาน
as well, 47 seconds
นี่เพิ่งเริ่มคู่ที่
on
2 เวลา
seconds on the perfumer,
ก็ถือว่าตรงเวลา
20 seconds on our
คู่ละ2 ชั่วโมง
magician, alongside with 46 seconds on that first officer as well. Even with the containment time here, if we kind of just speak and take out the time of Titan as well, no one really contained for more than 30 seconds, maybe aside from Perfumer. It is, I think you're right, they were shaken up, especially with, you know, Peter Pan here as the magician lagging out early game as well, and we did see the pause there too. But now it's kind of all about, you know, how we're going to play round 2, how we're going to play round 3.
Yeah, I mean, just the one good thing for NE is the fact that their hunter was able to get that 4-man elimination in the first half, so at least they're not at a deficit, and they can just regroup, restart, and just start this as a new game for round 2 and 3 and make up for that mistake or unfortunate event. And so yeah, it's not over. They're still able to play 2 more rounds. It is the best of 3.
ขอย้อนดูระหว่างที่เขารำกันนะผมไปย้อนดูคู่แรก
Then second
mini 4W, it's really
นี่เป็นบักเก็ตนะได้ผมเดานะ FT คือถ้า GX สามารถชนะ FT ได้แชมป์เลย
the 10 hours, guys. So curious to see they have back again on this competitive scene.
4AW แบบ
Survivor side, we
อ๋อ
have seen
4AW
C,
ฮัน
which is
ไม่
also
มีฮันเตอร์มีคนที่ผมไม่รู้จัก
the Macom, like again. But if you look at their motto, right, forget the underdog story.
So
really scary, right? I mean, going
TDG
to 4AW and you're saying that kind of statement.
ตอนแรกผมกะโผล่คู่สุดท้ายเลยตอนแรก
in FT and Skies.
ดูซะหน่อย
That 4AW's synergy. I feel like the rest would as well.
นี่เป็นกราฟิก
So
นะ
let's see for sort of
For the
Macom.
Macom.
He has selected the Goatman.
ชื่อ
So against this team comp here, guys,
โอ้แล้วมียัดด้วย
would, I mean, the Seared
ตึงอยู่นะ
trying to
and die in a more optimal
and
in utilize.
ส่วนใหญ่ได้แกะกันนะโบแรก
If we saw
ตอนนี้แกะตึงสุดเพราะว่าฮันลามโดนเน้นโอ้โหยับเลยอ่ะเฮ้ยเฉินแบบเก็บกดแมงไหนไม่รู้แล้วเล่นในวัดอย่างนี้ก็โดนเนี่ยครับผมเข้าใจละ
Well, we can just think of this as a
โอ้เขา
warm-up,
พูดนานจัง
checking their connections. It's a restart.
ที่แข่งวันไหน
and you get
วันนี้แหละครับผม
matchup,
ตอนนี้
so
วัน
that's
นี้
also good.
แข่งแค่
We
2
get
วัน
to
นะ
see
ก็
more
คือ
gameplay.
วันนี้กับพรุ่งนี้
And yeah, I mean, hopefully the survivors can get back into their
ผมก็เลยสลับเว
mentality
ลาลงแรง
and not be
มาดู
too worried about the next matches.
Yes, of course, definitely as well, right? But like
คือโฆษณา
in
ว่า
towards
บ้า
second half
คือ
we go, if we just think
แต่ผม
about
ว่า
the permaban
รอ
to the side
คู่
of hunters as well, and his sculptor
คู่
is
ท้าย
gone alongside with WWW's Goldman being gone from first half as well. Now it's going to be any who gets the map pick here for a second game, and we see here as well.
เดี๋ยว
with
ไป
the
ไป
point
จีนแล้วเป
system,
ล่า
it's currently 5-5, which is very, very, very tight up between these two teams.
Holy
So
dear,
both
like-
teams still have quite an even playing ground moving on towards round 2 and towards round 3.
Yeah, I mean, now the survivors and
ก็คือ
hunters
แชมป์ได้คนล่าสุดเลยไหม
maps, ban their
ผม
maps.
ผมไม่ชัวร์เลยอัน
Saudi
เนี่ย
and
ไม่ชัวร์
Memory
มาก
on
เพ
the
ราะว่า
first matchup.
ปกติมันเป็น IVT เกม อันนี้เป็น IVT ใหม่
I mean,
ใหม่
we
จัด
got the very unconventional hunter pick on the side of
ไทยแข่งวันไหนไทยก็แข่งวันนี้แหละครับ
So I'm kind of curious.
ทีมไทย
Are they
เนี่ย
going to
ที่
be
แข่งอยู่กับทีมไทย
choosing
ทีมเป็นดี
non-meta hunters again, and will they be able to get the same results?
That is true as well, but we will see. I think we'll see most of these after the map selections here too. Any being able to pick what map they want to choose, and
ทีมไทยมีรู้สึกว่า
having
มี
to
คู่
ban here as
คู่นี้
well.
แล้วก็คู่สุดท้าย
Look, WWW did kind of reuse the professor here, potentially speaking, maybe to counter the opera singer.
แต่ตามหลัก
if
แล้ว
any
แชมป์ต้อง
has
ได้
one,
นะซีโอ
which
เอ
isn't a bad pick there as well, right? Because you know, for opera singer,
เว้นแต่
professor is one.
เว้นแต่อะไรรู้ปะ
Professor, Gardner,
เว้นแต่
even
CVA
sometimes Gravekeeper
ทีม
will
จาก
be bad as
ADA
well,
เขาเลย
especially in
เอา
this
แค่หนึ่ง
current
ทีม
game meta,
ถ้าเอาแค่
but
หนึ่ง
we
ทีม
still
อ่ะ
do
เขา
see
ก็ต้อง
Wildling
ไป
a
คัด
lot
เอา
more as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wildling is an interesting choice, even if you're half health.
ปกติ ADA เขาจะเอา2 ทีมไป SCOA นะก็คือทีมที่ได้แชมป์ IVT
Naiad and
ครับ
those other hunters
Class
that can
COA
still injure you
แต่รอบนี้มัน
directly.
เป็น IVT
Hullabaloo. So yeah, as long as it's
ผม
not
ก็เลยไม่
those
ไม่มั่นใจ
hunters, it's a pretty good pick. We've seen Wildling work very well against Opera Singer, so yeah, I mean, Wildling is a pretty good character to choose.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the rescuer meta now as well, right? We're kind of switching slowly between
do I
Wildling,
have?
Gravekeeper, Mercenary does appear from time to time, but it's only really big maps. Alongside with Knight as well, which has been picked in
แต่เอาจริง
multiple
โซนเรา
different
โดน
regions
เนื้อหนัก
too.
มาก
I do feel like maybe from here on, from this point moving on forward,
คือปกติ IVC อ่ะจะแข่งประมาณ
for,
แข่งเยอะนะ
both
จะแข่งประมาณแบบ
survivor
สัป
teams
ดาห์
to run, you know, decoding team
สัปดาห์ห
comps
นึ่ง
in which you're
เกือบ
able
เกือบ
to contain
เกือบ
and
เกือบ
able to decode as well,
เกื
especially
อบ
like,
ส
you
อง
know,
อ่ะ
the further on towards the game, the rounds, the more advantage points they have too. So I do think now it's more about how we're going to be able to tie up
แล้วรอบนี้
against
เอาแค่
second
2 วัน
game. First
2 วัน
half,
จบไม่มี
like
knock
round
out
1, it's always hunter based, but from round 2
ไม่มี
onwards, it
ไม่
will
มี
be a
สาย
bit
ล่าง
more survivor based.
ไม่โหดมาก
Yeah, I mean-
การแข่งที่ไม่มีสายล่างคือพลาดแล้วแบบ จบเลย
I mean, what's interesting is since they have
แต่
the
ทุกทีมการันตีได้เงินรางวัลแล้วบางทีม
they still have 3
ขั้นต่ำทีมละ
they
40,000
have
บาท
all 4 meta hunters still available, except they're gonna ban one hunter, so they'll still have 3 meta hunters available. That does help the NE hunter.
Definitely, yeah. Like, but then we can't forget, right? Fudiel has Mad Eyes, Nightmare, Opera Singer. Fudiel has a lot of pocket picks that he does have in his bag as well. That he can pull up, potentially speaking, just to go against multiple different team comps. What this just means for WWW survivors, if you're kind of drafting a team comp in which you want to kind of just start one specific hunter, I don't think that's going to work up against any hunter.
Yeah, so on the side of WWW
อยู่กับ
survivors,
คำราม
they
ต้องหลัง
have
ไม่
to
ทัน
have survivors that can counter most of the hunters because
Oh,
they're not
โคตร
gonna
นาน
be
อะ
sure what hunter Furiel is gonna end up choosing since he has so many different characters that he can play. I mean, it's just interesting. How will you come up with a comp? What's a good comp to go against general hunters?
For general hunters, I do think like you know you
ตัดทีม
have
ที
your
ไป1 ทีมนี่ก็
basic
รออะไรอ่ะ
antiquarian,
ตัดไปต้องถามว่าตัดไปไปเพิ่มให้ใคร
pieces as well. I'd probably say more or less right now from round 2 moving on forward.
เพราะว่าเอาจริงนะนอกจากจีนกับญี่ปุ่นก็ ADA เนี่ยตึงสุดแล้ว
mechanic for that.
ถ้าไม่รวมจีนกับญี่ปุ่นนะ ADA ผมว่าเป็นที่ 3 เพราะว่า FT แม่งเข้ารอบลึกทุกปีอะ FT ชนะทีมจีนได้ด้วยนะผมจะบอกให้แต่ผมไม่เข้าใจฝั่งนู้นเลยว่าทำไมเขาถึงเลือกที่จะแบบตัดงบ
play the forward up against potentially speaking Hullabaloo.
แต่มันต้องได้นะเว้ยเป็นแชมป์เลยนะเว้ย
maybe not the IV but like we see as well after
ถ้าสมมติไม่ได้ใช่ไหมมันจะเป็นแบบเหมือนตอนที่ผมแข่งตอนซีรีส์2แล้วก็3ก็คือตอนคัสซีรีส์ใช่ไหมเขาจะเอาที่1กับที่2ไปนะครับก็คือแบบแค่เข้าชิงก็คือคุณการันตีได้ไปละแต่ถ้าได้ที่1เนี่ยก็จะได้ซีทที่ดีกว่าตำแหน่งนะได้ตำแหน่งที่ดีกว่า
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
เพราะว่าคัดตัวซีรีส์มันไม่มีเงินรางวัลนะ
So
มันจะเป็นเงินรางวัลการันตีว่าเข้าซีรีส์แล้วได้เงินรางวัลขั้นต่ำเท่าไหร่
Also, I do think, right, like with the map selection here, as we're still waiting from both teams too, it is now kind of more or less about, hey, we already used Leo's memory, Leo's memory is gone, that's for round 1 for survivors to use, but survivors weren't able to kind of fully capitalize on it. Round 2 and round 3, yes, a bit more better suited for survivor, but you can't forget, there's too much advantage point for
ก็มีแค่ GX อะที่จะไหวอะ
counters that he can just
โม
pull
โม
out
กะ
the
นะ
bag immediately to catch a WWW survivors off guard. And not only that too, WWW survivors, we first officer gone, magician is also gone. We also have used up the explorer too, who is kind of a really good pocket pick round 2 and round 3 for Cipher Rush. With these 3 characters gone, that means like if we want to potentially speaking is play a stuff hunter that can chair camp really well, all what Fude has to do really is just to ban out rescuers.
โบที่2แบนเลยนะแบนไชน่าเล่นเหลือ
bans and picks. It looks like WWW will be going hunter first. They ban Chinatown and any will be choosing as survivors. So interesting. They chose a big map that really tends to favor hunters because it just takes so long for survivors to go between cipher machines. Think of hunters that could possibly be good on Lakeside Village for the side of WWW.
I would say, potentially speaking, Opera Singer may be banned here in order to get Ivy to come in. I think with Annie's choice pick here with the maps as well, right? This is kind of okay for Opera, but it's also okay for our Ivy as well. But for Annie to pick a map like this, it's rare for Lakeside Village to ever be picked, especially in a best of 3s. You don't really see a lot of IJL players doing it. You don't also see a lot of IVL players doing it as well. But in the Southeast Asia region, it seems like maybe trying to discover a new team comp to potentially speaking go up against these larger regions, especially in pro play too. But this kind of does call for toy merchant support, meteorologist flying all across the map. Patient after buff as well is really good here. Aeroplanist is such a great option here as well, and of course Gravekeeper, having so much pallets near your middle, drop it down, going to shovel and prolong those containment times.
เช่นเกมจำอะไรไหมครับไอเดียมีชื่อติดไปด้วยโอ้ถ้ามีทีมไทยก็ไลน์
We can have the Ivy that teleports back and forth, and as you mentioned, Opera Singer is a very fast hunter. Possible ban hunter.
โอ้โหคือเซตอัพกันนานมากอ่ะรู้ผมอันนี้ผมไม่ได้กล่าวหาแต่ผมรู้เลยว่าทีมงานน้อยมาก
For the IJL, Aka has been choosing Nightmare on big maps.
เผลอๆคนที่รันเนี่ยเป็นเนโร่ด้วยซ้ำเพราะเนโร่ปกติเนโร่จะพากใช่ปะ
Utilizing his web so that he has faster movement speed so he can get across the maps much faster. And let's see who else. Goldman, if you can utilize his cages as well, he can also move around very well and cut off survivors that are coming in for the rescue. Hullabaloo, after his nerf though, only having the dashes, but also the distance is also shortened. He could be a possible but he hasn't been doing too good on the tournament stage. However, he's still a possibility.
Yes, and definitely.
What could other hunters be that have good mobility?
Maybe not good mobility, but we have seen a lot of Waxers and Hermit being played on these maps as well, especially like with the return of Alf. Someone who does play Waxers on this map and plays them really well. Nightwatch was also played during kind of the last matchup between UPG and 4AW. However, I do feel like Nightwatch probably we can save him for potentially speaking next season, just because the persona buff still hasn't come out just yet. But we're gonna move on straight towards the ban pick here. Here we go with Seer and Andy Curran, first 2 bans once again.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing these seer and antiquarian bans over and over and over. These survivors, I mean, these hunters do not want to deal with these two survivors. And on the
โชว์
global
เป็นคน
bans,
นี้
we
นี่
do see
ใช่คน
magician,
ที่ไล
perfumer,
ฟ์ติ๊กต็อก
and
ไหม
first officer
คน
will
เดียว
no
กันปะ
longer be available. And on the side of these survivors, they did ban off the breaking wheel.
Yes, Breaking Wheel is kind of an interesting ban here as well. It's just because it's such a great map, especially with so much long windows to play up against the wheel. We banned out our third character here as the Embalmer, as the Aeroplanist, Fire Investigator, and Knight has been locked in.
Right, and it does look like Peter Pan will be back up, so hopefully he has the issues resolved and we'll be able to see him kite. We do see that on the side of the survivors, they have a good Aeroplanist. He counters Goatman and Hullabaloo very well. He works well against
เลือกเซต
those
เลือกเซตดีนะ
hunters
เซต
because
ตัวละคร
he does utilize the jetpack to transition away
ดูได้หม
or
ดเลย
to try to avoid getting hit.
แต่ถ้าผมเป็น
And
โม
it
รูนะ
looks
ผม
like
ค
our
ง
last survivor chosen is going to be the acrobat.
I'm more surprised that any
โอ้โห
decides
ด่านนี้
not
พู
to
ดยากเลย
choose
ว่ะ
any toy merchants, support type characters here. But like overall, this team comp isn't bad. Everyone can kind of contain for a
มันจะ
really
เป็น
long
ที่สตรีม
time.
ในติ๊กต็อก
Acrobat's really good in Shack, same as Aeroplanist, Small Boat Shack, Big
สู้
Boat,
ๆนะ
and
ครับ
Fire
ผม
Investigator, Small Boat Shack, Big Boat
แต่
as
ดูอยาก
well.
ดูอยากทรงแล้วว่าสูสีอยู่นะ
One thing I probably would say here also is we don't really have too much mobility across the map,
ผมรู้จัก
especially
แค่
from
ฮา
the
ตาลิ
rescuer
นะครับ
side. So then like for Moto here, we still have Opera,
Feed.
right? We still do have Ivy as well. So like
ส่วน
in
ปี
these
เตอร์แพน
two
กับ
cases,
เค
if
ทูอะ
we
คุ้นๆแต่ว่า
don't come in
ปีเตอร์แพน
for
ผม
the
ไม่รู้
rescue early, it will be quite an easy stuff
ส่วน
here
โม
from
รู
the
ก็
side
แน่นอนอยู่
of
แล้ว
Hunter.
Yeah, so
เคยอยู่ทีมด้วย
as
กัน
long
นะ
as
ใครทีมไหนบ้างทีม NE ครับทีมไทย
has better mobility than these survivors, he can cut off the knight before he can come in for this rescue. And interesting is
คอลแลบ
the
พี่เจได้เปิด
breaking
อย่าง
wheel
ส
of
วย
the
ไหม
spec ban
ได้เปิดไหมผมไม่ได้เปิด
because
ครับ
he isn't the meta hunters, but they're still banning him.
คิดหนักเลย
It's a spec ban, right?
จริงถนัดตัวอะไรก็เล่นเลย
Could potentially be a
เผื่อ
respect
อันวาก็
factor
เล่นได้
from
ค
the
รับ
side of
เป็นไง
NE. Moto does play Breaking Wheel quite a lot before as well, and
บอล
after
ก็
Breaking Wheel's
บอล
off
ก็ไหว
to 5-second cooldown
บอ
on
ลเจอส
switching
วินนี่
forms.
สบายมาก
That is quite a strong buff as well, in my opinion, from the side of the wheel
หรือ
too.
จะโอเปร่าโอเปร่าเจอสวินเนี่ย
It kind of does confuse me as well
แต่ก็
because
ใช่ว่า
I
จะ
do
เจอ
feel
ไม่ได้
like, you don't necessarily
เวลาโอเปร่าเจอ
ban
สวินนะ
Breaking
แค่
Wheel, like Fire
โดนใบก็ตี
Investigator, Airback
ตี
counters
ทิ้ง
him, and
ตี
then
ทิ้งอย่างเดียว
Acrobat himself with so much balls
โอ้
on him as
โหฮัน
well.
ลาวอะ
Counters him pretty well too, but it seems like
ฮันลา
Moto
ที่
is
โด
going
นเนื้อไปแล้ว
to lock in that Hullabaloo as our hunter pick in Lakeside.
Yeah, I mean, Hullabaloo, as long as he can get those downs faster, he can, stop survivors from getting those rescues.
โอ้คนนี้รู้สึก
Yeah, I mean,
อัศวิน
definitely
เท
a
เอส
good
ด้วยนี่
pick
ใช่ไหม
for the side
เมื่อ
of
ผม
the
เคยเจอเขาอยู่
since he is still in the meta
มาดูว่าอัศ
force.
วินเทเอสในแรงจะ
And
ทำได้
we do
ดี
see
แค่ไหน
that
ในแข่งนั้น
Airplanist will be pretty good against Hullabaloo. If the Fire Investigator can block off entrances, that will also be very helpful.
แต่ผมว่าไม่น่ายากนะ
Previous
เจอฮันลา
matchup, we did see
สบาย
Fire Investigator looping Big Boat and
ฮันลามันเนื้อไปแล้ว
block the stairway down, and so the hunter is
จุดเกิด
forced
เป็น
to
ตัว
break
L
it,
นะ
but it looks like we'll finally go to our spawn points.
We're going to be able to see
Kap
Hatari
Kap
here
Kap
after Aeroplane is spawning in Shack alongside
โอ้
with the
โห
Fire
อัศวิน
Investigator
ไปบน
here
เรือ
at
เล
the
ยเหรอ
entrance of
เอา
Small
ดี
Boat, Peter Pan being in middle as our Acrobat, and of course
เบื่อ
the
นะ
most safest place will be given towards Knight in Big Boat. It's just because it is a multi-ability
เอาตัวปั่น
type
ช้าไป
hunter,
ปั่น
so
บนเรือ
Knight probably needs this Big Boat the
หรือว่าเขาคิดว่า
most
บนเรือ
as well.
ฮันเตอร์
This
จะเกิด
spawn
ซ้าย
selection
แล้วบนเรือ
here
มันจะ
on
ล็อก
Survivor
ก็เลย
side
ให้
in Lakeside Village
ให้อัศวิน
from
ไป
game
เกิด
to first half between NE and
เพราะว่า
WWE
ถ้า
as
เป็นอย่างเงี้ย
Moto
อัศวิน
here.
ต้องลง
We're
มา
gonna
ปั่น
fully
เครื่องตรง
decide
นี้
to
นะครับ
spawn on the
เครื่องตรง
internal
นี้กับ
side
เครื่อง
of
นี้
that
เป็นเมาส์ผม
small
บอก
bush near one of the bigger windmills. It's not bad, especially if you want to chase after the Fire Investigator too. I think the catch up here will be pretty fast.
Yeah, what's interesting to note that you've already mentioned is the knight is actually in Big Boat because he doesn't have that mobility to get around.
นี่
So it looks like
มันจะมี
they're
เครื่องตร
trying
ง
to
นี้
keep
ที่
him
อั
a
ศวิน
little
ต้องลง
safe.
มาปั่น
And
แล้วก็
we'll have
ตรงนี้
the
นะครับ
acrobat
เพราะว่า
and the
ถ้า
fire
มันเกิดตรงนี้
investigator
เครื่องบนเรือมัน
they
จะ
can
ล็อก
move around pretty fast inside of this middle area.
โอเคเป็น
and
5 view
we'll
effect
finally
นะ
have the persona points up.
ฟาวิเอฟเฟก
It's going to be Trump Dingsons here
หนึ่งคน
alongside with work from the
สอง
side
คน
of
แล้วก็
Moto.
ไทย
Knight is going to bring Flywheel, no tie turner, Peter Pan with knee-jerk reflex, no self-heal here
ทางทีม
surprisingly.
ที่เอาไป
K2
มัน
on that
เก็บ
Fire
4 คน
Investigator with Flywheel alongside with Hatiri here. The only one having that tie turner alongside
โห
with
ด
knee-jerk
จัด
reflex, no
แต่
ball
เดี๋ยวนี้มันเป็น
Overall,
ฮันเตอ
it
ร์
does
ที่
seem
แบบ
like they
ถนัด
kind of do
ตัวถนัด
realize
ใครตัวถนัดมัน
maybe
แล้วอะตอน
Moto
นี้
is going to pick some
ที่ผมมอง
unorthodox
นะ
character, but with a Hullabaloo here being chosen
เกม
out,
ที่มีคนพลาด
it's
เทเลอร์
not bad, but I do feel like they
คนไหน
kind of predicted this too,
ผม
just
ดูไม่ทัน
because
เกม
Knight
เมื่อกี้
has more of a
ผม
containment build
เปิด
rather
แข่งมา
than
ก็
a tie
เห็น
turner.
เห็นเหลือกันอยู่3 คนละ
survivors make it to endgame situation. We have 3 survivors with
ซ้าย
borrowed
ล่าง
time,
เอ้ย
but
ซ้าย
Moro
ขวา
doesn't
ประ
have
ตู
detention. So even if he injures all these
อุ้ย
survivors,
โหลด
they
นาน
can
จัง
get
อะ
back up, and he'll have to re-injure
Go
them. And it looks like we're
เปิร์
gonna
กเสริ
go
ม
straight
เป็น
into the game.
วันเดอร์ออ
Hunter
เดอร์
is
นะแล้วก็
going
เน้
right
นทีม
past
ค
the
รับ
mini boat, and he's heading
สัง
towards
เกตว่าเปิร์ก
K2
เนี่ย
as
จะเป็น
his first
แพทเดิมอยู่
Oh
ยังใช้
no,
120
we
อยู่
thought we were
ไม่
playing
ใช้
mind games
130
here, but first of all, the present points will be instanced trump card alongside with Wanted Order, Impact, Fear, Nostalgic, and Exhibitionist. We're going to be able to finally find K2 here, but Peter Pan is already downstairs here as
แล้ว
our
ปีเตอร์แพน
We're
วิ่ง
gonna go
หา
for
เลย
elimination
วิ่ง
cipher
ใส่ฮัน
Acro
ไปเลย
versus Acro.
โอ้แสดงว่าแผนเขาไม่ใช่แบบที่ผมคิดนะ
Snowball there landed, and
กลายเป็นว่า
of course,
คนที่อยู่
IVT
คนที่ควรจะอยู่ตรงนี้คืออัศวินแต่ว่าเป็นกายกรรม
Yeah, able to get 2 bombs on him already, and now he's making his way inside of Big Boat,
อ๋อ
trying to utilize
กาย
these
กรรมร่างเซอร์เจอร่างฮันครับว่าไปแล้ว1 แผลแรก
is able to
ยังไง
get
ก
the
ระโดด
damage
ข้ามห
onto
น้า
him
ต่าง
right
มา
away, reapplying the white bomb as he's trying to
โอ้
make
โห
his way up the stairs.
ผมนึกว่าเขาวางแผนตามที่ผมคิดไว้
Very well done by Mono is we decided to land the
อย่างนี้ก็สวย
fireball first just so he can't jump on time and then switch
ซ้าย
straight
เด้ง
to
นะครับ
snowball.
กระโด
We're
ด
just
ข้าม
one
มา
ball away from getting
ตี
Peter Pan down here finally. He still
แล้วก็
does not
ตี
go
1
down
ที
here just yet,
เรีย
but
บ
we
ร้อย
do
1 นาทีเท่านั้น
have
นะ
another mud zone
โหดเหมือนเดิมครับ
unfortunate for
ฮัน
Alan,
ลา
we
ต่อให้
could
โด
not
นเนื้อ
use
ไป
the
แล้ว
ball here on time as we went down
เพราะสุดท้ายเราก็อยู่ที่คนเล่น
65 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of cipher progress, but it does look like they'll be able to finish
โอ้
one cipher
TikTok
machine.
ถ้าแอป
The
ดำบินเข้ามา
fire
แอปแดงนะ
investigator is close by,
แอป
and he
ดำ
is
แม่ง
slowly
ไม่ให้ผม
making
มา
his way to
รับ
come
ดู
in
แข่ง
for this rescue. He'll try to utilize the airbag so that they can transition, and the hunter has already
โอ้
found it.
ช่วยสวยครับ
That's brilliantly done by K2 as well. A very beautiful airbag use.
เราอยากจะได้แผลมากๆแต่ว่าก็ได้อยู่ดีนะแบบไฟล์วิวเร็วไว้หน่อย
Unfortunately speaking, Peter Pan having to go back straight towards the same area
โอ้
that he
โห
was
เขาจ่าย
originally in. But it's
สังเกตนะแข่งเวลาเขาเล่นนะคือเขาไม่ห่วงของ
But
เลยครับ
now it's acrobat versus acrobat.
ทุกคนเราเป็นแบบ
One
อย่าง
in between us. Moto here waiting for our
โหเรื่อง
double
นี้ยากจัด
surprise before we get Peter
โด
Pan
นสี
down.
ขาวขาดสีดำอีกที
Yeah,
เดียว
he was able to get that
สี
pallet
ดำ
bump, but he is kinda stuck
สี
here
ด
in this corner behind this one
อุ้ย
pallet. He's been
พอดี
bombarded
Peter Pan
with drones, but is able to make it past.
สี
And
ด
he's trying to
ำเรีย
transition,
บ
but he's
ร้อ
out in the
ย
open. Hunter will be able to down him once again.
ทรงๆนะทรงเสมอได้อยู่
Near the docks area.
What I would say from the side of acrobat
ไม่มีรู้เองใช่ครับ
bad rebound kite containment as well
เห
especially
มื
when
อน
it
เขา
was after
เหมือน
tight
เขาเซตมาแล้วว่าเขาจะวิ่งใส่กัน
machine isn't bad
เหมือนเขาจะจู๊กอะ
from the
ก็
side
คือ
of
แบบ
enemy
ไม่ลุกอยู่อะ
survivors, but Moto here has
เพราะ
worked
เป็นแค่คนเดียวที่ไม่เอามาครับแล้วเล่นซ้ายซ้ายขวา
So if we want to at least win this game, Moto is going to have to get a second down within 30 to 40 seconds, or else it's just going to be guaranteed tie game. But that's going to be aeroplanes coming in. But he landed on the wrong
ตี
side.
2 แผลโอ้โหเราช่วยสวยจัด
But it does look like he'll be
How
able
do
to
we-
get that rescue with Ty Turner injury onto the aeroplanist. Hunter once more is trying to get
แล้ว
the
โดน
down
ล้ม
on
คู่
him.
ไปครับ
Will be able to down this aeroplanist.
ยังไงเปิดประตู
Peter Pan to
ตามขึ้นไปช็อตนี้
have
โอ้
the
โห
kite
เหมือน
away,
จะเปิด
and
เลย
it
ไป
looks
หน่อย
like
นะ
he's
แต่
made
ก็
it to
ไม่มี
Big
ปัญ
Boat,
หา
but
ครับ
Hunter cutting him off with that warp is gonna be
อ๋อ
jumping right
ชิป
down.
แล้วอย่างนี้
Looks like he went onto
แล้ว
the
ตีลังกาหมด
Oh, he's on the
เอา
wrong
เลย
side. That's allowing him to
ปา
get
บอล
a
กลับขึ้นไป
little
ได้ป่าวะ
longer.
ตรงนั้นอะ
Oh no, this is bad.
Nah,
We
bad,
don't
ไม่
want
ได้
such a
นะทุกคน
long rebound kite containment here, especially when Fire Investigator is healing the aeroplanist here as well. Acrobat will be able to contain for such a long
สี
time.
ขาว
Straight
เรี
in
ยบ
towards
ร้อ
the
ย
sea. Then it
ขาด
just
2 เครื่อง
means
ร้อย
there's
ครับ
more time for
นี่
survivors
คือ
to
น็อกดาวน์
heal
1
as
เจ็บ
we
ครึ่งหนึ่ง
finally get
นะ
that Acrobat down. But
เหมือน
just
เซอร์
look at
เหมือน
who's
เซอร์ได้เปรียบ
blue
แต่
here.
จริง
It's
ๆไม่ครับ
K2
ฮัน
and
เตอร์ได้เปรียบ
Acrobat
อยู่นะ
healing
แล้วล็อก
each
ก็
other.
ด้วย
But Wanted Order on that Fire Investigator there, though. No warp left on our hands to use. This is so
ตอนนี้
good
คี
for
ย์
enemy
คีย์คือ
survivors.
อัศวินนะครับถ้าอัศวิน
Does
ยัง
look
ไม่
like
เจ็บ
they
ก็
were able
ได้
to
อยู่
free up that self heal so that all 3
ของ
survivors
เหลือ
still
ค่อน
have
ข้าง
self
เยอะ
heal
นะ
available. 3 cipher machines completed. They just need to work on priming up those last 2 cipher. It looks like Hunter is going to be going after Hatari, trying to find shelter. Hunter's looking around to see what cipher machines are being finished up.
สวัสดี
It looks
ส
like
วัส
he's
ดี
going
คน
to be
ที่
changing
เข้ามา
targets to
เราดู
K2.
คู่ท้ายจะเห็น
getting
แล้ว
rid of
เศร้า
those airbags on the way.
ดูคู่นี้ดูคู่นี้ก่อนก็ได้
Unfortunately, Fire Investigator gets found here because that
Rò
just
share
means
team
that
hai
he
team
can't
á,
really
chứ
go
không
towards the
phải-
cipher machine on time here too. Knight being able to decode that cipher machine upstairs here. Fire Investigator was that a snowball there landed. That was
ม
a
อง
blind
ภาพไม่ค่อยเห็น
snowball.
เลย
Can
วะ
we get anything more? No, we can't. But it's such a great containment here now.
ที่
for
อ
Fire
อก3
Investigator. We're doing
ตอนนี้
pretty
เสมอ
well.
ได้
That's
คือ
the airbag there.
สุด
Used
ยอดแล้ว
beautiful pushback alongside with another speed boost out of this area. Now
เพราะว่า
6
เดี๋ยว
seconds
เดี๋ยว
until
K2 ล้มเนี่ย
we have that double
เขาเปิดประตู
surprise.
อัดเครื่องเนี่ย
We
แต่
might
K2
not be
เอา
able to
ให้
get
นาน
the
อยู่
last cipher machine done on time, but this is more than
โอเค
enough from the containment of our Fire Investigator.
Is
อ่า
able to
3 คน
find
1 เครื่องครับ
the
ตามสูตร
investigative. 4th cipher machine completed. The last cipher machine at 40%. so they just need to prime up this last cipher machine and going for this rescue airplane. As however does not have borrowed time, so it will have to be the knight coming in for this rescue. But it looks like the hunter is going to be looking around.
เดินมาโซนเครื่องนะครับถ้าช็อตนี้โชว์แปงรูด
does know
รู
there
ด
is a
ได้ ก็
survivor nearby.
สวยเลยนะ
Ooh, we're hiding here
ไม่แต่ผมว่า
instantly
อย่าง
as
นี้น่าจะโดน
well.
ขโมยนะครับ
But you still can't forget now.
โชว์แบ
Now
ง
he's
ค์
gonna
มา
be on his
แล้
way here
ว
to rescue.
เข้าระยะ
He
แล้ว
does
ครับ
have a
เตรียมตัว
short
ปัก
burst
ดาบ
rescue as well, in which we can have 8-second free tight turn time. So for Knight right now,
ปัก
we
ดา
get
บ
into
เทเลอร์หรือเปล่า
what we need here. No red zone.
อึ๊บ
Immediately go for the rescue here. That's what we need. But
โอ้
that's
โดน
what
ใบ
we
เอ้า
need.
ยังไงเอ้า อึ๊บ
That's gonna be an instant rescue
โอ้
here as
โห
well.
ดึงธรรมดาไม่ได้นะ ไม่ได้ใช้ปักดาบนะครับ
As we're finally gonna be able to get out of this
อย่างนี้สร้างสเปซให้เพื่อนได้ดีจัด
on Chopson. No
โดนเธอช็อปไปครับ แต่ว่าโมรุไม่สนใจนะ เปิดประตูวาร์ปขึ้นบนเรือเล็กมา แล้วก็ไล่ฮัตตาริต่อเลยนะครับฮัตตาริจ่ายเจ็ตแพ็กออกไปก่อน
Right. Able
ตอน
to
นี้
down
ก็
this Knight and
โอ้โห
pressure the last
เดือด
cipher
เดือดอยู่
machine,
นะ
not quite primed yet, and now pressuring Hatari, forced to leave this area and
ถ้าจุดเครื่อง
try to
ได้
get
เซอร์ออก
beyond
3 ได้แน่
possible
ผม
inside of
เอ๊ะ
shot.
น่าจะออกได้
We
2 แน่
still
นอนนะครับ
have
ถ้า
the
จุดได้
fire investigator up, so we could possibly go
มา
for
รู้เขา
that
จ่าย
heal
ของ
over
มา
that. It looks like he's going to be going for that heal and trying to get the
ดึง
Knight
ส
back
เปซ
up.
กัน
Now
ดี
all
มาก
three
เลย
survivors up, but they're all
สังเกตว่าเขาจะไม่ฝืนเครื่องนะ
Exactly.
ค่อยๆอยู่
Now the issue is both survivors are way too close for comfort here. We should have split it up and potentially speaking, look for someone. Maybe look for one person to hide, one person to contain, just so we can get a little bit more from ourselves here. But if it's Knight here being chased, that's good. That's a new survivor archer. We're so far away from small ball right now. We're one move ball away from full destruction. But this Knight is containing so long. We missed it there as well. We're gonna try top partition here. We got it just on time as well. But 84% cipher machine. This is a brilliant.
เขากะจูออก3นะเขาไม่ได้กะจูออกถ้าจูออกเสมอเขาน่าจะเล่นซ้ายบนผมว่า หรือไม่ก็อาจจะลืมจริงๆโอ้แล้วเครื่องจุดได้ครับโอ้โหแต่หนืดจัดยังไงโชว์แป้งเขาชื่ออะไรชื่อโชว์แป้งเหรอโชว์แป้งใช่ไหมเรียบร้อยใบมาใบกลับโอ้โหเสียดายหลุมอยู่เนี่ย
Right, but Hatari's
น้องไม่
on
เชียร์
the
ทีมไท
other
ยนะคน
side
ดู
is looking like
แต่ใคร
a
เป็นแฟนคลับ
possible
ทีม
one-man
โมรุก็
elimination
เชียร์โมรุได้นะ
if the airplanes can make it to either the other
แล้วเหมือน
exit
จะ
or
เดิน
the
ผิด
open
ทาง
exit.
เอ้า
One exit gate has already been opened
ไม่
by
ผม
the
ว่าเขาเดิน
fire
รอเลย
Mara going
เพราะว่าเขามี
in
เท
the
เล
direction. Both survivors
มี
are
ประ
now
ตูดิ
going
ไม่
for
ใช่
the
เลย
rescue, and that's going to allow them for possibly 3-man out if the
เนี่ย
hunter doesn't get there
เดิ
in
นรอ
time. She does see
เอ้า
the
ผม
rescue
ว่ามี
option
สิทธินะ
Knight,
ใบ
and now
ดี
they're just running
โชว์
towards
แป้ง
that opened exit gate.
สวยใบสกิลไปเอ้ยออก3มาดิไม่ได้ออก3เว้ยเรียบร้อยบินประมาทนะครับผมข้อหาบินประมาทผมไม่รู้เขาถึง3เลยเขาอยากได้3คนนะเขาเลยเดินเข้าไป
Yeah, I mean, not having detention just allow the
จิต
survivors
วิ
to
ทยา
get
ไทยรัก
out and that backdoor rescue.
ตอนแรก
That
ผมก็
one
นึก
mishap
ผมก็งงว่าทำไมเขาเดิน
inside
ไปทางนั้น
Buffalo Blue
เนี่ยผม
going
เอา
for
2
the
นะแต่
exit gate where none of the survivors were
มัน
at
เก็บ
allowed them to
3
get
ยาก
that
มาก
backdoor rescue. Hunter didn't realize that the
ถ้าไม่ได้เอา
exit gate
ตาแดงมานี่
at shore was already open.
ถ้า
They didn't
ถ้าเล่น
even check.
ถ้าไม่เล่น
So
เปิร์ก
they
ดี
got
เทนชั่น
that
หรือเปิร์ก
exit
ตาแด
gate
งอะ
open
แล้วโดน
and
จุดเครื่อง
yeah,
3 คนอะ
was able to just a huge
ฮันเตอร์
turnaround
ยังไง
for
เส
the
มอ
rest of
แน่
the
นอนนะ
survivors getting that
เบนแต่ว่า
first
เซอร์
escape.
จะเหลือง
Definitely. And
ออก
like
ได้
from the
เฉย
side
รออะไร
enemies
อัศวินนี่มั่ว
now
ไง
they got a 3-man escape.
ผมไม่รู้เขาลืมหรือเปล่าลืมนับหมดอัศวินหรือเปล่าอัศวินใช้ไปแค่2 ครั้งเอง
For Fudiel, he can kind of pocket pick whatever
เก่ง
he
มาก
wants to
เก่ง
aim
มาก
for.
ครับ
Potentially speaking, a tie game, move on towards round 3 having a vantage point, or even fully close out the game with
โอ้
a
อย่างนี้ส
4-man
บายเลยนะ
elimination
ที
to
เป็น
their
อี
right. But like if we
ฮันเตอร์
talk
เล่นส
about
บาย
the
จัด
game there as well,
สกอร์
early
ขึ้น
game
นำไป
containment from
3-1
Acrobat wasn't the best. However, one props I will give to
มี
Acrobat
3
was
ต่อ
the
3
rebound
ใช่
card containment.
ฮันเตอร์ไม่
Every
มีตาแด
single
งอะ
time that tie turner pops
นี่แหละ
out, Acrobat was able to survive past the tie turn time, which bought survivors so much more time.
ผมรู้สึกว่าเปิร์กขวาที่เขาเอามามันไม่ได้
One
ใช้เลย
very
ไม่รู้เขาเอา
time
มา
where
ไหม
he jumped off of the dock, but the hunter utilized trapeze and went back on top of the dock, just bought so much time for the survivors. Just a little bit of mistakes on the side of the hunter. That one mistake with the trapeze, and then
เห็น
going
หน้า
to
ผ้า
the
อ่านชื่อโชว์แปลงว่า
exit
ชอบ
gate, it just allowed the survivors to get that 3-man advantage.
เขาไม่รู้เขา
Yes,
อ่าน
definitely.
เขาอ่าน
And,
ตาม
you
ตัว
know,
อักษร
if
หรือ
we
เปล่า
think about it from that side as well, it was the aeroplanes
เพราะ
coming
ว่า
for rescue
มันเป็นตัวเอง
initially.
นี่ใช่ไหม
We tried to
ไม่ใช่
get
ตัว
double
ที
down on aeroplanes, but couldn't be able to do so. We had to use warp and then use both of our trapeze to catch up towards the Acrobat 2. However, because of that one missed trapeze, it just bought Acrobat way too much time. He's able to get towards the corner or loop around that, you know,
มารู้มีมองเห็นเธอถ้ามีทางจุดแต่แกมอง
and it
รออะไร
just
อะ
bought survivors way too much time as well, especially
ผม
when
ก็
the
งงอยู่
last
ว่าแต่คนดูง
mission
ง
was
เลย
almost about to be
ตื่น
done.
เต้นแล้วมั้งนะครับ
Yeah, I mean, all 3 survivors, they diverted the hunter's attention so well and contained the hunter. As you said, the knight did a very great job containing that. It was primed by the time the hunter was able to down this knight, and they already popped the cipher machine. We had 2 survivors with borrowed time. That means they had full health. And yeah, and that just allowed the survivors to get that escape. on the survivor side, it was actually looking very dangerous because the hunter was heavily guarding that last cipher machine, but we'll go back to match stats.
Match stats, here we go. It's going to be Hatali as aeroplanes with 48 second containment time. Peter Pan Acrobat 89 second containment time. Alongside with Chopson here as 69 second containment time. And of course, last but not least, K2 the hero of this team, 77 second containment time.
เบเดียชั่นเกมนี้ผมว่าน่าจะเป็น
The acrobat being able to get that rebound kite just really saved
น่าเป็นนี่นะ
progress. And
น่าจะเพลิงนะครับผม
pretty well
ฮิวไป2ช่วยไป2
Survivor
จุก
continued to
77 ปั่น
for a
100
well
นึงนะค
amount
รับ
of time each time. They didn't get too many downs. If we do look at the knockdowns, it's only 8 knockdowns.
เครื่องก็ตามลำดับเลยนะแต่เสียดายตรงที่เขาอันนี้ไปหน่อย
survivors, but he wasn't able to knock them down. And so that allowed the survivors to rotate, heal
เฟสที่
up,
2 นาน
and
ไล่นาน
till the very end, they kept healing
เกม
each other
3 คน
up
นึง
to
เขาปิด
preserve
นาน
their
นะ
self-heal.
Definitely, and like especially I kind of want
แล้ว
to
เขาหา
pinpoint the
ตาลี
rescues
ที่
as
เครื่อง
well
ไม่เจอ
from
เลย
both
ถ้าหาเจอผมว่าน่าจะ
and the
เกมน่าจะ
aeroplanes
ผิด
too. I do think one of the bigger highlights here will be Fire Investigator being able to kind of force a hullabaloo to perform a basic attack here early, and then airbag in for a no damage rescue. Just means that
มี
there's
โอกาส
no
เห็นโบ
double
3 ตอนนี้ก็
scenario allows
มี
Acrobat
แน่
to
นอน
have
ครับ
an easy
จบโบ
time
นี้
with the
มีโบ
rebound
นึง
kite
นะเพราะว่า
containment.
โบแรกเขา
And
เสม
as
อ
you
กัน
can see,
5-5
89 second containment time
Clerk
also
FC.
was
ต้อง
contributed
2 ฝั่ง
by the Fire Investigator as well. Not only that, it's the same for aeroplanists. We jetpack hovered in for no damage rescue. Yes, we still did get injured at the end, but we're able to dodge that last mud bomb before we got that double down, but we didn't, which also contributed to Acrobat being able to rebound kite for a long time as well. These two players, I do think did the most contributions, especially with this game as well. No damage rescue is so important, but we'll immediately move on towards the second half between these two teams.
เสียฉี
And we can immediately see that Seer Antiquarian ban. We will not be able to see Seer and Antiquarian in this matchup so far because they've just been
โอ้โห
continuously
แต่ไลน์อัพเซอร์ทำไมมัน
The global ban is on the
ดูไม่ค่อย
Sculptor
นี่เลย
and
ไม่ค่อยดุดัน
the
เลย
survivors. They will be banning Opera Singer since she's a very fast hunter. She can get around Lakeside Village incredibly well. They don't want to go
ผมว่า
against
ฟูริ
this
น่าจะ
Opera Singer.
เก็บได้แหละดูจากทรงละ
Yeah, but like with Seer and Antiquarian first two bans here,
Fully out, fully
it could be a potential goal, man. You have Wendy that you can play, yes. You have Professor that you recycled from last game, yes.
โอ้โหมาแล้ว
If
กิน
you
ก่า
don't choose out the mechanic, this just
Ginga
means for
utu.
Fudel, it's
Utu
like
yang
a
gong.
mind game here as we banned out the
ด่านนี้
forward.
อีกา
Forward
เทีย
is a
ก่อน
universal ban, that's no problem at all.
อยู่ที่
You
คนเล่น
ban
ด้วยดิ
Nectar if you really obvious that it's a goal, man, in which WWE survivors will instantly lock in the forward too.
เพราะว่าบ้านเรา
But
น่า
in
จะไม่
this
เล่นกันนะ
case,
อีกา
it's really
หรือ
nice
เปล่า
mind game from the side of Fudiel. We're not
ไม่
gonna
ค่อยเห็นคน
ban
เล่น
mech, we're gonna make you tank.
I mean, yeah, a lot of
ขุดดิน
pressure on the
ว่ะ
side of the survivors. They have to replicate that 3-man
ดาบ
escape
ดีก่อน
in
นะ
order just
เสื
to
อ
tie round 2. I mean, and so they're
Yeah.
gonna have to really choose survivors that can either tank a lot of hits or
เล
they can
คา
fight a
วา
lot.
อิ
And we gotta have to really look at what kind of personas they're gonna be bringing in.
But like you see that novelist
Yeah,
last one as well,
ตัว
just
ปั่น
so there's no kind
ตัว
of
ซับ
team play here.
โอเค
It just means that Fudia is either going to
เซต
play
เติ
a
มเลือ
hunter
ดนะ
that
2
cannot
ตัวนะ
moonwalk
อุตูกับ
or
เอด้า
just does not want to deal with any team plays here at all. Maybe no harass potential.
ทำไมถึงเอา
none
เซต
of
เติม
those
เลือดมา
sorts of things. So like these things could be considered as potentially naive,
เขารู้ว่าคน
potentially
นี้ไม่เล่น
soul
แก่
weaver,
เขาไม่เล่น
potentially
แก่
pocket pick. Maybe nightmare wouldn't be a bad idea here as we find
มีอา
lock
การ
in
เลยแล้ว
psychologist too. But like if you just look at this team comp again,
Okay.
it's so easily countered by fast hunters. It's so easily countered by the waxers as well. I don't think
Well, I know.
WWE will have an easy time up
เต้
against
ที่จะเก็บ
Furia
สี
now.
ได้กลับกันถ้าโดนถ้าสมมติว่า
Just can
ฟู
be
ริ
very
โดนออก
strong
3
on
นี่
big boat.
Đừng
We
nghĩ
do
à?
have the scales on the
แต่เขา
professor, and we have
โจทย์เขาคือ
the
เสมอ
shovel
พอ
on
แล้ว
the gravekeeper,
T-N-D.
but on the side of the
เก็บ2 ได้
psychologist, she doesn't really have much
ได้
of
โบ
a
นี้แหละ
kiting ability. She can just tank an extra hit. So I mean, as
ตัว
long
ที่เสมอ
as
เซตนี้ได้มี
she's
หลาย
not
ตัว
the first
แอนก็ได้
chase, or if she can just contain the hunter long enough,
And
it shouldn't. I mean,
It shouldn't be an
what do you
แอน
issue.
think
ภาย
about
น้ำ
that?
เพราะภายน้ำไม่น่า
Shouldn't be
ไม่น่า
too
เวิร์
much
ก
of an issue
แอน
if they can just
แอนอะเฟี้ยวสุดละ
kite and contain the hunter long enough in the beginning, right?
Definitely, yeah. But like with a team comp like this, when I look at it, I tell myself, IV, it's used to counter IV. It's used, sorry, to also counter Goldman as well. So like with these two characters in our minds here, Fudiel, if he doesn't want to pick it, that's also fine too. But like
เห็นวันนี้ในสตรีมผมอ
what
ยู่
I
ตอน
would
ผมเล่น
say,
ทัน
right, the
อุ้ย
biggest
อีกามา
weakness,
จริงว่ะ
ooh, nightmare.
อีกาเถ่า
Oh, we're finally seeing
The
the
Nightmare นะครับมาดูว่าจะเป็น
have
ฝันร้าย
high
หรือฝัน
hopes.
ดี
I do. I think it's going to be hard, right? I'll be honest. I think it's going to be pretty hard, especially when chasing Wendy.
ถ้าเขา
when
ใช้
you're chasing
ถ้า
the
ฝั่งเธอ
professor
ใช้
as
เก็บ
well,
ผล
and
กิ้งก่า
even the
ได้ถูกจังห
Gravekeeper
วะผม
too.
ว่า
But I do think it's
น่าจะสู้ได้อยู่
doable for a tie game. But I do think, you know what? I think survivors have an upper hand here.
จะเกิดเป็น
Or
แบ่งเป็น
Hunter
2
can
ๆ
just
ครับ
throw crows and find out where this psychologist is and just get the quick
อั
down
นนี้
on
น่าจะ
her
target
and eliminate one survivor. Then you can, if
ตั
you
ว
can
ของ
just eliminate one
ยัง
survivor,
ไง
send them back
ขุ
to
ด
the
ดินได้
mana.
ขุดดินเลยปะล่ะ
Then towards endgame, you just need to eliminate one more survivor, and
ใคร
you
คู่ไหน
most
คู่นี้
likely
นะครับ
have detention.
Yeah, I would say one thing I kind of worry for our nightmare here would be, do we have confined space? Because if we don't have confined space, there's just too much windows here for survivors to play around in, especially in the early games as well. We decided to actually spawn near close to our psychologist here, as we see Professor and Shaq, the meteorologist here, at, you know, the inner side of Small Boat, and of course Gravekeeper near that big rock at the front gate of Big Boat 2.
เล่นเป็นบนล่างประตูนะอี
You
กา
have the personas
ส่วน
up
เซอร์
there.
อู้
The
น่าเสียดาย
first
ที่
one
เซอ
to
ร์
be more
ไม่
detention
เล่นฟา
and
บิวแค่คนเดียว
confined
เองนะ
space. You
ที่เหลื
worry
อ
that
ซ้าย
the
ขวา
hunter wouldn't have confined space. You
เหมือน
don't
จะ
need
เดา
to
ตัว
worry,
ละคร
you
ฮัน
brought
เตอร์กันผิดนะ
confined space. And on the side of the survivors, we have all four survivors have borrowed time, so they're gonna be ready for that end-game situation, and they do need to get that 3-man out, so they will be prepared for it. We see one tie turner,
ไหน
so
ขอ
that's
ดู
going
ดิ
to
อี
help
กา
survivors
ได้
with
ข่าวว่าเจ๋ง
transitioning if they get hit immediately.
สเต็ปแรกไล่แอน
And
ดู
we have 2 knee-jerk reflexes and 1 tie turner for the
แอน
meteorologist.
ดู
Yeah, with a thing up like
Well, I
this
mean-
though, I do think
จะไหว
Nature
เหรอ
Reflex
วะ
is good, especially early game up against that Nightmare.
โอ้โหกระจกแตกโค
However,
ตร
for
นาน
a
อะ
meteorologist, Flywheel, it's kind of a pick and choose
คู่
scenario
พี่
here
บอย
of
คู่พี่บอย
whether
คู่
or
สุ
not
ดท้าย
your
นะครับ
reflexes are fast enough, but up
คู่ที่
against
สี่
the max
ตอนนี้เพิ่ง
presence,
คู่ที่2เลย
it's not going to be so easy. We're going to move on towards the game then between WWW versus NE for round 2, second half. I'm in commentator Kuroshiro, and with me is
ทีม
Gummy.
ไทยมีอยู่2-3
And it
ทีม
looks like his
จำไม่ผิด
first chase is going to
คือ
be
หมาย
the
ถึงหมดเลยนะ
survivor hiding at walls. It's going to
ไป
be the
แล้ว
Gravekeeper. Goes into his
จะหลอก
shovel
ไป
immediately so that he can
เอ้า
have
แล้วออก
to
จาก
be
แม่
able
เฉ
to
ยเลย
take
ว่า
one
เด
hit and still be at full health. And he's going to
เธอ
also
ทำอะไร
utilize his time to transition away.
หรือว่า
Hunter's
เพื่อน
looking
พั
at
บ
the
ไม้ให้อยู่หรอ
ground,
หรืออะไร
and he's slowly going to be able to
โด
catch
นละ
up.
1 แผลแรก
We did manage to get that instant dash hit there as well. We do have warp ready in 15 seconds. However, what I would say here now is
งง
Gravekeeper
ครับ
did a good
พับ
job
ไม้
of
ไว้แต่
continuing
ไม่วน
back towards double 11 where we have 2 pallets in the window here left to play around with
เพราะว่า
as
น่าจะ
well.
วนก่อน
So
แล้ว
his
เรา
shuttle
เข้า
is
แมน
now
นี้
ready
เราให้
once
เพื่อน
again.
พับทิ้งไว้ผม
I
ว่าสวย
think from Gravekeeper's side, it's a smart decision to transition out of
มัน
that
จะไหว
area.
จริงเหรอวะ
And it looks like he's going to utilize his shovel once again.
Ah,
This is
no.
his second shovel.
มันจะไหวจริงเหรอ
Utilize warp to close the distance and get
ใช้
the
ประตูไปแล้วด้วย
immediate onto him before he could get that window vault.
มีการเห่าอ
But
ยู่
we have a teleport here
Ika-
ready as well. Can we teleport on towards the Gravekeeper? Excuse me. No, we
Mate.
can't. But we do have crows on him right now. We're still waiting
เขา
around
น่า
to
จะ
see
วน
where
กลับ
he
ที่เดิ
ends
ม
up
นะ
in. But that's gonna be
อุ้ย
kind of drop down here.
อุ้ย
Can we
โอ้โห
get
เอาอย่างนี้
No,
เรียบร้อย
we
เอา
didn't.
เราไม่เข้า
So
แมนนั้นด้วยนะ
unfortunate for Furia. If we were
มัน
just
จะวนไป
1
หา
second
ต่างนะ
faster,
ครับ
might have been a different result.
Yeah, I mean,
โซน
Gravekeeper
โหด
amazing
แต่ตอน
job
นี้เหมือน
going
จะไม่
into
ได้
that
โซนอยู่ต
shovel
อนนี้
and hiding underneath that pallet. Gonna play a little bit of
อ๋อ
mind
แล้วก็
games
เรีย
here,
บ
and
ร้อย
it looks
ขุด
like
ดินหมด
oh
นะครั
he's
บ
gonna be forced
1
out
นา
of
ที
that shovel.
26 วิอะ
Maybe ran out. I wasn't able to see,
ผมว่า
but
เซอร์เหลือง
he
แอบ
able
เหลื
to
อง
down
นะ
his first survivor. However, 3
เธอ
cipher
เล่นไม่มี
chains
แพทเทิร์นเลย
will
อะ
be completed very shortly. So amazing kite
เขา
on
แบบ
this Gravekeeper.
วิ่ง
He
ไป
doesn't
เรื่อย
have any
เลย
shovels left, and this is going to be his first chair. Kind of
คนนี้ไกล
far
นิด
out
นึง
in
นะ
the edge of this map, very far from the
ผมเข้า
survivors.
ใจ
Yep, and like we do know where Dungeon is now as well. However, we still can't forget Nightmare can slow down Cipher Machine with his crows too, and we don't have Titan here left on our hands anymore. So, the moment they come for rescue, I think it'll just be an instant, chair refresh from the side of survivors too.
น่าเทก็ได้
Frankly
แค่2
speaking,
ครั้ง
Wendy shouldn't really rescue, but we misused our.
เราทำอะไรเนี่ย
misused that cloud there. We couldn't get through on
จะบอกนะ
time.
เทเลอร์
Can we maybe get a tire shot?
Buddy walk, buddy walk, buddy walk.
We're trying to ball back here.
ว่าเทเลอร์เรียบร้อยเลยเฟรมผมบอกว่าเสื้อเหลือง
That's so bad from the side of WWW. That's going to be pushed back there instantly. But who cares when we have crows? Who cares if this Gravekeeper has no items left on our hands to use as well? It's okay for the Wendy to go down here. It
โอ้โห
doesn't
ไฟ
really
เอ
matter
ฟเฟ
here,
ก
but
ต์
that's
บล็อก
going
ไป
to be on the side of
แต่
the
ก็
Wendy. It's still okay
เรีย
for
บ
the
ร้อย
time
อยู่
being.
ดี
It's going to be instant down. Meteorologist, we
ทำไมเขาไม่เดินมา
tried,
เราค่อย
but
บิน
it's just
ทำไมเขาบินเราค่อยเดินมาผมงงว่ะ
And finally getting the first survivor back into the mana.
มันเหมือนจะสลับกันไปหมดเลยหรือเปล่า
WWW survivors need to get that 3-man escape, and it's not looking good after getting that after half rescue. We do see the heal onto the meteorologist by the psychologist, and the hunter is back on this meteorologist. She has 1 bottle left to utilize.
but it's a max presence nightmare. We can't forget we didn't teleport straight towards the psychologist. He is still decoding. That's not good for us right now. It's going to be an instant hit there. We couldn't really get a drop and hit there on time, but who cares? We're near the last cipher machine. As long as they don't decode this, the game is fully out. Psycho running away from her nightmares here. As we finally started the last cipher machine, will it be enough is now the question.
I mean, for the psychologist, at least she went out of big bugs so that they could possibly take over that cipher machine. They're just starting a new cipher machine, and she needs to contain the hunter enough so they could get that 5th cipher primed up. She's doing a very good job mind gaming here at this pallet, misses that jump, and is buying enough time for the
วิลลอนวิลเลียนบินอะไรสักอย่างเรียบร้อยนะครับผม
Not bad is probably what I would say, but like
โอ้แต่เหมือนจะมีนะแต่ว่าอีกาเขามีเทเลพอร์ตเขาไปแน่นอนวางปุ๊บไปชัวร์100%
also forced out here too. But then she's speaking Furia could have just gotten rid of
ไปไหม
that pallet too,
เรียบร้อย
to be fair with you. But that's
แค่มองตารู้ใจแล้ว
the action doesn't stop here just yet. The Psycho, that's not Psycho, sorry. Ada, that's just not Ada. What am I saying? Wendy just had enough. Took a look to a small bush as we're going to be able to see a no damage rescue from Professor.
Yeah, and it looks like the next target is going to be the meteorologist. She's buying enough time. She doesn't have any items left, but they were able to get that backdoor rescue. They have 2 cipher machines at 50%, so they can start priming either one. Is able to get that jump hit as she's getting that window vault, and the hunter will just have to block this window on his way.
But like, look, it's the issue now.
ต้องเอาให้จังหวะเพื่อนจะฮิวเสร็จนะครับ
We're currently decoding. Yes, we didn't get hit over
แต่เหมือน
that
เพื่อนจะไม่ฮิว
window.
นะ
Unfortunate for the L.
เพื่อนน่าจะปั่นนะครับ
Probably muscle memory from the side of
แต่ตอนนี้
survivors.
อีกาเขาจะเทเลพอร์ตได้อีกครั้งนึง
One
นะ
short window for us to play around. Alex still
จะ
trying
ไป
to
เลย
get
หรือ
as
เปล่า
far as he can. We do see
จะ
Kaiser
ไปเลย
on
ห
the
รือ
other
เปล่า
side as well, but we're looking for a
ยัง
teleport
ไม่
here
ไป
from
โอ้โห
Jason.
แล้วไฟวิวหลบมาแต่ก็ไม่พ้นอยู่ดีนะครับ
Now we're kind of looking for the teleport
เรียบ
just so no one can decode the
ร้อย
last cipher machine. Furia is
อ๋อ
not
คือไม่
aiming
โซนเครื่อง
for
แต่
it.
รอ
We're
โซนประ
saving
ตู
our teleport
นี่
for
หรอ
later on.
แล้ว
Professor's here
โอ้
right
โห
now.
จังหวะ
But
นี้
if that's the case,
ใครสั่น
it's still tieable from the side of
รับ
survivors.
กาไปได้
But the question is, can
แต่ต่อยไม่รับก็
rebound kite with
เครื่อง
2
ก็น่า
pallets
จุด
here
ได้
remaining?
ดี
Professor coming in for the
แต่ไม่
rest.
มีคนเซฟประตู
Professor has to body block because if we don't,
เพราะว่าเขาเลือกวาง
it
ไว้ดี
might
ดี
just
นะ
be
ข้าง
a
หลัง
3-man elimination.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be taking the hit here and getting the rescue before half. Cipher
โอ้โห
machines
เรากิน
prime,
กาดแบบ
endgame
รอให้ฮันเตอร์
situation.
เปลี่ยนตัว
Hunter is back
รอ
on
ตัวเขาเอง
Kaisan
เพราะว่า
and
เขามี
down
เก็
the
บ
professor
การตา
immediately.
แดง
The
ได้
cipher machine pop. He's back up and he has detention, so it doesn't matter if they're full health.
ยังไง
We
ฟู
can't
เรียล
forget
โจทย์
that
เก็บ
Professor's
2 นะ
not an easy chase.
เก็บได้
We
แค่
have
อีกคนหนึ่ง
Professor
คือชนะเลยครับ
and we
บูนี้
debated out twice. We have warp on our side as well. We do still have crows on the other side too. Psycho
มี
getting
ประ
that
ตู
mini
อยู่
shell shock there for ourselves.
แต่ผมว่าเขาน่าจะไม่สนใจละ
Professor's
2 คนนั้น
taking
ผม
for a
ว่า
really
เขา
long
น่า
time.
จะเอา
We're too
ใคร
close
สั่น
towards
สุ
the
ดละ
X gate right now. This one
ถ้าใครสั่น
is gonna be able to buy so much more
ผม
time.
กำลังจะบอกถ้าใครสั่นกดเกตแล้วกดเก็บได้สักทีหนึ่ง เรื่องโอ้โหแล้วจะเอาเยอะด้วยฟูเรียลบอกไม่อยากได้แค่ 2 ผมจะเอา 3 ครับ ผมจะเอา 3 เรียบร้อยซีอิ๊วไหล
It'll be so different about Endgame, but Psycho is still nearby.
เห็นยังไปไม่เคยดู
Teleport's ready in
ที่ไหน
37 seconds. Where is the dungeon?
Dungeon's behind mini boat and Hunter is now pressuring the exit gate. Is most likely going to try and force the psychologist to leave, leaving the professor. She's trying to leave the last minute as possible, trying to allow the professor to do something with this time that he has utilized self-heal.
ฝั่งนู้นเขาน่าจะต้องยอมก่อนนะ
to expire pretty soon.
ยอมไปก่อนครับ
Running towards the dungeon.
ห่างไม่เยอะ
He's going towards the
แต่ถ้า
dungeon,
โดนเก็บ
so
3 มาห่างเยอะ
could possibly be a two-man
แล้วดูทรงเหมือนจะโดนด้วย
Hunter knows where this dungeon is because
ยังไง
he
ฟู
carried
เรียล
all the survivors
ฟูเรียล
nearby. So now the hunter is going for that dungeon.
หูขึ้นไหมโอ้โห
We still have
หู
8 second
ไม่
shell
ขึ้น
shock though, so I think they'll just buy
เดิน
more than
ก้าว
enough
นึง
time here.
ขึ้นแล้ว
Furiel,
แต่ว่า
it
ไม่
was
ทัน
a
แล้วนะ
brilliant
ถูก
play
เปิด
from
เรี
the
ยบร้อย
side of our hunter as we finally got that dungeon popped
เส
down.
มอ
But
นะ
let's congratulate though, the win game here for round 2
ได้
between
อยู่
these
นะ
two
อีกา
teams will be given towards any.
Right.
แต่ผมรู้สึก
Yeah,
ว่า
I mean, that
ถ้าเซอร์
endgame
มัน
situation, it was
ช่วย
looking
ทัน
like a
เฟส
three-man
นี่น่าจะ
elimination,
ตึงอยู่นะ
but
ฮัน
the
เตอร์
professor was
อันนี้
able to
เซอร์
get
ช่วย
back
ไม่
up
ทัน
and
เฟ
they
ส
were able to utilize that dungeon escape. And so they were at least able to give more points for their team. So that does help them for round 3, but they need to get the win in round 3 with more total points.
Yes, definitely as well. But like if we think about that game as well, it kind of is just more. It's unfortunate that Grave Hero was first chased. He did contain really
โอ้โห
well.
แล้วกว่าจะโบว์ 3
Give
กว่า
props
จะ
to
คู่
Alex
3
as
คู่
well, our
4
meteorologist there with the second containments being really well done. Bought so much time here, especially after the target change there as well. And like, it's what I would say. It's not kind of unfortunate. I would say from a Nightmare's point of view, after chasing after a Gatekeeper kind of always ends you up in a tie game scenario. So that's kind of good. Survivors did what they really had to do. But like in this case, round 3, Any still has top 4 hunters left on his roster to use compared to, you know, WWE's hunters right now. Goldman is gone alongside with, what was the hunter they chose last time? Goldman and my brain. Hullabaloo, yes. So then, like, in this case, round three for any, all they need to do is ban Opera and Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a good plan. We can see, as you mentioned, the meteorologist was able to make up that 117-second containment time. So, and in the beginning, we had that 61% second containment time on the Gravekeeper. So, wonderful containment time on the Survivor side. But that one simple mistake of getting that after half rescue and not getting the cloud on properly, I think that's what just kind of gave them the 2-man escape instead of a potential 3-man escape.
Yeah, like from the side of Alet, I could understand if you wanted to maybe get a speedy cloud that isn't too high, just so he doesn't consume too much of his items. But in that case, I think it might have been a bit too low. And like because of how Furia utilized, his own body to prevent the meteorologist from having an easy time to come in for the rescue. As you said, I don't disagree. That after half rescue was brilliantly done from the side of the hunter, but it was also a mistake from the survivors too.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, at least they were still able to get that 2-man escape. They did mess up with that one rescue, but they were able to recover and get more people out. I mean, yeah, it's just now they are at a deficit in points. So there's a lot of pressure on WWW for the hunter and the survivors because they need to get more points. And the point differential right now is WWW has 7 points and NE has 10 points. So we have to calculate it after the first half for the next game, but we're going to watch the highlights and we'll be right back.
โอ้โหง่ายไปนะหัวทิ่มนะครับผมเนี่ยจังหวะตรงเนี้ยที่ผมคิดว่าเขาเอาล้มคู่ได้แต่ว่าเขาเดินเตรียมสโนว์บอลต่อไม่ได้เซอร์เซตตัวได้ครับเรียบร้อยเลย
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be our game 3 between NE versus WWW. After game 2 has just ended, NE is now leading with a 6-3 point lead, so they're currently 3 points ahead, and in total it's 10-7. If we kind of recap some of the games as well, moving on towards round 3, now it's time for NE back to banning the maps, and we'll be able to see WWW finally choosing their map.
WWW. Okay, so their hunter for WW did gold meta hunter. They went the Hullabaloo and the gold man. No, it's a gold man, yeah. And then for Furiel, he went the sculptor and nightmare. So as you mentioned, he has very interesting hunter picks, and we were able to see the nightmare. He was able to get that 2-man elimination and get the win for their team. So I'm interested to see what Furiel is going to choose for round 3, seeing that he chooses unconventional hunters. Is he going to finally pick the meta hunters, or is he going to go for something like the Mad Eyes, as you mentioned?
Yeah, Furiel has quite a lot on his plate here too to show us as well, but I just think like in a case like this, if Furiel is actually first half of game 3 right now, we're probably going to go all out just to guarantee, a 3-man elimination or at least a tie game at bare minimum, just in case our team gets 4-manned. Because, you have to be extra sure, right? Just because we're 1-1 up doesn't mean we kind of guarantee the game in our bag just yet. But like, look, even if they did lose this game and the survivors did tie, we can still move on towards extra rounds. So like, I do think for NE, the further we go, the better it is, the more advantageous it is for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, the hunter has so many interesting picks, and he can still utilize that four meta hunters, as you've mentioned. But on the side of WWW Hunter, he's utilized 2 of the meta hunters. They're gonna block one of the meta hunters, and they're gonna be left with 1 meta hunter. So his choices are slowly dwindling. Is he gonna choose a meta hunter, or is he gonna go for like an interesting pick? Like Soul Weaver has been able to get that 4-man. We've seen Wu Chang. What are your advice?
I think it's hard to say because like since WWE gets to choose the map right now, I think they're gonna make it a little bit more hunter oriented than survivor oriented too. So we probably will know more once the maps has been shown to us as well. But I would say from the side of their survivors, they kind of did what they have to do. Last game, the tie game was good as well. We definitely could have
โอ้
been
โหเขา
for the
พัก
win
ระหว่าง
as
โบราณ
well,
ไป
but
เปล่า
like for Furia,
Nghĩ
it's
ผม
just
ว่า
all
4 ทุ่มนี่
about
น่าจะ
now slowing down cipher
ยา
machine
วอะ
going
พี่จะยาว
forward,
ถึงเจ
just
คเลยไหม
kind of playing
ใช่ค
a
รับ
little bit more
ถึง
safe
ถึ
and
ง
stable.
ถึงบัว
But I do think
เรื่องของใคร
Modu
นะ
now has the
อาจจะ
biggest chance of
ผมว่าอาจจะ
getting
พัก
advantage point for WWW
พักคู่ต่อไป
compared to let's say their
เพราะคู่ต่อไป
survivor
ไม่
side.
ได้
Their
ทีมไทย
survivor
ใช่ไหม
side is performing well,
ผม
yes,
ไลน์ต้อง
but
ให้คู่ทีมไทยก็
in
พอ
this case in round 3, if you're looking for a 4-man elimination or a 4-man escape, you have more chances with 4-man elimination rather 4-man escape. So I would say pressure is more on Moru's side.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they do have the disadvantage at this moment, so they do need to get that advantage in game 3. It's interesting. I mean, we have a lot of the survivors now, they're putting global bans, so it's like the third pick survivors. So in that sense, yeah, he definitely has that advantage, but his hunter pool is slowly dwindling down as well. And we saw who banned the breaking wheel? Do you remember which?
It was any survivors. No, was it any? I think it was last game, Furiel. Was it?
Okay.
It's one of the.
Never mind. It's not important.
There's a lot of games being banned.
It's not important. Yeah.
There is a lot of games being banned. But like with the breaking wheel ban as well, I think if we recap it, they're just a little bit too. If I kind of just maybe slowly go back with the replay side as well, with that breaking wheel band, it was for Modu, so potentially speaking, we could choose out a big map here, like Ever Sleeping Town from the side of WWW, so Modu can choose that breaking wheel and potentially go for the 4-man elimination, because any did respect ban that breaking wheel after all. But also at the same time, it's kind of like, if it's going to be a breaking wheel, everyone runs fly, potentially speaking, everyone runs like containment builds without any borrowed time. I also think wouldn't be a bad choice too, if survivors just want to guarantee that one. But we see the map on picks here as well, any banning Red Church and Chinatown being chosen by WWW.
แต่ว่าคู่ต่อไป FT น่าจะ
Possible
จบ2
hunter
โบได้
selections could be Wax Artist. We don't see Ivy very much. Opera Singer we do see in Chinatown. Soul Weaver.
เขาลำกันนานจัดเลยอะดูดีกว่าจะเริ่มโบผ่านไป5-6ประมาณเกือบ10 นาทีนี่เกิดเริ่มโบที่ 3
Sorry, I was just saying, you know, with maps like this,
พอจะ
it's
ดับ
kind of
จะอะไร
like,
มันเสร็จอีก
is the breaking wheel going to be banned again? Because we know in this map, right, I think Opera Singer definitely has to go. Opera's way too strong in this map.
Yeah.
Breaking wheel can be respected for a second ban since Hullabaloo and Goman are already out of the way. And we see that it's WW survivors coming out first too. So that just means any Hunter Furiel might have to go all out just so we can at least still guarantee some type of safety net. If it's any survivors playing first, I think it'll be a little bit more different. But in this case, I do think Furiel probably won't be holding back for round 3 first half.
Yeah, and you also said that Furiel also can play Mad Eyes. How is Mad Eyes on Chinatown? Is it viable?
I think it's probably the second to third best map for Mad Eyes. Usually Mad Eyes, it would be Ever Sleeping Town and maybe Hospital. Is kind of, I think it's tied between, like, Ever Sleeping Town is always first. For me, it's between Hospital and Chinatown for second place, or maybe even Red Church, but it kind of depends player to player.
Okay, so, I mean, yeah, I didn't catch which side is going first.
It's Annie's Hunter coming out versus WWE Survivors.
Oh, okay, so we could see a possible another interesting unconventional hunter pick. We've seen Sculptor, we've seen Nightmare, and you said he also plays Wax Artist. So Wax Artist does pretty good in Chinatown, usually, sometimes.
Yeah, definitely right. If we kind of like return back to co-op days, Wax Artist from Sprinter from elimination up against GW, if I'm not wrong. And then there was also numerous different scenarios where Wax Artist from Aka side winning in this map quite a lot as well. And like we also have seen from AxiWave, Kakiri being able to bring out Wax Artist and Soul Weaver on this map winning, you know, with those characters too. So like I would say Chinatown, it's a 50-50 from both Survivor and Hunter side, but like with WWW choosing out this map, their meteorologist is gone. Right, meteorologist works really well on this map. Their first officer is also gone, just because first officer really fast decoder, alongside with being able to kind of go upstairs by a lot of time. Bait hunters quite a lot as well. Like a lot of the good characters are gone from this map. You still do have Acrobat, still do have Patient, but I just think it probably won't be enough to go up against any's Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, he has been getting a lot of survivors eliminated, so yeah, definitely need to be careful to when going against this Hunter for real. And because he chooses such unconventional hunters, it's very hard to come up with a team comp that counters him. I mean, nobody expected a Sculptor first round, first half. Like, we expected Meta Hunter so that they can get that 4-man elimination, but he made Sculptor work to get that 4-man elimination with his incredibly fast downs. So, yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. What do you do when you can't predict what the hunter is going to choose? He doesn't choose meta hunters, but so you set up a different lineup for survivors, but then he suddenly goes meta hunter. And now that a lot of the survivors aren't available and he chooses meta hunter, that would really help the hunter. So on the survivor stuff, you're in kind of a dilemma, like what survivor do we have to pick? Who are we trying to counter, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I think maybe from WWE side, it's kind of better, like, you know, we know that Seer Anti-Current first 2 bans could still potentially bring out Embalmer, just pocket pick, self-guarantee tie pick. And of course, you also, you know, do have still Priestess as well, if Priestess doesn't get banned on this map too. I do think in a sense like this, from WWE Survivor side, I think it's what we said a second game as well, right? Team play is important, but because of the fact now that we don't have Goldman, well, sorry, he still has Goldman, Any's Hunter still has Goldman, still has Hullabaloo, Opera, and Ivy, you're going to have to make your draft, make your team comp based around that no matter what happens. I do think in this case, the safest bet is, okay, there's still 4 meta characters, still 4 meta hunters, you gotta at least make sure that you can counter against them. For the rest, you know, Soul Weaver, Wax Artist, it's still possible to sell. Right, it is still possible to sell against these type of characters to guarantee tie, but of course, then you're left with Smiley Face, who has been rising up quite a lot, who works really well on this map, and pallets aren't long enough to play up against him, unfortunately speaking. So like, it's not just team comp, I think, it's also persona points as well.
Yeah, because I've been seeing a couple of matches, if the survivors have Flywheel, they just counter him so bad. But if they don't have Flywheel, that clown just down all the time.
เขาก็คุยเล่นอะไรไปเรื่อยเลยนะครับผมถ่วงเวลารอนักแข่งสร้างห้องรอหลังบ้านแบบเซตระบบเซตอะไรเสร็จแต่มันนานมากเลยรอบนี้คือแบบผมจะหลับอะนับดูเลยนะกี่นาทีอะถ้ามันลดเท่าไหร่ก็แสดงว่าก็คือเท่านั้นตั้งแต่แข่งจบนะตรงนี้นะครับ
I do think, you know, from what you've said as well, it's kind of like it's based on the team comp we chose. It's gonna be really obvious, like what characters gonna bring what persona points. Usually it's the harassers with Flywheel. Usually it's the containers with knee-jerk reflex too. And I do think it's not only that as well. After Cloud's buff, which, hey, if your rocket gets interrupted, it'll be returned back to you. Your cooldown is now shorter, so chasing is going to be easier as well. Selling is still an option up against a Clown, but like, you're going to be faced up against numerous, you know, slow healing Clowns. You're going to have a really tough end game. Clown's just going to get more and more items. And not only that as well, Insolence Detention Clown has also been a thing as well. So like, Clown on this map, we've seen Akat done it before. We've seen Toai done it before. So Fudiel definitely has a chance to do it as well if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, The thing is, it depends so much on the build of the survivors to bring clown, so it could be dangerous. But I mean, if you're willing to take that risk, this is round 3. You need to get that win if you want to finish it up, or it could end up making you go to overtime. Yeah, I think it's just a risk. You just calculate the risks and you just make the best decision accordingly.
Yeah, definitely. Because like it's just too many hunters that we have to think about, right? But moving on straight towards the ban pick phase, we go. WWW survivors win versus any hunter, any currently 1 game up, 1 win up as we ban 5 investigator and see for our first 2 ban. And the mad as a respect ban.
Oh, interesting. Respect ban on the Mad Eyes. And we do also see the opera singer ban, because you did say the opera singer does very good. She's very fast. So that does leave a clown available if Furiel does choose to play him. And honest, there's a lot of survivors banned on the global bans, and we'll have the survivors picking. Oh, they were able to get the priestess on Chinatown. That's pretty useful.
Priestess on Ford, first 2 picks. I feel like Ford gets instantly countered by Clown, but we're going to be finally seeing that mechanic there banned too. It is going to be a potential of, let's say, the Goldman, just because Priestess can't really place down portals within those cages as well, with the final pick here being Embalmer. I do feel like in this case, from WWE Survivor side, we're looking for fast heals, harasses, and guaranteed tie, just so we can kind of expend as much resentment from Goldman as possible.
Yeah, and that Embalmer is really going to help with at least getting that 1-man or 2-man escape.
เห็นชอบเล่นตัวแปลกมากคนนี้
utilize harassment. And yeah, I mean, the Mad Eyes
คู่ไหนคู่สอง
is
ครับ
very interesting. I feel like you could have banned different hunters, but
เพิ่งคู่สอง
yeah, I mean,
เหลืออีก2 คู่
they really
ผม
they
คิด
don't
อยู่ว่า
want
ผม
to
จะ
deal
ดู
with
คู่
the
ต่อไป
Mad
ดี
Eyes
ไหม
at
หรือ
this
ว่า
at this
โผล่มา
time,
จะ
and it does
ปิด
look
ส
like
ตรี
the
มแล้วโผล่
hunter
มาอีกที
was
คู่
going
สุดท้ายเลย
to
อะไร
ban the anti-crane as the 4th character.
Entomologist here being chosen out instantly as well. It seems like we kind of want to be a bit worried about Clown as well. But with Entomologist here being chosen out, we did say the possibility of a smiley face to come out, but that's not really
แม
guaranteed.
รี่เลยผมว่าเขาน่าจะไม่เล่นนะแมรี่เจอแม่หมอมันเหนื่อย
anything forward, kind of coming to harass, and then Bomber just being a Bomber, we kind of all understand why. There's a lot of characters that any can choose in order to counter this, but I do see why we did go Entomologist as well. Long distance support up against Scopeman, Ivy. You can kind of run away from her Ostracon zones, and Hullabaloo won't have a good time up against Ento too. Ento's a really universal and niche pick here, so from the side of WWE, I do think this pick is a little bit more kind of oriented towards Ento being the main harasser of this game.
Yeah, and if we look at Ford also doesn't do very good against Hullabaloo, and Opera Singer, the Opera Singer was banned. Hullabaloo is still available, but Furiel hasn't. I mean, he could still stun Hullabaloo, but Clerk. Again, an unconventional
ผมรู้แล้วที่มันนานๆเพราะว่ากราฟิกด่านนี้มันไม่ขึ้นไม่มีเซอร์
But what I probably would say is Clerk has 4.73 meters per second movement speed, which is above average compared to 4.63 meters per
ข้อ
second.
งบไปไหนหมดนี่
I think our first chase might actually be forward here, if I'm going to be fully honest, just because
กราฟิกแบบ
if you do chase
เป็นภาพไปแล้วเป็น JPG ไปแล้วตอนนี้
I don't think that forward is going to allow you to pick up the survivors.
That does make sense.
โอ้โหเคยเจอเซตนี้
will be spawning in the middle, so whoever the hunter
สวัสดี
tries
ครับ
to
พี่เจ
go
สวัส
against
ดี
could
ครับ
potentially harass. We do see that the priestess is going to go towards the lantern exit gates. We have, oh, it looks like no one's going to be inside of hotel or restaurant, it's called. And we're going to see Furiel going to be spawning in between the priestess and the entomologist.
It's not a bad spawn. We are able to lock the cipher machine at hotel here as well. So for Belowing, potentially speaking, drop down his own coffin, and if there's 2 cipher machine hotel, great. That constraint is not going to do anything, but I do feel like Priestess first chase, it's not bad since she only has portals and slow vaulting. After all, Priestess might be for the best, but if Furia here really doesn't decide to bring out the excitement, I just feel like it'll be too hard for us to play around. Priestess can also rotate straight towards the Embalmer too, just to get those faces for the coffin too.
ซ้ายขวาตายยาก3 คนครับ
It does look like we'll have the persona build. We have
เดี๋ยวเราจะมาดีพี่อุ้มขาของมัน
on
ค่ะ
the side of the survivors, we have 3 borrowed time, 3 flywheels, and 2 knee-jerk reflex. So a full kiting build on the Embalmer. We see that happening quite a lot, and it looks like they could have possibly been expecting a clown, seeing that everyone bought so much flywheel.
Yeah, but you know what? This flywheel also works really well for the Clerk as well, especially for tight pattern mind games too. But no Titan is something I'm more surprised about, just because you kind of do need one for Cypher compatibility. But I guess they probably thought that Embalmer was going to be first chase. But no, I think we might actually go for Priestess first instead. This will be day 1 match 2 round 3 first half between NE versus WW. I'm your commentator Kudasho, and with me is my co-caster Gummy as we begin the game.
And it looks like she's going to be going towards the middle of the map, where she will be running into the fort. But is she going to take a turn? She's going to be recording some of the cipher machines. Oh, she's going to be going straight into the Priestess portal. And it does look like Priestess is going to be her first chase.
Embalmer not being able to decode here a little bit unfortunate, but Priestess as well. We're looking down for Hunter's Instinct, 8% movement speed booster on our hands as well. But Priestess, very beautiful patient there, as we are able to at least get a tiny bit more distance away from this Clerk. But in this case, all cipher machines still being decoded. Priestess, that's going to be a blow there, dropping on time. I don't think we'll be able to break that as well.
ทำไมถึงเล่นเคิร์กอะ
right now,
เคิร์กเจอเซตนี้แม่งโคตรอภิมหาความเหนื่อยผมบอกเลยเหนื่อยชนิดที่แบบว่ากว่าจะไล่ได้น่าจะนาที40 วิอ่ะผมตีเลยแล้วหมอเล่นสปินด้วยโอ้ยสปินหน้าทางต่อตัวนี้แถวแรกน่ามาแล้วเขาวิ่งผิดลายนะเขาไม่เข้ามาอ๋อเขาจะขึ้นมาครับขึ้นข้างบน
Clerk still has that warp for that instant catch up too, so it's not too much of an issue here for Fudiel.
โอ้โห
Going to be able to get up here on time. That warp has to be casted here instantly.
โอ้โหแล้วหลอกไฟเรียบร้อยโดนหลอกไฟเฉยเลย
but nothing was connected.
เนี่ยนาที40 วิจริงด้วยนะอุ้ยมีแมลงเอาแล้วตัวแปรสำคัญที่ทำให้อเลสไปต่อได้ครับวิ่งไปหาใครสันนี่อะไรใครสันนี่แมลงอีกนะ4 วิโอ้โหแล้วยาวจัดเลยครับโอ้โหโดนหลอกไฟแล้วมาแล้วฟอร์เวิร์ด
Great lock on Priestess.
โอ้โหตียัดด้วยแล้วไม่มีตัวทองด้วยผมว่าเขาน่าจะรู้นะว่าฟอร์เวิร์ดมา
So it looks like the forward is going to harass, so this is going to be harder for the hunter to pick.
โอ้ย
Survivors, as you mentioned, do not know the hunter's
อุ้ม
traits.
ไม่ได้ด้วยนะบอกเลยถ้าไม่ได้แผลฟอร์เวิร์ดอะ
He wants to be now.
ตอนนี้เครื่องรันฟรีอยู่1 เครื่อง
And Emologist trying to get the survivors
หรือเปล่า
from this cipher
โอ้โหเรารู้เองอย่างไวแล้วไฟวิวพลาดด้วยโอ้โหถ้าไฟวิวไม่พลาดเมื่อกี้เราลุกได้นะผมบอกเลยว่าตึงแน่ครับฮันเตอร์ดีได้เกี่ยวแผลมาได้เพราะอยู่ก็เดินไม่ตรงผมบอกแล้วเขาจะไล่ตอน1 นาที 40แต่ตอนนี้งานเข้าแล้วตอนนี้มันมีแม่หมออ่ะปล่อยแม่หมอแล้วเล่นป้าหลังนี้นี่จิตใจนี่แบบแข็งกร้ามาก
football to utilize, and he's transitioning into the pallets. Survivors are being very careful to throw down these pallets.
โอ้โหแล้วจ่ายบอลแบบไม่ห่วงเลยครับแต่โดนอยู่ดีผมไม่เข้าใจว่ะทำไมเขาไม่พับไม้แล้วกลายว่าจะเอาฟอร์เวิร์ดแทนแล้วตอนนี้งานตีเลย1 ที on the side of forward here. But look, as long as the last cipher machine hasn't been decoded just yet, I think that's the most important thing out of everything. แต่ของก็เอาออกไปเยอะเหมือนกันนะของเซอร์นี่ถ้าจะหมดละแต่มีตัวเลดเกมยังไม่หมดอยู่โบ4หรือเปล่าผมว่าไม่น่านะเดี๋ยวน่าจะมีเหตุการณ์อะไรทุกอย่างที่ทำให้เขาเสมอได้แหละเพราะว่ามันเหลือเครื่องนึงเลยนี่ไงจึงยักษ์ไงพูดยังไม่ทันขาดคำ
It's an upper half rescue. Bellowing already coming for the rescue, but we can't force him to rescue. That would be for the best as well. But we can't forget Priest is used.
คือทรงมันจู้หน้าเฉยๆครับแต่ว่าเขาจู้แบบเขาไม่ได้จู้คนเดียวเพื่อนมาซับอะไรเต็มหมดเลย
we hit the chance on Embalmer there, but that's still okay. That's gonna be hit on Embalmer there instantly as well.
เรียบร้อยเสิร์ฟพลาดอีกแล้วครับผมเรื่องเชิญเก้าอี้
enough time for Priestess to get up. It's after half rescue, which is still okay, but no items left on her hands to use. This is really bad for Alish because it's his second time that this has now happened. No hit over the pad there, thankfully just about on time here. But
คือเขาแบบ
locked her on time.
เหมือนเล่นแบบสองอะ
potential here from the side of the survivors. We'll try to go after forward here as soon as we can. 14 seconds until warp is ready. As long as warp is up, we can get this one down on time.
Yeah, I mean the last two cipher machines are being primed up.
โอ้โห
Embalmer's
รอ
just
ดไง
gonna
เนาะ
realize
พอ
his coffin right away, resurrect himself. So the hunter is now closing in. He's gonna try and get the. Oh, he's not able to get that vault and is going to be going back to the manor if he's chaired. There's no possibility for the survivors to harass because the entomologist doesn't have any bees and no portals and no ability to harass on the side of the priest.
ถ้าใครสั่นไม่ยอมฉีกก็มาลบมือจบ
The win potential game now for Any is going to be chasing after that Embalmer, especially when he does not have borrowed time, when he's already used his coffin, and no cipher machine can be decoded from this side of the map. We see Priestess and Embalmer already healing here as Kaisan still trying to get away from this area. But Clerk, all what she needs to do here is to play the long game. She still has a win potential. We still have warp just because the gates are so close towards each other in this map. That's a bit of a job right there. We didn't vault over on time. Brilliantly done by Kaisan. But
แผนจุกสัตว์
she is injured
ร้อย
and
แผน
we
จุก
still
สัตว์
have warp.
Yeah, I mean last cipher machines at 73. They did heal up the Embalmer, but the hunter is going to be another assist from the priestess is able to allow the etymologist to transition away. Hunter is just going to be walking back.
เอ้ยไม่กลับเครื่องเหรอ
Start recording that cipher machine because it's being
อ๋อเขา
primed
จะล็อก
up to 79% so far while closing the
มันจะ
distance.
ล็อกไม่โดนนะ
We didn't really use anything there just yet.
ผมว่าเขาจะเดินเครื่องหรือว่าเป้าหมายเขากล่าวเอามาเสมอมาเสมอแต่แรก
The good news here is we got her down immediately, but the cipher machine popped just on time as well. That's all we need. Are we gonna warp here for the instant?
ชัวร์ไม่งั้นหน้าไปโซนเครื่อง
First, we got that pallet there as well, so we can pick it up here instantly. One pallet drop down here. That goes down with the entomologist, but we're gonna use the on-time brilliant flywheel. Can we pick that pallet up? No, we can't. As Alet will get locked on that gate. But now the question lies with the moment we need to pull entomologist needs to have a scroll here just so that pallet cannot be used. Once again, Alice locked her one final time. I can't forget Embalmer's on the other side as well. I was already decoding the gauge. That's me pallet drop down here one more time. Foodie we can still get a tie game. That's generally speaking the bare minimum. But if we want to go for a win, it has to be now with the work. But the gate will be opened.
Yeah, and it looks like the Embalmer was able to open this gate. Etymologist buying so much time for these teammates. It does look like the hunter will still not able to get the hit onto this etymologist. She's just gonna continuously loop this area, but is finally gonna go down. It's looking like a two-man escape for the survivors. And yeah, just etymologist bought all the time in the world. She was recording that exit gate, but they were still able to open it up. So wonderful job.
Definitely.
นี่ก็บอกว่า
I have some lighting issues that will be fixed after
ฮัน
the
เตอร์ของ
highlights,
ฝั่ง
so just for everyone to know. But with this
ฮัน
move
เตอร์
on
ของ
forward,
ฝั่ง
right,
ใน
if we just talk
ชื่ออะไร
about the
WW อ่ะ
second half of
เขา
this
ต้องเก็บ
game
4
now
นะ
will be
เพื่อ
any
ที่
survivors
ถ้า
needs to tie.
ถ้าฝั่ง NE โดนเก็บ4คือเขาแพ้เลยนะ บอกก่อน
Yes, that's correct.
แต่ถ้าเก็บ3ได้นี่ก็ต่อโบ4ครับ
Yes, because like
tie the entire thing.
yeah, no, because like you know, in this
คือ
case,
ห้ามโดนเก็บ
it's
3
kinda
กับ
like
เก็บ
the
4
second game, right? It was a win
Well,
game
I
for
think
Annie,
that's
and now Furia being able to get a tie game.
ตึงอยู่
Definitely
นั่น
could
แหละ
have been a win
สถา
game,
นการ
right?
ณ์
But he still did manage to get a tie game, especially after Forward harassed during the mid game of Priestess getting downed. I would say WWW did really well to Survivor side with kind of a lot of the harass and support. But once again, the main issue came with the rescue. The main issue came with the rescue. It's kind of the same issue from game 2, right? After half rescue.
And that one after half rescue it was a potential 3-man escape if they just got that rescue before half. But getting that rescue after half allows her to send one survivor right back to the manor. They had 3 cipher machines completed, I believe, and 3 survivors. They were all full health. They can come in for this rescue. They could just buy as much time as possible. But yeah, that one mishap is going to be costing the survivors quite a lot.
Yeah, and like you see the containment time as well from the survivors, right? Priestess 112 seconds, the forward 117 seconds, entomologist 131 seconds, and Fudiel only had 13 hits on the survivor side on average. in a game like this, you probably have around 15, 16, 17, especially for tie games too. But like Survivors kited really well, but it still ended up as a tie game because of that after half rescue, unfortunately speaking too. So like in this case, they did well. They definitely speaking did well. But our main issue once again lies with that after half rescue, lies within the rescue at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Priestess was doing so well. That's why you don't
คือ3
want
ต่
to
อ
allow
4 กับ
Priestess on
4
certain
WWE
maps,
ชนะ
which is
ใช่
Ever Sleeping Town, Chinatown. You don't want to allow that Priestess. She was just
โจทย์กด
traveling
ดัน
around
อยู่
the
นะ
entire map. We got the support from the
แต่ทำไม
enemy,
ผม
just
รู้สึกว่าแบบ
continuously pushing the
เราจะ
hunter
ได้เห็น
away
โบ
every
สี่
time
วะ
the
ผมไม่ได้
hunter
ปากหมา
got
นะแต่
close.
แบบ
And then they had the forward
คือ
massive
สองทีมนี้เขา
to pick up the
สูสีกันอยู่อะ
Priestess. And so they did such an amazing kite, and they bought so much time, but that one mistake just cost them so much.
เที่ยง
And
คืน
that's
จะจบ
just
ไหม
so
นั่นน่ะดิ
unfortunate because I
ผม
mean,
ว่าผมไม่ดู
first
คู่ FT
Survivor
ได้เลย
Jared and all the
มาดู
survivors,
คู่ทีม
they just
พี่
had
บอย
so
เจ
much
อ
more
เจ
resources
ไม่
to
มัน
work with, but they just couldn't take advantage of that situation.
Definitely, yeah. Because like we saw with Priestess coming into rescue, right? Portal was there ready. And we also had, you know, forward flywheels almost up about to be ready as well for potential rebound kite containment. Entomologist early game. Bees immediately for Priestess support. Bees allowing Priestess to pull out. Bees allowing, you know, forward to play for a long time as well. Bees. It's a lot of, I think a lot of props here has to be given to Ento. Priestess did well, but Entomologist was kind of the core point of this team with the amount of numerous supports and numerous extended containment times.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to recover and at least secure that two-man escape because of her long kite endgame. And endgame kite against the Clerk with Detention there's so much pressure. It's very scary. And if you get down early, you know, she could just... Oh, and I also did want to mention, the Clerk held on to her ability until the forward used up all of his football, and then she finally utilized Warp. Did she hold on to it too long, or was it necessary because she wanted to keep the survivors guessing? Did she have excitement? So yeah, the first down took quite a lot of time for the side of the Clerk, but in the end it all worked out because she was able to stuff that one rescue.
Yeah, and that one rescue was the biggest game changer of it all as well. I do feel like, you know, with that type of play too from the survivor side, like it was, we cannot disagree, it was brilliantly done. I think it was one of probably the better team comp fights that I've seen in quite a long time as
ไม่ง่าย
well,
ดิออก 2
especially up against the Clerk too. But
ออก 2 เพราะมันน้อยไป
yes,
ด้วย
I
ซ้ำ
think Clerk
นะ
is too strong because like we saw how fast she
คือโมรู้
snowballed as well,
คู่เขา
right?
เยอะอ
It
ยู่
was initially, oh no,
Law-
we don't have
law
enough
ต้องแบน
scrolls to
นะ
lock the cipher machine after forward got down. After the terror shock, it was,
โอ้เวลา
oh no, no
น่า
one
กลัว
can now decode because Clerk locks into cipher machine and Bomber being forced to rescue
ตอนแรก
Priestess on the
น้อง
ground
คิดว่าพี่
and
เจจะร่วม
forward
ทีมกับ
on
เจ
chair.
เสียชู
So like
เนี่ย
in that kind of
May-
time
may-
space
may-
of 20 to
may-
30 seconds, there was no progress at all on any of the cipher machines there. So I would say that one terror shock snowballed the whole game for Clerk.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we saw that in the previous match as well when the meteorologists got that rescue after half, and that cost them the game. It potentially cost them the game, and so yeah, I mean, it's just those little mistakes just cost them so much for the side of the survivors.
It's hard, yeah.
Yeah, like how could you recover from such a big
Deficit, yeah.
deficit?
To be fair, right? To be fair, I would give the props to WWW too. Like, you know, game 1, even after half rescue, Wendy did brilliantly for the second containment, especially up against the Nightmare 2 max presence. They were able to kind of pull themselves back immediately. Also with this game as well, right? Priestess getting terror shocked and then Entomologist being the one to stand up to further contain the Hunter. But since we've talked about all that, we're going to move on directly towards the second half of game 3 ban picks as we
ดู
see
กันนะ
Priestess
ว่า
and Bomber
เขาจะทำได้
currently
ห
being
รือเปล่า
banned from Modu.
ถ้าผ่านเขารอบ
On
นี้
the
ไปได้
side
นี่ก็
of
เงินรางวัล
the
ก็อัพนะ ได้
WWW
เงิน
Hunter
เพิ่มขึ้น
Moro, he has to get a 3-man elimination in order to tie up the points. Is that? And he has to get a 4-man elimination to win, I think.
Well, yes, he needs a 4-man elimination to win here. But like, you see the ban picks here, right? Bonbon out of the way. The breaking wheel out of the way as well. 2 respect bans here from K2. They're currently leaving Opera Singer and Ivy available for this map for Modu.
Yeah, so that it could be a very
Joker
dangerous risk that the survivors are willing to take if they bring the right persona build and if they can contain the hunter well enough. We can see that Weeping Clown and Seer are the picks for the side of NE. We finally see the Seer being released, so we can see great gameplay from that.
Yeah, and like it's not only this too. I do feel like with these two kind of being chosen, it's more based on early game now. We want Weeping Clan Rocket support early game. We want Seer Owl support early game. And Tomologist there will be banned as now we've one slow decoder on our side. That's a 15% decoding debuff. This just means you still have rescuers that you want to choose, right? There's still Wildling, there's still Mercenary that can be chosen. But I do think if they kind of want to play a little bit more containment oriented, Acrobat's not available. No, Acrobat is available for them to play. He is good against Opera too, but going for Cheerleader, it's questionable. Cheerleader, especially max presence Opera Singer, you can't really outrun her.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like we're going to see the meteorologist. So meteorologist will be getting that third ban. They're just waiting for that survivor pick. I mean, we have a lot of mobility on the side of the survivors because the Weeping Clown, he can utilize the rocket and he can also harass the hunter with stuns. And you know, when she uses her motivate for the cheerleader, she can also get those fast movement speed. She can transition, and with the Seer's Owl,
เหมือนดาร์ฟไม่ได้กะมาเอาเสมอเลยอะ
and
ดู
move
ดาร์ฟดิ
around
ไม่มีตัวช่วยเลย
because have the owl taking that hit.
มีแค่
And it
โจ๊ก
looks
เกอ
like
ร์
they're
โจ๊ก
gonna
เกอร์ตัวช่วย
find
ซึ่งมัน
the
ผมว่าไม่ค่อยเวิร์คเท่าไหร่
fourth survivor.
Yeah, Puppeteer here being chosen though, it's quite interesting because then like in this case, I think for Moru, it's very kind of easily predicted that Titan is going to be on Weeping Clown. Most likely Titan on the Puppeteer as well. And like, I'll be honest, with this team comp, Cheerleader is kind of an outlier for two reasons. Reason number one, if we want to cheer survivors for a longer containment time, only Seer can kind of body block to kind of prolong, you know, those encouragement stacks. Weeping Clown can't do that. Weeping Clown is more about pulling away from the hunter. So I feel like in this case, probably from NE's ban picks here, it isn't the best when it comes to compatibility. I think they're just trying to cover all grounds, right? If it's a slow moving if it's a fast moving hunter that comes in, it's going to be Weeping Clown that comes in mainly for the support. Seer is kind of a universal pick, really good pick. Puppeteer being Puppeteer.
ผมก็อยากแข่งอยู่ครับรอกันขอเตรียมตัวกัน
He can tank a lot of hits. Yeah, so we see the respect ban on Moro with that breaking.
แต่คงไม่ได้แข่งเหมือนกันนะคงแข่งเป็นเซอร์ฮันเตอร์เล่นไม่ไหว
did mention that Bonbon does have
แก่แล้ว
buffs, and so he is a very valuable character, also going to be banned. And yeah, it does leave still the opera singer and possibly
โอเคเป็นแหวกจริงด้วยนะปล่อยเสียมีตัวเดียวแหวก
after her nerfs, she hasn't been able to get that 4-man elimination as much. And the pressure
ทำไมเอาแหวก
is
มา
on
วะ
the hunter's side to get as much survivors eliminated as possible because if he only gets 2-man
แหวก
elimination,
แต่แหวกชนะ2ตัว
so a lot of pressure
ชนะ
on
เซียกับบัฟเฟต
And like Moru here choosing out
แต่ผมมองว่าอันหวาน
artists as
โค
well
ตร
up
เสียวเลย
against his team comp. I feel like we're kind of a little bit digging our own grave, right? It's just cheerleader speed boost out cutting corners alongside with Weeping Clown speed boost out cutting corners. Seer up against a wax artist, we can farm quite a bit of owls, but I would say wax artist here wants to chase after Seer first. It kind of works the same for Puppeteer as well. In this pick, it's a 50-50, but on towards the area selection mode here, we go to Seer Ash 2-story hotel, Peter Pan as our Puppeteer, Ash Umbrella Gate. Middle will be given towards Weeping Clan, and of course cheerleader Ash Lantern
โห
Gate.
แล้วเขาจะไล่โชว์แบง
Oh, interesting. Moro is going to be blocking
Oh,
off
okay.
Seer's
Throw back
submission
him. You
unless
need
there's
thing,
two,
you know.
as you mentioned before. And he's going to be spawning closest to cheerleader,
ขอแค่เขา
so
ไม่ตื่นสนามนะ
possible cheerleader chase since she's close, or is he going to travel around the map, look for that
เพราะโจทย์
Seer?
โจทย์ของอินดีก็ไม่ได้
I
ชิวข
think
นาด
we
นั้น
might travel around the map to look for Puppeteer if I'm going to be honest, because I think cheerleader is too hard to chase. You have to go past the wall and
เงื่อน
then
ไข
you
คือ
have to
ถ้าล้ม
continuously,
ต่ำกว่า
you
1
know,
นาที
beat
10
around
วิ
the bush
เนี่ย
with that
เตรียม
speed
สวย
boost as well. I think we
ต้อง
probably
จูงให้ได้
will
สัก
not
1 นาที
go
ครึ่ง
cipher
อะ
machine
ถึ
and
งจะ
then
ปลอดภัย
potentially speaking look for other characters to chase when our warp is ready.
Right, and we now have the persona webs for the players. We have warp, insolence, and detention on the wax artist, and on the side of the survivors, we have 3 borrowed time one type turner from the rescuer. We
ถ้า
can
เสียส่งนกสวย
have
ๆสักจังหวะหนึ่งได้โอเค
and one flywheel for the
คาตาลีต้องพาเพื่อน
I'm more surprised that Modu decided to not go for the opera singer pick there as well, especially when it works really well up against that cheerleader puppeteer and of course the weeping clown. But with a wax artist pick here too, instant detention, you know, with that warp, potentially speaking, we're probably going to see how much control we can get from this game too. It's a map very similar to, you know, Ever Sleeping Town, where you can lock cipher machines from very far out and you can lock the gates for a really long time too. But moving on towards the game between any versus WWE, entry second half, it's going to be instant detention alongside with constraint, panic, and max destructiveness for a persona build.
เหมือนจะไปไล่ตัวกลางนะคือตัวของคาตาลีนะครับโจ๊กเกอร์ ไปไล่ตัวไทยนะ
He's gonna get into his rocket immediately to transition
ไปไล่
towards
ฟิล์มเฉ
the
ย
backside of this
งั้นโดน
building,
เลย
and
ครับ
Hunter's just going to have to follow on foot.
But we did pull quite a lot of distance here. We can immediately cut in towards the inner areas of this restaurant. However, I feel like for Weeping Clown here, if we can't spot that over that window fast enough, it might just be a really long day. We don't have flywheel, and Rocket is about to be ready right now. We're still not pulling here because we want to play it really safe. But the safer you play, the worse it gets. No, the
จุด
owl
เปลี่ยน
was
นะครับ
missed.
นกเหลือง
Yeah, a little bit late
น
on
ก
the
เหลือง
owl,
โอ้โห
so
แต่ยังมี
unfortunately
จ
it
รวด
looks like he's just going to have to take
เปิดประตูว้าไป
utilizes
จังหวะ
rocket
นี้
because he's gonna close the distance with warp.
เอาแล้วนี่ที่ผมบอกว่ามันมีกลิ่นแล้วนะ
Will be going down for
เริ่ม
the
มี
first
กลิ่นแล้ว
time. A little bit of
โอ้โหนก
miscommunication
เหลือง
there.
เฉยเลยถ้านกได้เมื่อกี้นี่คือโคตรสวยครับ
Here, right outside this
เพราะคาตาลีจะไม่เสียแผลเลยครับ
For now, any can't rescue this. The moment we decide to rescue, it's GG's from the side of any. We can't kind of give a free-form elimination here. So as long as K2 just stays nearby to give tonight, I think it'll be fine. If we kind of look at our cipher machine distributions here, right? That corner house has a cipher machine, can't be locked instantly. The hotel has a cipher machine, that can't be locked instantly. So with the remaining two cipher machines being there, as long as we sell here, we can still guarantee the time. The moment we comes in to rescue, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, the survivors want to avoid giving full presence to this wax artist, so it does look like K2 is coming in for the rescue. Hunter is going to be throwing a lot of wax towards him, and he's almost there at the chair, but not quite. Eating 88% wax. A little bit of mind games here. Is able to get the
เรียบ
rescue.
ร้อย
Freeze to Seer and downing Weeping Clown right away.
We couldn't use our rocket dash there fast enough, unfortunately, for Hatari, and Seer being nearby as well. It's not really a good sight here as we see two cipher machine has been decoded. We have a survivor decoding that 76% cipher machine too, so last cipher has yet to be decoded as well. And you see as well, right? 10 seconds until warp is ready. Seer does not have any items left.
And now the Hunter is
ผมจะไม่พูดอะไรแปลกแล้ว
his next target. They are still at full health, but Hunter is at full presence, so he does have hot wax available. He's blocked off this
อ๋อ
window.
ประตูวาร์ปปิดๆครับ
distance.
เอ้าพลาดแล้ว
Make it to that pallet, is able to get that vault, but has 2% wax.
Going towards these two
ถ้าเขาโดนเบิ้ลแบบว่า
best here as
โด
well.
นแบบ
Just
ร้อน
because
แล้ว
you
โดน
can't
ดี
really
ก็
get any wax easily on towards, you're going to be able to get a pallet drop down there
ผม
on
ว่าเกม
time.
น่าจะเก็บ
And
3
now
แล้
the
ว
question is, we're not bolting over a dash.
โอ้
We're
โห
going to be
แล้ว
able
เอา
to
ไฟ
get a
วิวออกไป
flywheel
ก่อน
over
ด้ว
as
ย
well. Can we get a
ดู
pallet
แบบ
drop
นี้
down, or are we going to look for the full stack?
ผม
We're
ว่า
not
โด
going
น
for the full
ว่ะ
stack here. Just have
นี่
real
ไง
power wax on the hands to use that
ดี
power wax. Don't get a double hit. Can double hit here land? It did.
ประปา
And
ไปได้
that's going to
3
be
ที
Moru. Instant second down. Puppeteer already
4
decoded.
ไฟเหลือๆผมบอกเลย เครื่องสุดท้ายมันเขาเพิ่งเริ่มเองครับ
Yeah, I mean, things are looking
แต่ว่ามีโอกาส
very
เส
good
ม
for
อ
this
นะ
wax artist.
ถ้าโม
Already
รู้ไม่
eliminated
โฟนไม่
survivor,
ถึงเครื่อง
have
อ่ะ
the seer on the chair. 4 cipher machine will be completed, but still lacking on progress for that last cipher machine.
โมรู้ต้องโซนเครื่องอย่างเดียวเลยนะครับ ตอนนี้เฝ้านี่คือเรียบร้อย
For this rescue, but it's
เสมอไม่
against
ได้
the
แล้ว
wax
นะครับ
artist. He's going to be blocking off
ล็อกเครื่องไปที
Pan cipher, and it looks like
เครื่องคุณโชว์อะ
the cheerleaders
คุณ
coming
โชว์แปลง
in
ว่า
to
เขาจะ
feed
ดึง
Tinnitus, or
ได้ไหม
possibly go for that save.
We can't save. We can't
Maybe
save
rọ
until
จังหวะ
the cipher machine is
รอจังหวะให้
fine,
โมรู้ไปล็อกเครื่อง
especially
อีก
when
ที
we
แล้ว
have
ค่อยเข้า
max presence here from the side of Waxers. It's after half here immediately, but
แพ้
Peter
ตกรอบ
Pan
ใช่
needs
ครับ
to
แพ้ต
tell
กรอบ
cheerleader if the
เชียร์ล็อก
Waxer is
โดน
coming
นะ
to lock a cipher machine.
จังหวะ
on
นี้โชว์แบง
cheerleader,
ดึง
it's not
ส
gonna be
วย
able to rescue. That's a beautiful Malaz rescue here.
แล้ว
We're
ไล่
gonna
บล็อก
try
กั
to
น
get
ต่อ
as
ครับ
much as we can here. Potentially body blocking as well. That's cheerleader coming in with her body for the Seer. But does Seer have an owl? But even if he does, one hot
ตีโช
wax
ว์แบง
is
ก่อน
gonna
เลย
be
ไหม
more than enough.
ตีก่อน
Cheerleader
เลย
that's
ครับ
gonna be instant hit, instant down. But it's okay. We're buying a bit more time. Seer is nearby. As as long as we can kind of just stay here, Seer behind that building, we can still get a 3-man endgame.
Right, it's the first chair for the cheerleader. K2's at half damage, but if he has it looks like the hunter is going to be just going for this Seer instead because he knows there's a survivor working on that last cipher machine. He's going to try to shoot as much wax onto the Seer. Seer's trying to mind game before he drops down.
โอ้โหโดน
He's going to get 88% wax. Oh, he's going to warp to the next stairs.
โอ้โห
Not on top of the
ยากมาก
bridge.
ครับ
That allows the Seer to drop down, but is able to
จุด
finally
โดน
get
ตี
100% wax onto the Seer.
โอ้เราไม่มีขวานโอ้โหไม่มี
Doesn't have borrowed time, so Seer is being chaired for the second time. Oh, and it was an after half rescue, so he's going to be going right back to the man at cheerleader's chair. Hunter knows where Peter Pan is. It's not looking good for the side of any
โอ้นก
survivor.
ช็อตเดียวเลยเป็นเรื่องเลย
no, Moru, that's going to be game 3 hero here from the side of WWE. We don't really hear anyone just yet. Is there a dungeon near that? No, there isn't a dungeon near Puppeteer.
อ
Dungeon's
อกหนึ่งเพื่อ
actually
ต่อโบว์สี่ไหม
growing
ต่อโบว์สี่ได้ก็ได้ลุ้นอยู่
in
แต่
rest
ดู
of
เหมือน
we're
จะ
running
ไม่ได้
straight
นะ
towards the hunter right now. That's gonna be a little lose their use instantly, but it doesn't really matter because we can just instantly hot wax and get you down there as well. 88% here.
เรียบ
We
ร้อย
need, oh no, we didn't time that properly. That's an
จี
instant
จี
down.
โมรู้เอาให้
Puppeteer goes down a 4-man elimination for WWE
โอ้
Moru.
ช็อตเดียว
And
เลย
that's
ครับ
gonna be enough. That's a win game here for WWE. And let's congratulate them then. Moru definitely will be given the MVP for
โอ้
this one.
จบเล
Yeah,
ย
I mean,
ดราม่า
it was
จัด
going to be quite challenging in
อุต
round
ส่าห์ได้
3 to
นำ
be
นะ
able to get that 4-man elimination.
โอ้แต่
but
ฮันเตอร์ฝั่ง
they
เอ็น
did
ดี
it. Moru
ทำส
did
กอ
it
ร์
and
ให้
was
ไม่ได้
able to
ด้วย
get
นะ
the
เสมอ
win
เย
for
อะเกินนะครับ
WW. Congratulations.
เซอร์แอบเหนื่อยเจอแหวกอะ
Wax artist. What do you think could have helped the survivors?
ถ้าโจทย์เขาแบบต้องออกหนึ่งเนี่ยผมว่าเขาน่าจะ
Honestly, if we
น่า
didn't
ปล่อย
miss the owl, I think it would have been very different. It
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
really
that's
โอ้
snowballed
โห
from that point
เสียดายแทน
onwards
เลย
too.
ว่ะ
See it coming
คือ
in
แบบ
for
อี
the
กนิดเดียว
rescue
อ่ะ
as well.
นิดเดียว
It's
อ่ะ
just I feel like we gave a max presence for free once again with that rescue.
แล้วผมแปลกใจ
if it
ทำไม
wasn't
เขา
for
ถึง
that
ดา
rescue,
เซีย
Sia
มา
could
เนี่ย
potentially just have taken a normal hit and just ran away, right? Instead of being
ก็ตัวที่
instantly
โมรู้
double
เล่น
hit
นี่คือช
down
นะ
as well.
ชนะ
So
ดา
like
เซียหมดเลย
in our case here, it's the owl and of course the
เพราะ
rescue
แบน
too.
ล้อไป
It's
แล้ว
still wax artist you're
เสีย
up
ไม่ต้อง
against.
เล่น
He's still very far away from
ไปเล่นพวก
the
มือ
three
พวกอะไร
cipher
พวกนี้
machines that were
ดาวเซต
initially
มา
being
เสมอดีกว่า
decoded.
นะผม
So
ว่า
I
ผม
do
ว่าแอบ
think
ดาร์ฟแอบ
any kind of
แอบ
took
บาง
this
ไปนิดนึง
game a bit
ส่วน
too
ตัว
risky.
ส่วนตัวผมม
Could
อง
have
ว่า
definitely still tied.
ดาร์ฟ
Could
เหมือน
have
ดาร์ฟ
definitely
มาเล่น
still
กาบ
won
ออก
this
สาม
game.
ออกสี่อะทั้งที่
Yeah, I mean,
เขาออก
that
สองได้ก็
Miss
พอละ
Owl was
แอบยากไปนิดนึง
really
ดา
hurt
ร์ฟ
them a lot, and then that rescue.
เขาเหลือตัวอะไรบ้างวะ
I mean,
Doing.
we have a lot.
เมอร์เซนก็เหลือนะครับ เมอร์เซนเอด้า เมอร์เซนเอด้าฉี่ไปดิ3 ตัว แล้วก็แบนถูกแล้วนะ ฉี่สู้แหวกได้นะครับ ถ้าตีถูกจังหวะ
lot of mobility on the side of the
แต่เขาเหมื
survivors
อนจะ
because the
ไม่เล่น
weeping
กัน
clown
นะ
he can utilize the rocket and he can also harass the hunter with the
ฉี่
stuns
โชว์แบงตึงจะตาย
and you know
เสียดายเหรอไม่
hunter
ไม่ได้ดู
we
สิ
also will have an interview that we're currently setting up so
ไม่เห็น
any
ฟอร์เวิร์ดฮัตตาลี
survivor
ด้วย โอ้
hunter you
อยาก
want
เห็
to
นฟอร์
talk
เวิร์ด
to
ฮัตตา
on
ลี
the
ว่า
side of WWW
I think
Almost a thing.
probably Moru would be the right one to kind of talk to as well, especially for that game 3. We didn't expect the Waxers to be chosen out, especially when Opera Singer and IVT is still available to use
ใช่
too. So
มัน
like
มันตึง
I
อ่ะ
do think
มันต้อง
we're
มีพวก
going
ตัว
for
ช่วย
more
ตัว
of
ช่วย
a
ที่แบบ
kind of comfort pick
แข็ง
from
แข็ง
their
หน่อย
side, but this was honestly
มาค้ำแบ
speaking
บ
a
นะครับ
really beautiful, form
มา
of
ค้ำกลางแบบ
elimination.
พอ
What
กลาง
I
แบ
would
บ
say,
เป็นโจ๊กเกอร์
however,
อย่างเงี้ย
any survivor
โม
side
รู้เขาเลยกล้าเล่นไง
half forgot that Seer didn't have borrowed time.
yeah that was so unfortunate it was just those small little
แข่ง
details
นี่จะ
that
เอา
kept
แจ้งเตือน
piling
ท้าย
on.
เกมไหมผมว่า
The
อ
Seer
นาคต
Owl
แหละ
mishap
แต่ทัวร์นี้
and
ไม่มี
not having borrowed time just really
ถ้า
hurt
เปล่า
the
ตัว
side
ทอง
of
มัน
the
ให้ได้3
survivors and we can see that
ม
yeah the early down onto the clown
ผมว่าก็ยากอยู่ดีว่ะ เพราะว่า
38%
โดนแมลง
containment
ดัน
time
อะ
wasn't able to utilize that last
โดนล้าอี
rocket
ก
and get that rebound kite and it does look like the Seer did have
คน
the
หนึ่ง
most
เล่นตัว
containment time at 81 seconds
นอกเมตาคนหนึ่งเล่นตัวใน
Yeah,
เม
and
ตา
like for the Weeping Clown as
ทั้ง
well,
สองทีมก็
it's the
คนละส
owl
ไต
that
ล์
didn't really block the
แต่ผมเสียดาย
the owl
นี่
didn't
อ่ะ
block the normal hit,
แผ่ว
and
เฉ
then
ย
we
เลย
had our warp as well for the instant catch up after the
ฮัน
second
เตอร์
rocket
แผ่ว
dash
นะ
used there as well.
ฮันเตอร์แบบ
We
ว่า
did come in for the
aggressive
rescue
กว่า
just
นี้
so
แบบ
we want to
อยู่
try
ดันกว่า
maybe
นี้
get Weeping Clown to pull that rocket dash again,
แบบ
but
เขาเล่นไม่
it
เซ
was
ฟอะเขาติดเล่น
unfortunate
เซฟไป
that
ฮันเตอ
Modu
ร์
kind of knew what was happening, so we instant locks here after the rescue, get that Weeping Clown down, and kind of from there, it's a huge snowball onwards too. I would say though, with this much pressure from Moru's side as well, we at least managed to make it towards the top 4 right now. That's going to be the second
แล้ว
game
คู่ต่อ
at
ไป
least over.
คู่ต่อไป
as
คือ
we still
But
FK เจอ FT FK คือทีมอะไร
and of course
มี
from
ใครรู้จัก
enemy
ปะ
side it's very unfortunate.
yeah, they will be
โอ้แต่
knocked
เสียดาย
down.
แท
We
น
got
อ่ะ
to see
แบบ
so
อุต
many
ส่าห์
good
นำแล้ว
gameplays for Fouriel,
นำ
so
แล้วแท้
I'm a little sad about that, but really happy for Moru getting that win. And I was gonna say something
บู
and
สอ
then
ง
I
เธอทำ
forgot.
โคตรสวย
It's fine, but like with this moving on as well, at least we kind of do know, hey, Moru still has that bonbon and that breaking wheel pick that we have to respect, which is why any bandit as well.
จำได้
That
ว่า
wax artist
หลาย
is
นัด
still a
เอ
threat
อ
as
ที่
well.
เอาหมู
However,
ป่า
this
มาเพราะ
game it's more
เพราะเข็ด
about
ที่โดนแบบ
Moru being
80 บว
able
ก
to
แล้วโดน
find
ตีลง
those
คู่
picks, more being able to
ใช่ไหม
find, you know,
คือตัวช่วย
the
มันต้องแบบ
openings that survivors
มันต้องเป็น
have
ตัว
been
ที่
given
impact
towards
กว่า
them
นี้
as
นะครับ
well.
ที่
So
ไม่
like
ใช่
in
โจ๊ก
our
อะ
case here, from the side of survivors too, or from WWW, I
โอ้
would say
มันโทร
one of
มา
the
อะไรข
bigger
นาด
things
นั้น
we
วะ
have to work on now really is just the rescues, and I think they will go really far
right.
away as well in this tourney.
Yeah, we need to make sure to get those rescues before half. It cost the survivors quite a lot when they rescued after half. So yeah, definitely a good point. And it does look like we never got to see the breaking wheel. That's most likely target banned. So that was a little unfortunate, but we did see the wax artist, Hullabaloo, and Goatman. So we do kind of know the hunter pool for the side of Moru. And the survivors are going to be able to prepare for that in the matchup, but that's the same for all of the teams that will be playing. So,
Yeah.
ถ้างั้นเดี๋ยวผมไปเข้าห้องน้ำ
Definitely.
ก่อน
And like, it's not only that as well. Like from the side of any side too, I think Fuda did really well. Like Sculptor from elimination, Nightmare being able to guarantee the tie, their survivor being able to get a backshot rescue up against a Hullabaloo for a 3-man escape, and you know like Moru redemption game 3, and of course MVP given towards them as well.
yeah, and just as you predicted, is going to be the wax artist getting that MVP, getting that 4-man elimination. And I mean, for any side, even though they are eliminated, they still do get a little bit of a prize pool as a consolation prize. WWW will be getting a bigger prize pool because they are able to make it up. But yeah, just a great job with the mind games, and as Kuro mentioned, getting that rescue, freezing the seer so he could down the weeping clown immediately. That really helped to secure his first elimination. So yeah, definitely MVP for his wax artist.
Definitely. And of course, from the chat side as well, preferably speaking, we'd like to remain as respectable as possible towards each region as well. Yes, it is a tournament, but we are still as the same region, so we're gonna have to work hard together here to go in towards KOA and to beat IVL and IGL together. So just to keep that in mind as well. It is a tournament to kind of test out the waters, especially before, you know, the new patch changes comes out as well. Like, but with this, once again, it is a huge congratulations towards WWW, and of course from any side, you know, it's a lot of hard work for them as well. But we'll move on towards the interview phase. Alex will be joining us from WWW Survivor side. Hello, Alish. How are you? Congratulations on your win today. How do we feel?
Oh my god, my heart was racing so fast. Like, I was so scared Moru couldn't pull that win. But luckily, he did, as a great hunter he was.
Definitely. And you know, not only that as well though, it's not only Moru 2, it's also you and your survivors team comp as well. You know, you did a brilliant containment with that entomologist, you know, up against a nightmare with so much pressure too. 114 seconds by yourself is absolutely huge, you know, especially with no items left too. So, you know, you should also give yourself quite a lot of praise as well. Your second game was also, your third game, you know, up against the Clerk was also really good as well with that really good early containment.
Yeah, and a question that I wanted to ask was, after this matchup, what do you think your teammates did very good in, and what are the areas that you think your teammates need to improve?
I would think that my team has
เปลี่ยน
really
จาก
great
IVC เป็น
teamwork.
IVP มัน
The way we call for support and the way we
Okay,
help
how
each
do
other
you-
in the match, especially
เงิน
the
รางวัล
last
เท่าเดิม
match,
ครับ
the Clerk game.
แต่ว่า
It was
ผมว่าดาว
I think
ลงนะมันดาวเกรด
it's
ลง
what
เพราะว่ามัน
make us
แชมป์มันไม่ได้ไปเล่น COA
something that we really need to
เงิน
improve
รางวัล
is
เท่า
our
กัน
solo
ก็จริงแต่ว่าแชมป์มัน
I guess
ไม่ได้ตั๋ว
it has always been our like weakness in
But like I think with that game as well, like I think from our side as well, the entomologist pick was kind of a surprise pick for us too. What kind of led you guys into picking that ento as our third or final pick? And did you kind of expect that clerk at all?
We did expect the clerk. We were kind of guessing the hunter would go with wax or even or maybe like a feaster, because Furiel is very good with feaster, and an ento pick would be like a great counter to all of his mains, so we just went on with the pick. It was really great as well, and our teamwork was pretty decent as we've trained.
Definitely. We did see as well, the game 2s and the game 3s, you guys really did pop off from the Survivor side as well. And of course, from Mori's side too. Brilliant, game 2, brilliant game 3 as well from the side of his wax artist as well. And of course, once again, congratulations for the win. You still do have two more matches tomorrow. You're going to semifinals and finals. And of course, we wish you luck for that. Do you have any, maybe thing you want to say to your fans or maybe towards your opponents tomorrow?
I guess we'll just try our best tomorrow. We're not really prepared to go against UPDG. They are pretty much the strongest team right
แต่ว่า FT ยังคงแข่งสำหรับ
now.
เบอร์นี่
We're just
ใช่
kind of pull off a tie
โอ้
or
ยครับ
just
FT อ่ะ
just a single match with a win. That's all we're aiming for.
Definitely. But of course, have more confidence in yourself. You did brilliantly today, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow too. And once again, thank you for joining the interview as well. Have a good rest, Alish. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good luck.
Okay, goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you.
นี่จะได้ไป COA กี่ทีมไม่รู้นะครับผม
Well,
ว่าน่า
there we go. That is our
2 ทีม
interview from
3
Alish
ทีม
there.
น่าจะ2 ทีมเหมือนเดิมแหละแต่อาจจะมีวิธีคัดที่แตกต่างออกไป
Definitely have more confidence going in. I mean, I would be scared of that team as well, but we fought very hard today. You can fight hard tomorrow, and it will give you the results, hopefully.
Definitely. And especially when they're the first team to go up against each other tomorrow as well, I would say like in this case, we're gonna more or less look forward to, potentially speaking, WWW more still has hidden trump cards left to use. We have seen Hush and quite a lot already in co-op role plays as well, so I do think if we've done our homework properly,
อ๋อน่าจะ2แล้ว
there is
ถ้า
chances
เอา
that
เขาจะเอาสล็อตไปเพิ่มให้ใคร
WWE can kind of
ให้
find
ญี่
a
ปุ่นเหรอ
breakthrough
เกาหลี
point
เหรอ
and beat UPDG. However, as of now,
ให้ญี่ปุ่น
we
อย่าง
don't
ว่า
know
มันก็ไม่
everything just yet, but it is still a win here from
Oh,
the
yeah,
side of
definitely.
WWW. Thailand versus Vietnam. For this time, Thailand has won, but moving on forward, you still do have co-op. You still do have IVS as well. But with this, we're gonna conclude game 2, match 2, as we move on straight towards the highlights.
มีเราไม่กระเด็นเลยรออะไรATA เรานี่แหละเสียวสุดแล้วถ้าลองจากญี่ปุ่นกับจีนผมบอกเลย
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever.
แชร์ด้วยเลย
And so the moonlight cut their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
ผมไลฟ์ผมจะบินวัน แท็บไม่ถึงแท็บอะไรเพราะแต่ก่อนบ้านเรามันก็คัดของทีมนะมีดีซีเรียคัดของทีมนะต้องสมัยเมื่อกันไม่มี IVT เมื่อไหร่มี IVT มาผมก็เป็นที่2เลยว่ะ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our third matchup of today for IVT SEA 2025 as well. I'm your commentator Grocery, and with me is Jojo. Jojo, welcome back. How do you feel after the second game?
I saw the second game, pretty intense, right? It was a huge turnaround of events. We thought that NE was gonna take this home, but WWW, Maru, my goodness, with the Wax artist, turning things around. So it just comes to show, right? You never know what the end result is gonna be until you see it until the end. So I think for WWW, they really did make their statement there, and they will be facing team.
Team
UPGG tomorrow. Yes.
Yes.
As we see the player roster here.
For our first team, it's going to be FK, Sunshine Daisy, Butter, Mellow. Our hunter is going to be Jala and Koala, alongside with survivors being Laish, Bamlam, Baby, Top, Send, and of course VVN.
Yes, of course. And for this team, I managed to talk to Baby Top, and he has some words.
FT นี่คือแบบว่า5คนแน่นๆเลย
But before that, let's move to our team roster for Team FT. We have their hunter HIM. From what I heard is that DDD flew this hunter to SEA, by the way. So this is a outside of SEA Hunter. I'm excited to see how it's gonna perform here. As for the survivor side, we have Yuan, a new member, the Kuga, as well as Mini Blue. So we do see quite a number of familiar faces here, as well as a new hunter face. So I'm excited to see how this hunter is gonna perform here. Whether he's gonna be outshining every other hunters that they've had already, or is he just gonna be maybe on par with Meowpai, which is the ex-hunter of FT?
Definitely, but like I would say from FT side, it's still almost the same roster aside from two new players, and alongside with Kuga kind of transitioning from Hunter towards Survivor side too. We did see him perform spectacularly up against Sprinters Goldman as well during the quad stages, and I am kind of looking forward to see how much he's improved after the past kind of 3 months.
เหมือนจะรันเร็วขึ้นนะ
Yeah, 3 months is definitely a lot of time for him to recuperate and become even better as part of Team FT Survivor
FT
lineup.
จะสมบูรณ์ได้นะ
FK
ผม
will
ว่า
be selecting the Ever Slipping Town, and FT has banned out the Arms Factory and the Moonlit River Park. Kuro, how do you feel about this?
I'm quite surprised with FT banning a small map and then a severely big map as well. Because like, if you think about it here, with a small map like Arms Factory, I would understand it, right? So many pallets, Goldman's just not viable. And then like Moon River Park, kind of a bit different. You need to use more cages to traverse across the map. But then like, I don't think it's too much of an issue for a character like Goldman, especially with how much he can gain as he snowballs around. But with this, I do think it's kind of for me ambiguous in what FT wants to kind of play around here.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's something they want to pick a map, or they want to deny a map that HIM may not be really good in. Yeah, and we still have zero idea, zero clue as to what HIM plays. As we look into this matchup here, Koala as FK's hunter is a new name that we're seeing here, but it's actually a survivor main person that is actually playing hunter this time around. So I'm not too sure how he's gonna be performing here as we see the ban pick begins.
It's going to be Seer Anti-Korean first 2 bans from the Hunter side, as we pick up immediately Gravekeeper and Puppeteer. Very nice tanky characters to use, very nicely used up against Goldman as well.
Yeah, and that means that we could potentially be seeing that Goldman once again has been a kind of a favorite pick from Hunter's side, BO1 being that Goldman. As we see Magician at the same time, this kind of team comp is really reminding me of what 4AW Survivors picked.
ใช่แต่เป็นบ้านเราโอ้ผมว่า FT ชุดนี้ก็โหด
and like you see that aeroplane span as well. I do think from Koala's point of view here, it is a little bit obvious that we're going to go with the Goldman again, but with this kind of aeroplane span too, it's kind of to get rid of Kuga's character to use as well. Kuga has performed exceptionally well with aeroplanist, but then we're just going to come out with a mech. The more cipher rush, the better it is for us.
Yeah, so we usually don't really see that mechanic so early into the get-go here, but with FT strategy here, let's see whether the bot would be safe at the start of the match. Koala, not too sure he's going to be picking here. Never really seen him on the Goatman just yet, so let's see what is it going to be here. But at the same time here, let me just look into FT side, right? FT Yuan is kind of a new member that they had previously in IVA Demon King Arena stages. He was kind of a sub-member who was benched out, but this time around with the lack of survivor players, it seems to be that he was upgraded to becoming the main survivor lineup alongside with RD, Mini Blue, and Kuga. So his performance here would be... I'm not sure whether it's going to be a liability or he's going to be asset to the team here.
Definitely, yeah. And it's also kind of one of the things about, how many games you've actually played with the team and how kind of compatible you are here as well. But I would say, alright, it's not a bad pick as well for giving him the Magician too. Magician is a character that isn't really someone that you can punish. Because look, even if you miss one of your wands, that's okay. It's not like you're a perfumer. It's not like, you are playing... I don't know, but like, it's not like you can cancel out his items too. So like, with him being on this Magician as well, especially after buff too, I would say not a bad pick, and it does kind of work well with FT too.
Yeah, so, I mean, with FT right now, it's just a change up of multiple players, right? Previously in COA, we saw that Kuga joined in on the survivor lineup. Now we see Yuan. So a lot of changes within FT survivors. We're no longer seeing the main 4 survivors from FT side. There's a lot of switch ups. So coming into this, we are seeing Koala with the Goatman against this team comp here. Kuro, do you think you're leaning more towards FK side or FT side when it comes to winning this matchup?
It's hard to say really, Chocho, isn't it? Because like if we think about just this one specific team comp, everyone has to rotate early
ไหน
game,
ที
which
ม
works
ทีม
really
แชมป์
well.
เก่า
With
อะ
our
รอ
Goman
ดูว่า
being
เขา
able to
จะ
stack up so
รับ
much
มือแกะ
cages before you actually start chasing.
เขาจุด
But
เกิดแบบ
then
ไหน
you looked at the area selection mode and you're like, just what am I watching?
อ๋อไม่ใช่แบบใหม่ก็คือแบบเดิมนั่นแหละ
Yeah, I thought Yuan was gonna be inside the graveyard, protected by the mechanic and the puppeteer, but seems to be that they have gone on with this L spawn location with Mini Blue at the center, Yuan at the first stop of the tram, Adi at Geisha, and Kuga right outside graveyard as well. So Hunter side, we are still awaiting, but Kuro, any potential guesses here?
I do think, right, if Goman actually spawns near Geisha, it's really bad from the survivor side, but it seems like Koala kind of, in one way you could say that he kind of messed up or maybe didn't win the mind game here, because if you spawn immediately next to Mech has to go into graveyard. Yes, it's not a bad place to kind of kite, but like Mech slow vaulting, and if you go towards the outer side of it, you're by technically speaking giving a free hit because of the cages. So like in this case, Mech being able to drop down a doll near a locked cipher machine and rotate away, it just works way too well for FT.
As we look into the personas here, trump card detention as well as an abnormal, very aggressive build coming from Koala's side. As we see FT, all of them bought in borrowed time, and mechanic with the Tide Turner alongside with Mini Blue, Flywheel on Yuan and Kuga on the Tide Turner. So triple Tide Turners into this matchup here. Let's see what's it gonna be between FT Servers versus FT
บอกมา
Hunter.
ตั้งแต่
And
4 โมง
this
นี่จะ
live
2 ทุ่ม
commentary
แล้ว
is brought to you by
ผมมาได้
Joe
2 ชั่วโมงแล้วพี่
and
ผมมาตอน 6 โมงสวัสดีพี่เชอร์ด้วยนะครับ2 ชั่วโมงแล้วเนี่ย
And towards the game we go, this will be our third matchup today between FK versus FT. It's going to be round 1 first half here, as we see as well our Goman immediately chasing after Mini Blue here, but also double backing ourselves just in case we're playing mind games. So no mind games will be played today, as we aren't able to actually see where that Gravekeeper is.
Yeah, kind of did like a rerouting kind of situation there. Wasted a lot of time as we see Mini Blue still not wasting any of his resources here. Koala trying to bait something out, but it didn't really work out here. Now his sentiment is being built up here in the meantime, so 100 stacks on that. And all ciphers has been touched.
Mech stalling in a little bit of a danger here though, but like you still can't forget, just because it's a mech stall doesn't mean that it can't contain after all. We're trying to protect that mechanic is in graveyard, but little did we know Mech was hiding inside that 2-store area, and as of now, full eyes on towards this Goatman. No matter what you can do here, can we get the down? We didn't get the hit!
This bot playing mind games here with Koala, and Koala now finally gets that ping on where the mechanic is, and Adi was able to place the second half of the doll on one of the ciphers and will be kiting on top of Mini Blue as well. So Koala, let's see what the gameplay is gonna be. He's just gonna walk past the mechanic's doll, and yeah, he's kind of in a lost situation, right? 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and still nobody chased here.
The unfortunate part for Koala here is he's losing every single mind game. The first one up against the first officer. Now we're actually near the boss. We finally get the ball down. But look,
นี่คือ
Cage is
คือ
still nearby.
ผ่านไป1 นาที 40 นะเพิ่งได้หุ่น
Mech
เม
is
คานิก
gonna
มา
be able to run away on time. Not only that as well, Mech already bought so much time. So from my point of view, right, even if she does go down here, it's already 3.5 ciphers.
Yeah, like this is just the start of the guy actually though, and now a pellet stun coming through from Adi. I think at this point in time he probably another pellet stun coming through.
โอ้โหสตาร์ทได้อีก
Getting his hit really
โอ้โหเอ้า
pain over there as we see a
ต่างกับ
third
มาเท
shot
เลอร์
coming
เฉย
through. So a second skilled Goatman we're seeing here, and abnormal still not put into play here, and that's a 3.5 full cipher kite, guys.
Abnormal is kind of useless now, though, as Mini Blue finally popped open that cipher machine of his. Great Viewer can definitely come in a little bit early for the rescue too, but if he wants to do so, he needs to get into a shovel immediately. Koala, being able to find him here instantly, we're already on the other side. That's immediately in towards the shovel as well. But breaking that cage, I don't think is the best. You want to buy time until that shovel is gone. You don't want them to reuse it.
My goodness, now Mini Blue. Maybe I don't even think a terror shot here would honestly matter, as we see a free rescue coming from Mini Blue. Adi just waiting for that glass to be broken here.
โอ้ยังไง
And Koala just
เครื่องครบ
letting
เรียบร้อย
mechanic
ทีม
of
แร
the
กที่อ
cloak
อก
now
แกะได้
and
3
wants to
3 คน
focus
นะ
on the ciphers.
This is really bad because Mechanics is the only one injured, so she does not have any decoding debuff. That Puppeteer one chip damage is not going to be able to give Mech any decoding debuff too. Mech now decodes at full speed. We've one extra cipher machine open, so Koala, if you don't go after that Mech, I think she's going to punish you heavily.
โอ้โหเขาเปิดแม่นนะ
Falling down from the skies, both of them, as we see Koala finally able to potentially get the second chair onto the mechanic. Now, fourth cipher will be popped now, as we see the fifth one. 2 ciphers are being worked on.
But we still do have Abnormal here. The issue here lies with, will Koala take the bait of abnorming that cipher machine till the point that we don't have any trace to use later on? Yes, we will, as we're finally going to be able to get that. There's 2 survivors body blocking Mech with Titan or borrow time.
โอ้โห
And Kugat's
คือ
just nearby
ตอน
trying
นี้
to bait it
สถาน
out.
การณ์ฮันเตอร์นี่คือแบบว่าตึง
Yeah, it
ตึง
feels
มาก
like Koala is doing everything in the wrong
โด
way.
น
It seems
แต่
to
ว่า
be, as we see
เขา
the
จะ
body
พับ
block
ไม้
from Mini Blue
อีก 1 ที
and a pellet stun onto him as well. Now Adi is able to establish that distance and is now safely at the 2nd floor. Mini Blue will be following closely behind, and Cipher
โอ้โห
is
ยับ
being
จัดอะ
pushed now at 80%, and the back lead, the hit does
เขา
not
ทำการบ้าน
register
ดี
through,
มาก
and the pellet stun for the 4th time.
Oh, this is the first Goldman I've seen in a long while getting Palace stunned this much. Adi, one more Palace left around to play with, but we can pop! We can pop here, but we decide not to do so.
ตลกเสียงนักพากย์จัดโอ้โหแล้วจุดเครื่องสวยจัด
left on the side of our Goldman. We're just too tired.
The hate is thick. Koala, as we see him going for the gate now. Mini Blue also making precaution measures here. Does have shovels to work with. We are seeing the other gate being pushed now at 40%. Mini Blue might potentially go for the dungeon here. It's at the center, and this, let's see, is gonna be a forced escape for FT survivors.
Changing targets here isn't the best idea because the moment Great Creeper gets out of shovel, it goes into cooldown immediately. He still has another shovel on his hands to use. We're going over here instantly.
Koala, you're done. Koala's done. As we
เรียบร้อยออก4กับแกะทีมแรก โอ้โห FT พร้อมแชมป์มาโหด
out into the dungeon as well.
ทีมไทยเราสู้ไหวไหม FT โหดเหมือนเดิมมีกี่คนก็โหดเท่าเดิมความโหดไม่ต่างอย่างเดิม
Definitely, Adi here, the man, the myth, the legend. 3 pallets done solely by himself. Greekkeeper, another assault on towards the room there. That mech pay was absolutely brilliant from his side.
I don't know what to say about Koala. I think this transition
ออก4กับแกะ
from survivor to hunter
ทำได้
might
ที่ไหน
not be the best for him, but at the same time, it's alright. I'm really close friends with Koala, so I think it's alright.
Yeah, I would say it's a lot of pressure as well because you can't deny, look, you have to chase after a mechanic or she's going to cipher rush you. Adi being the one on the mech definitely hurts the most as well, especially when he's the player that's been on FT for the longest too. He's the most consistent and the one with the longest longevity too, right? So like in our case here, I think for Koala, the moment that mech was chosen out when you want to play Goldman, it was kind of, you know, he needs to perform a prison break, but that prison's walls are just too high.
I mean, that's a very good way to describe it. And at this point in time, right from the get-go, I feel like
หัวร้อนหรือเปล่า
FK is
มี
really
สิทธิ์
not
มีสิทธิ์
on a good, footing right now into this matchup here. As we see into the match stats, 108 seconds of containment time from Mini Blue, but Adi is definitely the MVP player here. 95 seconds of containment time with 4 pellet strikes.
Definitely. And like, it's not only that too, right? 4-mana escape round 1. Look, it's a 95-second
ทันที
container
FK เขาเป็นเซอร์เก่า
Adi
FT
solo containment by himself as
บอ
a
กให้ผมเป็น
mechanic
คน
with
ชื่อ
Time
เหรอ
Turner as well. Only 10 hits from Koala. This is kind of below average or more towards the survivor side of the game, as we do see from this point onwards too. You see it from the decoding stats as well, the cipher machine kind of dropping down on that point after he used that abnormal. I felt like after the abnormal use, with kind of Gravekeeper Terror body blocking, especially with Mech nearby too, it just was too much for Koala to handle, I feel.
For sure. For sure. Koala, I mean, against such an experienced survivor team, right, from FD side, maybe excluding Yuan, but now that we're seeing this, I mean, for now we haven't seen Yuan perform because he's just been decoding, but Mini Blue and Adi, the coordination, the teamwork that we're seeing from them is just next
จริง
level.
แล้วพี่เจเป็นคนให้
I mean,
จี
yes,
ว่าทีม
fighting
กับ
by
เจชวอ
themselves are
บอก
really
ใช่
amazing.
ผม
So
เป็นคน
this is just
ผมเป็น
what
คน
we
ดู
expected from FT, but I wasn't expecting really too much of a full escape right from the get-go in BO1.
Yeah, it's a bit kind of unexpected from our side as well, especially when Goldman is around one hunter pick as well. But I do think Koala kind of got a little bit. It's panic, but it's also worry, just because of the fact that okay, we're on the other side of the map. We don't have our traits ready because we just used abnormal. It's a Gravekeeper we're going up against. The moment you get hit on towards the shovel with the cage, he's already out, running straight towards the dungeon. So I think in that case it was kind of hesitation alongside with panic from his side. So it is kind of unfortunate from FK's side, right? But now it's up to the survivors to go up against HIM.
Yeah, and HIM, if okay, the thing is that's why I heard the RD flew in this person, HIM, into the team, right? Into the team. So he must be really, really good because why would you fly someone all the way from outside of SEA into SEA just to play a tournament, right? So I think this is just gonna be a very strong showing from HIM later on. But at the same time, I also wanted to relay some of the words that FK, Baby Top, wanted to say, because they understand that this is a very strong team that they are facing, and that this team was created in less than a month. So we can definitely see that, yeah, I mean, with the little time prepared for this, they might not be able to perform as well as a team that has been here since IVC 2023.
Yeah.
So this is just gonna be a huge showing from FT, but at the same time, FK, I think one thing that Gummy really mentioned is the consolation prize, even as within the top 8. So let's just take this experience away and let's see how FK Survivors is going to be performing here coming up next.
Definitely. And I do think it's not only that too. I think what kind of FT has done really well, especially from their roster side, is they've kind of kept, every member, well, they kept the roster to a bare minimum so we can focus on each member individually, especially with Adi and Mini Blue being on the team for the longest as well. They're the ones that's actually able to help UN kind of, improve the most too. Not only that as well, like with such a big advantage, round 1 when it's more hunter sided. Even for me right now, I do feel like we can save Goldman round 2. We can maybe pick an unorthodox hunter and just, put him on the stats page of 100% win rate hunter. Maybe choose someone that you're more comfortable to play with, who we've yet to see for quite a long time.
Actually, yes, because I understand that for IVT and EU, after the entire tournament ended, they have this like statistics thing. Yes, Princess.
ผมว่าน่าจะ2โมวันอย่างเงี้ย แต่ Baby Top คนไทยเนี่ยถ้าผมจำไม่ผิด
Preferably speaking, a bit biased. Don't pick Sculptor. I want her to remain at 100% just so I can keep that for myself. But fan pick base, we go. It's an ABC
มาดู
anti-current
Hunter
first
ทีม
two
ที
bands from the
ไม่รู้
side
ใครไปเอาอะไรไหน
of
ทีมนี้
As we see the Magician getting picked here, let's see if it's gonna be a replicate. Oh, will we seeing a Professor? The only Professor that I've seen that has done really well was actually in IVT and EU. Like, there was this one really, really good Professor.
I think Professor is too niche of a pick because it's usually used to go up against Skullman too, right? As we finally see that first officer after the Gravekeeper has been banned. But I just feel like with a team comp like this, especially after you kind of gotten that 4-man escape from FT's side, HM doesn't necessarily speaking have to play Goldman here. Like, there's just, Hermit that could counter Professor. You have Wax Artist that counters. Well, maybe not counters Professor, but does decently well against him as well.
โอ้ยอยากดู
And
คู่สุดท้ายแล้วเว้
Bonbon.
ย
There's just so
เมื่อไหร่
many
คู่
that
สุ
we
ดท้าย
can
จะมา
actually
เว้
choose
ย
here. I feel like no
คู่
matter
นี้รู้
what
ผลแล้ว
happens here for FK,
คือแกะตัว
depending
ออก
on
สี่
what
โบแรก
FK
คือ
wants,
มันจบแล้ว
it's just based on if we want to save
มันจบ
Coleman for
แบบสมบูรณ์แบบแล้ว
second
คือถ้า
game, second
ถ้า
half,
แกะตัวออก
second
สี่
round.
คือแบบตัวอื่นแน่าโดนเห
I
มือน
mean,
กัน
that would be a very good strategy that FT can go for here. I mean, what HIM really needs here, it's just a 1k. So as long as he brings detention at the end game, he should be good to go. There shouldn't be any issues here. As we see the confirmed picks from the survivor side, Puppeteer, First Officer, Magician, as well as the Professor here. What do you think HIM could go for here that could, help him easily get a possibly, I think a tie would be the best outcome here.
Yeah, definitely. Tie game wise, you still kind of. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little bit more biased towards Breaking Wheel, potentially speaking, just because of Professor and because of Puppeteer as well. Just extra damage is kind of for the better as well. Goman definitely isn't bad too. And like you still do have Hullabaloo that counters the Professor too in his red zone as well. So like there's honestly speaking quite a lot for him to really play, especially in this map too. If I would like to choose one, just from a personal preference, if you kind of want to guarantee it
แหว
win,
กว่ะ
I
เขาไม่เล่น
think
แกะนะเขารู้ว่าใช้ตัวละครเฟรมมันยากเกินนะ
Wax.
เขาเล่น
Maybe
แบ
he
บ
got inspired by www Moru with the Wax artist at Chinatown. So really wanted to show give a showing here with this Wax artist, and the Wax artist has been known to at least get that tie, at least get a one kill game. Eliminate one person, or if not, get a tie game here. So let's see how is it gonna be here. But Kuro, against this team coming to BO1, do you think FK has got what it takes?
I think as long as you see, I feel like the biggest turning point here might actually be First Officer, but we'll talk about that later as Era /Mo comes in first. As Little's given towards Magician, that Professor spawning near towards S-Palette near Schoolgate. Underneath Balcony, the mini two-story will be Puppeteer alongside with our First Officer near the entrance of Graveyard.
As we see, HIM will be confirming his pick at his spawn at the bottom left area at the fixed school gate. Professor is nearby alongside with Magician at the center, so potential two chases there. Kuro, which one would you think HIM would prefer here?
I think he'd prefer First Officer, but like FK has done really well to kind of divert First Officer as far away from the Hunter as possible. With like, Professor after a buff, he's able to kind of block that 100% wax. Same as, Magician's illusions as well, being able to block the wax too. But like, we can see the persona points here as well. HIM only bringing that one Titan alongside with Warp. We're not really going for any other confined space, incidents, nor trump card.
As we see the 312 build on Pamlam Zen, and for light we are seeing a Titanic build alongside with Baby Top. So this is going to be interesting as we look into BO1 second half between FK's versus FT's Hunter HIM. My name is Jojo and joining me is Crucial Gaming, and we will be bringing the live commentary of this match.
The game begins as we see here HIM second half of round 1 between FK versus FT as we lock the cipher machine first with Panic Berserker, Max Destructiveness and Detention, but it seems like Sen already being spotted out here. We still have a mini shell shock to use to get rid of the stack, but we didn't, as the first hit here landed within 20 seconds of the game.
Really fast game from the get-go.
โหดจังวะ
8 stacks already on to Zen.
20 วิเสีย
Now
แล้ว
he's
หนึ่งแผล
able to get away, get out of sight from HIM, but let's see, the flywheel is also not ready at 14 seconds left.
One shell shock as well. Can we get it here? Him is playing as much as possible with the mind games here. It's 84 stacks, but we have the
แล้วหลอกด้วย
as well. That's gonna be shell
แล้ว
shock
หลอกด้วย
popped open
แล้วหลอกด้วย
early,
โอ้
but
โห
that second one too, just on time.
เขาคือใครเนี่ยคนเนี้ย
50 second down is just too fast.
โอ้เชิงหนาจัดอะ
That's way too fast and Warp
สอง
wasn't
โบจบ
even used in
รอ
this
เลยคู่สุด
instance.
ท้ายอะแป๊บเดียว
As
เท่า
we
นั้นแหละ
see
นะครับ
him getting
ไม่น่าถึง
trapped
4 ทุ่ม
at the center area. So Baby Top Cipher will be interrupted, but that should be okay as we see Top will be coming in for that rescue on the first officer. Pamela Cipher though, I think that might be one that will also be interrupted.
And not only that as well, there is also another chance for us to kind of lock the cipher machine near Puppeteer. But Magician a little bit too close for comfort as Baby Top coming in for the rescue. We still cannot forget though with the fact that the more hits you give towards this character, the worse it gets for you endgame.
โอ้โหโดน
Yeah, especially when it comes to the rescues as well.
โอ้โหหันไปล็อกเครื่อง แล้วมาไล่ต่อเฮ้ยเอาดี
Towards that, as we see Zen just trying to cut away from
โอ้
the last cipher.
โหดไป ใคร
Pamela
เนี่ย
Cipher getting locked once again, so that 91% Cipher will be on a standstill
Who
as
are
we
you?
see that the 4th and 5th still untouched.
เฮ้ยหันไปล็อกเครื่องแล้วมาไล่ต่อเหรอวะ
Like we did see Sen being able to actually
คือไม่นิ่งจริงทำแบบเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้นะถ้าเป็นแบบ 90% นะคือไล่ต่อ
We didn't really have any
เพราะว่ากลัวว่าจะไม่ได้ตัวนั้น
unfortunately speaking just to prolong that
ผม
containment
ช่วยไม่ได้
As
ผมว่า
Pamela
นี่ดู
just
ทรง
immediately being chased here we're not max presence just yet so
เชี่ยโหดจัด
rescue is still possible as of now 86 stacks we're currently flywheel missed unfortunately speaking one hot wax getting him down is all what we need right here Pamela can we get it sometime as we're running straight towards the home there
Okay,
here
okay.
brilliant prediction as the game continues
Yeah, Zen
Wait.
fighting for his life
Ui,
here as
ow.
we see that the pellet stun
กลับมา
comes
ได้ว่ะกลับมาได้ว่ะ
through and his shell is ready
ท่านใหม่เหรอ
for
ผมไม่รู้เขาคือ
usage.
ใครอ่ะ
Flywheel
รู้แค่ว่า
is
โห
still
ดจัด
on a very long cooldown, so I'm not sure if Zen will be able to last till then. Now he's trying to buy as much time not to
โอ้โห
survive.
แต่เริ่มหลุดแล้วเริ่มหลุดแล้วอันนี้เริ่มหลุดแล้วเริ่มไม่ใช่
Good job coming from Zen there.
ชมใครปุ๊บ
Cyphers are
คนนั้น
being
เหลือง
pushed
เลย
here,
นะ
so every second counts for Zen here. Let's see if he's able to make it for another 20 to 30 seconds.
Oh, 89 stacks. The wax just started going down a little bit unfortunate for HIM, but at least we're able to contain for such a long time as we want to get the hit a little bit closer towards the chair. But honestly speaking, Professor has done an outstanding job with a 40-second rebound kite potential here. 4 cipher machines are just about to be done. Wanted order on first officer hurts HIM even more. And with the last cipher machine here remaining, 2 near corner house, 1 just on the other side of the map.
Yes, we see Pamela is trying to hide it out, but I think HIM manages to see him in eagle-eyed spotting. As you see Pamela trying to fight for his life here as well, not able to use his magician wand to play the mind game tricks. As we see the hot wax successfully
แต่สุด
landing
ท้ายก็อยู่ในการควบ
onto
คุม
him
อยู่ดี
now.
ถึงจะแอบเหลืองไปนิด
Snowball
นึงก็ตามนะครับ
continues as we see
ดุดัน
that
เนี่ยแหละที่ผมบอกว่า
Cipher
ฮันเตอร์
has
ต้อง
just
ดุ
been
ดันเลย
stopped.
It's very
ทีมนี้ทันใหม่
unfortunate
ห
for
รือใครเปลี่ยน
Magician
ผม
because
ไม่รู้
this
เหมือนกัน
was
ครับ
a
แต่
new
รู้แค่ว่าโหด
character
มาก
with a new
ผม
persona.
ดูปุ๊บผมรู้เลยว่าคนนี้
Still
แม่ง
would
ของจริง
be on the ground there as well. Hiding there, it wasn't a bad option. Definitely could have. The hunters usually definitely wouldn't be able to see you, but he is him after all, isn't it? This wax artist, as we see Light here come in for the rescue.
He is him. Exactly as we see Light. Just getting ready for this, able to use his puppet early on and get that safe rescue. So the Tide Turner is in effect. Let's see Light.
อุ้ย
Missed
กดช้า อันนี้กดช้า
so badly. Now him, trying to potentially go for that double down. As we
เห็น
see
ชัดโล
Pamela
บอกว่าเป็นเด็ก
is
ฝึกพี่อย่าง
one
ค่ายเดียว
of
กัน
the
อะเอาอีกแล้วเหรอ
this cipher
เด็กฝึกพี่อย่างมา
and
เซิร์ฟมาบ่อยยังไง
I mean, this kind of does make sense as well from the side of wax artists too.
Oh my
He knows that
God.
magicians that have felt who can't come into rescue, and only first officer would be doing that as well. So we're ready on his hands to use. The moment magician decodes the cipher machine, that's when we go and catch him off guard and instantly kind of chair near the cipher machine just to kind of deny all possibilities of a win here. Oh no, not win, of a tie here for FK. So right now, Eagle Eye is going to be very important. The moment that cipher machine shakes.
เก่งพอกับจุด2ในร่างทองเลยค
Yeah,
รับ
and
โอ้
as we look into this, let's see how FK
Nang
can
Hong, Tan Heng Lo.
potentially at least try to go for a tie game. That would be the best case scenario looking at how it's kind of shaping up as well. Baby Top is coming in for the rescue. We can see him on the bottom left, heading from the geisha area. Pamlam potentially trying to snatch that cipher, 91%, but him, is he gonna let Pamlam do this?
It's kind of crazy, but I think wax artist might have saw where magician was. That's an instant warp over without any hesitation here. We're so far away from the last cipher machine. We've one flywheel left to use. Another flywheel just immediately just to be able to rebound kite, but we can't get it out on time. Magician back on chair, and guess what? Cipher machine is just here.
My goodness, it's just continuous wax bombing at that cipher. So that cipher will be on a standstill for a long time. Puppeteer is also half health, so he can't be here. Baby Top is the only person that can come for this rescue. So let's see Light still kind of far away from Cipher as well.
We got the rescue here on time, but it seems like Magician will get Terror Shocked, unfortunately speaking. Cipher Machine currently 18% on the other side here. We're at least able to guarantee a win here, which is good news for Waxers. However, there is still a chance though for a one-man escape, because as long as this isn't a 10-0, I think it's okay for FK, to be honest.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a great start to have a 10-0, but looking at the situation, it seems to be that him is playing his cards all right. And there is really nothing that FK Survivors can really do here. Baby Top is just waiting for the Cipher to be done with that wax, but it's just every time, once it's like unwaxed, him is just there.
Yeah.
So they
โอ้ยัง
can't
ไม่จ
go.
บอยู่หรอแทนเขาจะเก็บ4
Not only that as well, I do think our Waxers now is kind of waiting for our warp to be ready, just so we can kind of have a really good end game. But like even in these cases too, it's kind of like you don't know when to pop. The moment you get 100 stacks of wax, you hot wax. Are you going to pop? If you are, brilliant. We immediately get extra wax on him, get him down and warp over. If you don't pop, it's just a slow death game. As now Baby Top trying to contain here for as long as we can. 53% Cipher Machine on the other side. We know one more pallet left here to play with, but you can just lock it with one blob wax.
โอ้โดน
Really
โดน
too good at this game, as we see that the down onto Baby Top instantly with that
เซิร์ฟเราเนี่ยเซิร์ฟฟาร์มเซิร์ฟฟาร์ม EXP
and just looking at this, right, I'm not even sure whether Light can potentially go for a dungeon escape, as we see the warp coming through and landing straight onto that
โหเรารู้ด้วยเรารู้ด้วย
We
Stand by
got a
ทำอะไรไม่ได้
pallet exchange, which is nice, but
จบ
60-second
10
containment
โบแรก
against the Waxers. Puppeteer 1 item left is really hard. That's to be Puppeteer used instantly. We can hot wax and then normally head down if we don't want to wait. But it seems like we're just going to play a little bit of a safer game here. As finally, let's congratulate them. The 4-man elimination from the side of HIM.
Yeah, congratulations also to FT for winning the VO1 matchup against FK. What a statement right from the get-go. A 10-0.
เรียบร้อย 10-0
Definitely,
Oh.
yeah. But like, it's... I do think, right, Professor with that early game, we saw him placing it in the pallet instantly. I felt like maybe just running would have been better. We had enough distance, but I do think we were kind of maybe worried about which direction Waxers was coming from. So with that kind of hesitation, instead of, maybe running towards double 11 near the graveyard gate, we decided to loop in that area instead. I think that kind of that's something that caused, potentially speaking, the snowball from kind of falling over on towards FK.
Yeah, FK, like as mentioned, is not as experienced compared to FT. So I think for now, FT is just really having a great game here. Good step in the right direction if you're trying to clean this 2-0 sweep. As for FK,
ทีมที่จะเอาชนะทีมนี้ได้
best
มีแค่
case
ทีมเดียว
scenario now would have to be them winning BO2 and BO3, which
มีแค่ทีมเดียวเท่านั้น
potentially is a huge ask considering BO1
ทีมที่
we got a
ที่ทุกคนก็
10-0. It's
น่าจะ
probably
รู้
gonna
ว่าใคร
hurt
นะ
them in their egos already. How are they gonna even fight back for BO2 and 3? We just gotta wait and see.
Yeah, definitely. And like with the match stats here, we see as well, right? 64-second containment on the Magician, 101 on that Professor, 51 on the Puppeteer, alongside with 73 on our first officer. Professor did a really beautiful rebound type containment, very beautiful pallets done after the second rescue, very beautiful wax deny on the second rescue too. He did do as much as he could, but I do feel like because how fast we got down early game, we couldn't really sell, we couldn't really try play a little bit more of a safer game, in which it did result in HIM being able to snowball slowly but surely.
Yeah, and this just as we look into this, right, of course BO1, this was actually FK's map selection and they got 0 to 10. So this is gonna hurt a lot for them, as we be potentially looking into FT picking the map for BO2, where they would know HIM would excel in. HIM
นักพากย์ที่ไหนไม่รู้นะแต่ผมให้ FT เต็ง1 ครับ
honestly, just coming to BO1 with that wax artist,
ส่วนที่เหลือก็
clean
เฉลี่ย
wax
ทั่ว
artist with minimal mistakes.
ๆเจ๊กน่าจะเต็ง2
Yeah, and like I do feel going towards round 2 and like just moving on forward from this point onwards, like you still just have way too much advantage points, especially from the side of FT2. FK right now they need at least 1 4-mine elimination, right? But before that, we'll move on towards game highlights first as we return back for second half of game 2.
ติงที่ผมบอกติงเจ็บเพราะผมฟังเป้าหมายมาแล้วกัปตันทีมพูดเองกับมือกัปตันทีมหวังท็อป 8แต่จริงผมเสียดาย NE นะก็เสียดายแทนพวกเขาเลย
between team FK versus FT with FT leading by a huge 10 points. So Kuro, we will be seeing FT picking up the map really soon. But in your knowledge or
ประสบการณ์ FT เยอะสุดแล้วใน
what you
AD
would like to
เขา
see,
ไป
what map
COA
do you
ทุกรอบ
think
อะ
will be picking up?
I do know that FT, like if we think about FT's match history here, they usually go for Chinatown for, you know, second half, but like back, you know, towards just a point again, 4-man escape from the side of FT, 4-man elimination from the side of FT's Hunter as well. So like with this moving on, and with FT being able to choose the map, they can go for kind of their kind of potential picks, not potential picks, their favorite picks, such as Chinatown, which is one of those, you know, maps that they have worked a lot around too.
Yeah, and
10
of
0
course
โอ้โห
with FT side,
ถ้าโบ
we've
2 นี่
seen them for so many
โดน
tournaments already, and for the
โดน
past 2
ว่าโบ
years,
2 ต้องแข่งให้
we've
จบ
seen
เท่านั้น
them
วะ
be the champions of
ต่อให้เขาจะโดน
IVT.
เก็บ 4 ก็มีแข่งต่อ
They are the
แต่น่า
defending
จะจบ2 โบ
champions
แหละ
here,
ตรงนี้
but now it's being revamped into IVT SEA, right?
ดู
So
ถ้าคู่สุดท้ายเราคงไม่ได้เรื่อง
we
4 ทุ่ม
a
อย่าง
lot of
ที่
us expecting
คนดูคิด
FT
ไว้นะ
to be in the grand finals matchup, and with this match being their starting matchup in top 8, they seem to be geared up for what is to come for tomorrow.
Definitely. And it's not only that too, it's a huge showing as well from FT Survivor's side. Now FK really kind of has to fight back as much as possible. I think for them, like after banning out the opera singer, if we kind of want to maybe avoid the Ivy, we can. We don't necessarily have to play, you know, full harass team comps. But like with this moving on forward, I do think maybe a speedy decoding comp might be the best for them, especially when like, you know, they definitely contained well. Like especially against HIM, they did contain well. Second rebound kite was good. It was just a cipher machine being a tiny bit slower because of that bad early game.
As we look into the map ban and map selection here, FK has decided to ban out the Armors Factory, with FT picking up a Leo's Memory, with FT Survivors coming up first.
Survivors coming up first.
Leo Memory ซะด้วยด่าเขาซะ
This is
ด้วย
kind of good for.
ครับพี่เจสวัสดี
I
ค
do
รับ
think it's kind of a bit better for maybe FT's
Leo
Hunter
นี่เข้า
HIM
ไป
as
เรื่
well.
อย
But like regardless of who comes out
ยาว
first
ๆไป
from
นะ
the side of FT, I don't think there's going to be a lot of
น่าจะ
pressure for their Hunter. But FK's
โบ
Hunter
สุด
coming
ท้ายแล้ว
out
แหละ
first, I
ขอ
think
ง
it's
คู่
just
นี้
because
เรือทรง
last
FT
game
แน่
Survivor do
FT คงไม่อยาก
they
เป็น
do
แร
need
ง
to
ของโบที่
recuperate
3
first, and then of course like it's just less pressure as well with the Hunter coming out first as well. Koala, potentially speaking, we could go for maybe some good pocket picks from their side, especially game one. Goman didn't work out well, so for him, this is more about a redemption match.
Hot take. I feel like maybe they should have Giala coming up instead of Koala. Hot take though. So
You never know.
how
You
it's
never know.
gonna be here.
Yeah,
Giala.
I feel.
Go
No, you
ahead.
go.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Fair. No, I kind of just want to maybe highlight. It's probably for Koala, probably a bit nerve-wracking for their side as well. But look, I think with a lot of experience going up against FT is nice. It's kind of one of the bigger things I say in tourneys like this. If you can go up against kind of FT, the stronger UPDG teams in general, you will kind of see what you're lacking the most. Maybe for FK here, they don't have the best condition they're in right now, but definitely it is a good learning curve for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do agree with what you said there. And of course, if Koala is able to come up again, he's able to show, then sure. But if Jala is able to come up instead, and Jala is known to be one of the hunters that is part of SKY previously, he's played the Ivy Opera as well as the Geisha. So it seems to me that he might have potentially been more fitting in BO1, but now that it's BO2 already, I think this is a better time. It's definitely a better time to see him now, as we see him coming up now, and Koala will be benched out.
It's going to be Seer, Fire Investigator, first 2 bans from the Hunter side, and of course Opera Singer will be banned on this map. We will soon get our first 2 picks from FT Survivor side as well, but with Opera Singer out of the loop, you still do have Hullabaloo and Goatman available, well not Goatman, Hullabaloo and Ivy, available to use.
Yes. I mean, I think Jala will mostly go with the Ivy. I feel like it's more of a comfort pick for him, but for the side of FT, they are still deciding what to pick here. Acrobat being one of their counter picks, right? Especially if they're spawned at the shack window. We've seen Adi kite out continuously in COA previously, as we see the Psychologist also getting picked up here. Actually, Psychologist, right, being picked up here. But it seems to be that Psycho has yet been very popular in SCA. We don't see that being picked up here a lot today.
I guess it is because of a lot of her kind of supportability. Containability is a little bit lower compared to other survivors too, right? Like not only that as well, Mech being banned from the side of Adi, we won't be able to see that Mech. It's pretty strong in this map.
Yeah, so what they're lacking here potentially could be that rescuer. Let's see Jala, what is he going to be banning out here? FT, as of now, Teamcom is looking pretty stable, right? FT side, they don't usually go for risky plays, OB heavy plays, and really just focusing on that solo kiting potential.
Yeah, and like if you look at this as well, right? Acrobat definitely gives the which is why we won't be banning out that arrow playness, but arrow is still available to use. That Merc being chosen out as kind of more of a guaranteed rescuer. That kind of the rescue is nice if the IV does come out too. But I do think a team comp like this, it is pretty slow when it comes to decoding. However,
อย่างที่บอกว่าถ้าเซตเซอร์ถ้าอยากได้เสมอมันต้องมีมือเอด้ามาค้ำเว้ยมือเอด้ากายกรรมอ่ะคือแม่งแบบที่สุดแล้วในการดับเสมอผมจะบอกผมจะพูดเลยว่าตอนทีมเป็นดีเขาน่าหยิบมือมาเพราะมือมันค้ำเกม3 คนได้ดีมาก
It just seems to be that they are geared up for whatever counter that Jala is gonna pick here.
ในด่านใหญ่ๆมือจะเก่งมาก
No matter really what happens here is Acrobat's way too strong in Shack for you to chase him. Psychologist as well in 2-story area, 3-hit type character, a little bit hard. If it was only 2-hit type character, great. That's no problem at all. And then you have Mercenary and Coordinator. Cordy definitely probably running, a more of a kiting persona build, and then Mercenary just being Mercenary, having nothing really to worry about unless he's actually first chase. There's kind of no weaknesses on this team comp when you try to, play the top 2 characters remaining like Hullabaloo and the Ivy. But maybe for Jala, we could potentially, like, if we want to, not a bad pick as I was about to say would be Acrobat just because of that cycle. But I guess Hullabaloo will be the final choice here.
Hullabaloo into this mix here. It's gonna be a tough first down, I would say. It's just how is he even gonna chase? Finding them would be no problem at all, but the chasing part is definitely an issue here. We know from FT side that they don't really kite on top of each other. They are able to make that spacing, die away from ciphers. I think the only way Jala might potentially be able to get this is if FT makes a huge mistake.
Yeah, and like not only that as well, one of the more plausible type of mistakes that they can make is with probably from what I would say is they kind of mistime the double surprise and get terror shocked while vaulting over a pallet. That is kind of the more likely situation that will happen because it did happen before. But like as you can see with the area selection mode, here we go. Safest place 2-story will be given towards the Psychologist, middle for Dash Coordinator, Shack Ash for the Acrobat, and of course Mercenary spawning on the right hand side.
Yeah, and if we look into this, right, even if Jala says go for the Coordinator can just hit towards the factory area. Yuan would gladly just leave the factory just for Coordinator to have a better time in sight, just to kite. Kuga at the my voice is cracking up. Kuga at the shack. 3 balls to work with. What can you really do here as we look into the personas?
โอ้โหแล้วเล่นไทย2ด้วย
Trump card here on the side of our hullabaloo here.
ดาบ
Once
โคต
again,
รดี
we're seeing a lot of detentions on other pro play fields, but it seems like for Southeast Asia region, we'd rather have that extra trump card to use. From the side of survivors though, it's going to be double tie turning here on our Psycho and of course Mercenary, Flywheel on that coordinator alongside with knee-jerk reflex here for Kuga. Overall, pretty stable of a persona trait to use. 2 tighteners can almost always guarantee you a tie game if you contain well early game.
Yeah, as we head into this matchup here, let's see if Jala has what it takes. It's going to be FT's versus FK's Hunter. My name is Shoichu and joining me is Crucial Gaming, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this matchup.
Okay, Jala running that Insolence trump card alongside with Max Spiller breaking here, it seems, announcement and attack speak recovery. Inertia doesn't really work for Hullabaloo just because he doesn't really benefit from attack and recovery. But of course, coordinator already 2 balls on towards her as we're missing just that fireball and the gun straight towards the face.
ยิงเพื่อให้เปลี่ยน
She was
ตัว
the
ค
face
รับ
indeed. As you see RD
แต่ดูทรงแล้ว
establishing
เจล่า
that
น่าจะ
much
ไม่เปลี่ยนนะ
distance after that
เจล่า
gunshot
นี่
is just amazing.
ไม่ใช่ขี้
This
ๆอ่ะ
just
คน
comes
นี้
from Cordy
เล่นเก่งมาก
himself. As we see one more red bomb and RD will be getting that first
แต่ไอ
hard
วี่
damage.
ผมชอบไอวี่เขามาก
Did we get it? We didn't
เจ
get it
ล่า
on time. Adi, brilliant twirl there from the side of our coordinator. We're trying to do it once again here as we finally were able to cancel it. But Jala, we twirled by accident. We're a pallet on below, and then coordinator
โอ้โห
is
แล้ว
able
ดู
to
ลายจู
contain
อาดี
for another 4 seconds for free.
โอ้โหโอ้โหทำอะไรไม่ได้นะสกิลหมด
Kiting out
เอาวางไม่โดนด้วยเอ้า
with this hula baloo and the double surprise here doing nothing
อุ้ย
at all.
โอ้โห
Oh my lord, the flywheel just used to get away from that
Hey.
red zone, and now we're playing around this one single pallet for such a long time. No hit here, just
โอเค
yet. That's
โดน
the
แล้ว
control
แผลแรก
from our
1 ที
pallet.
12 วินะ
And finally, first presence has been opened.
มีแผลแรกก็ต้องมีแผล
Playing with the terrains
ยังไง
really well. Adi making a statement here as we see
โดนสี
that
ดำไป
a
1 ที
white bomb and
สี
red
แดง
bomb
อีก 1
will be done. Another white
เหลือ
one.
สีขาว
Oh, still missing that zone.
โอ้โหแล้วหัวหม่งกระแพงเรียบร้อย
We have to
ครับ
twirl, we have to twirl. Okay, that's fine. You
โอ้
down
นานแล้วนะ
from
1 นาที
the side
30 วิ
of
ครับ
Jala.
เครื่องมือ
But
จะ
it
เสร็จ
took too long. 100 seconds until we actually get this coordinator on
เครื่องมือได้
towards
83 อ่ะ
Two fast decoding survivors
ไม่ใช่
outside, which
เครื่องมือได้
mercenary cipher machine already at
โอ้เครื่องมือได้
80%.
86 อ่ะครับ
Being the first survivor coming in to rescue as well.
พยายามจะเครื่องมาละ
As of now, the FT side survivors, they are not making any big
เรา
mistakes.
ให้
In fact,
เอ
they
ด้า
are
รอ
making
ช่วยเลย
miracle
นะ
plays with those kiting and playing around with those terrains. Now, Yuen will be coming in for that rescue, as you mentioned, with that tight turner. So let's see how safe
เอด้ามีไทยครับทุกอย่างถูกเซ็ตไว้หมดแล้ว
I
โอ้
feel
โห
like for
มือ
Yen,
ไม่
we
ต้อง
brought-
วิ่ง แล้วจะเอาแผลเอด้า
we
เอ
brought
ด้า
Lucy
ไม่
to
ให้
go
โอ้
towards
โห
the church, which basically allowed him to
กลายว่า
stop
อา
so
ดี
much
มีระยะ
hit.
เล่นเฉ
He
ย
is
เลย
still currently full health in this sense as well.
กระโดดข้ามหน้าต่างมาสีขาวไป1 ที
More of a speed boost from McCordy's
แล้ว
innate
สีแดงกับสี
passive.
ดำผสมกัน
But
ไม่
right
โดน
now, we're just
ไม่โดน
missing
โอ้
two
เข้าไม้ไม่ได้
balls, but it
เรียบ
is
ร้อ
all
ยโดนจน
over
ได้
again. But thankfully, that double surprise was on the other side.
โอ้โหแล้วโดนโซนเครื่องต้องเอาไทยดึงออกนะ
I mean, the fact that he was able to kite from all the way that corner to this area here, I
โอ
think
เคมี
it's
ส่ง
a
กัน
very
ทั้งไทย
good
และ
job
ทาง
well
สิงค
done.
โป
But
ร์
he will die on top of one of his teammates, Cipher, Mini Blue, as Mini Blue does not have a tight turner. Mercenary does though, so this is sorry, that's Mini Blue. Mercenary
Mini Blue.
is coming in for the rescue. Sorry.
No. Well, I mean, in this case, right, you can't forget Acrobat, Cipher Machine, and Psycho is decoding the last 2 Cipher. As long as this tight turner pops out, 12% is enough of a 20-second time for Mercy to pop that too. So from the side of survivors right now, they're really looking for that 4-man endgame.
จะเทเลอร์ได้หรือเปล่าแล้วตีไปจังหวะนี้ไม่เทเลอร์ครับแต่ว่าอยากได้ลงคู่มากๆสีขาวเท่านั้นโอ้โหเราได้ด้วยเอาแล้วไงแต่เมอร์เซน่าไม่สนใจนะโอ้โหเราพังเครื่องเลยครับเจล่า
Changes to abnormal.
He wants to go into tagging, but he knows if he doesn't abnormal.
เพราะถ้าไม่พังนี่ก็สยองอยู่นะแต่พังก็สยองอยู่ดีเพราะครูก้ามารอครับ
We fireballs to use, we snowballs, and we've also mobile on our hands to use as well. So now what matters is how much body block can we get, or even can we bypass this acrobat at all?
เอ้า
He loses sight of Adi.
No way,
Jala.
right?
Yes,
No.
wait. I think.
Oh, no,
okay.
we saw. It's okay. But
is
we still
okay
have an
บอ
Acro
ดี้
back
บอก
up the
is
point
okay
pass
นะ
right
ภาพ
now.
ว่า is
Acro
okay
versus Acro.
แต่เจล่าบอกตอนนี้ผมไม่โอเคแล้วตอนนี้
Ourselves at a beautiful pallet drop down. Acrobat once again, but we didn't really block there with that body.
เจล่าบอกไม่ไหวแล้ว
Well, no, that's a snowball there.
เขาเอาวางข่าวแล้วเขาจะพับไม้แผ่นนี้
Can we come back here, Kuga? We need a lot of body block for Cordy right now.
แล้วบอดี้บอก
He's a red ball,
โอ้โห
he's a red
แล้วเอาจน
ball.
ได้
He's down onto RD here.
Oh,
Can he
Kuga.
pick him up in time? Can he pick him up in time?
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยเอาจนได้ว่ะเจล่า
Close,
alright.
close.
แต่นะครับเจล่า
At
ไม่
least
มี
he
ตาแด
picks
ง
up
นะ
the right person here, so that will guarantee at least a 1k here, but it's definitely
แล้วหลุม
not
อยู่ตรง
enough.
พระจันทร์
FT
เอ้ย
survivors, we
มุม
still
แบบ
see Mini Blue is pushing the moonlight gate there. We see Kuga making a beeline for it. There is no dungeon here, and I'm pretty sure he missed.
โอ้โห
missed.
ไป
He used
ไป
up
ถึง
all
ไม่
his
น้อย
spells
เอ
to
ด้าก็มารับนะ
support the coordinator there.
Oh,
So
Psycho body block. Psycho comes in for the body block. Kuga
ส
has
ปิ
to
น
go
ฉีก
behind
มา
Psycho right now.
จะบอดี้บล็อกกันจังหวะนี้
We didn't
โอ้
get
โห
it.
เจล่า ตีโดนได้ไงวะน่ะ
No Titans left on our hands to use. Both of these players
แล้วทาย
can
หมด
get
แล้
out
ว
on time.
คุณนี่ชิงแชมป์เหรอ
Mercenary
ใช่ครับ
came a bit too late.
a little too late indeed, as we see that Kuga
เอาชัวร์เลย
might
นะ
be seeing himself back into the mana. No more Titans to walk with. We're sitting on the bottom left.
โอ้ยจะเสมอ
Mercenary
FT ได้นี่ต้องขนาดนี้เลยนะต้องทุ่มสุด
potentially
ตัว
wants to go for more.
Mm.
No, no.
Oh, okay.
แต่จังหวะ OB ของคูก้าผมว่าแอบ
So
We
a
thought
tie
they were going
game.
for the chair.
Yeah, I thought that he was gonna a little bit. Thought he was
Oh,
gonna be a little bit
then,
greedy
yeah.
there. Maybe something might happen for Jala to potentially turn things around, but FT has decided to play a little bit safely, and it works
แต่
out
เชื่อ
for
ว่า
them.
ฮันเตอร์
A
เก็บ
tie
สี่
game against a Blue in BO2. Any highlights you'd like to mention, Kuro?
Probably coordinator using that flywheel to get away from the red zone to vault over the pallet and contain for even longer. I feel like Adi's condition today is kind of top notch.
มาฝากไลค์ก็แชร์เยอะๆต่อไปทีมไทย
top-notch,
เจอ
I
ทีม
feel
ไทย
like with his kiting. I
Cool.
just not sure. I'm not sure. He's just been
Nada
kiting so
lume.
well. Previously, when he first joined FT, he was playing a rescuer, right? Then he upgraded to becoming a main kiter for his team, and he has
No
done
me
an
jodas,
exceptional
yo-
job.
พูดเลย
You
แอบ
can
ง
see
ง
it from his gameplay
ก็
right here.
อารมณ์แบบตีไม่เช็ดเลือดนะต้องตี3-4ตีบอสตีให้โดน
Seconds of
3-4 จะได้1แผล
Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of this.
คือไม่ใช่เลือกก็จริงแต่
was
ต้องตีหลายที
contained
กว่าจะได้
early
1
game
แผล
as well. I do feel like if it wasn't for the abnormal kick from the side of Hullabaloo, definitely could have still been a 4-man endgame with a 3-man escape. Acrobat, very beautiful body block during the endgame phases, but I do feel like from that point of view, if you want to guarantee body blocking the Hullabaloo away from those entrances, usually crouching down gives you a little bit more of a character wish to do it.
Yeah, and it also seems to be that Jala changing to abnormal was the right play because he was able to at least guarantee Cordy to be down here. And Kuga also did a great job trying to do a distraction play as well. But he used up all his balls. He ended up with nothing at the end game, so he was unable to escape. Though support was trying to, be sent through from Mini Blue as well as ran at the end.
Definitely, yeah. And I do feel like, with that type of really good early game from the side of the survivors, Jala did do pretty well as well with, knowing what to focus on afterwards. We want to go for the mercenary, get him down as soon as possible, and
ทำ
then
ไมข้อมูลถึงเป็นวิธีแก้เพราะ
go
ว่า
after the coordinator.
เพราะว่า
normal too.
สีที่พื้น
Because
มัน
if we just let mercenary
มัน
by
มี
himself
ขอบเขตของมัน
12% cipher machine
คือ
remaining
ถ้าเข้า
on
มุม
that
ฮันเตอร์ต้องใช้
cipher,
สกิลที่มัน
20
หมุน
seconds is
จาน
more
สี
than enough with, accelerated decoding too.
ผมก็บอกไม่ถูกไง
Yeah. And of course, I would also like to mention that the FK side, Jala, he was able to do a double down on the mercenary, right? The fact that I think that was also a pretty crucial play, if not the double decoding from mercenary alongside with who was it? Psychologist.
Psycho, yes.
Yes, I think the double decoding would definitely be enough for Court to stand up, and all of them have a borrowed time as well. So great play coming from Jala. He was able to be very detail oriented, but just that Adi was able to outplay him from the get-go. It's just something that Adi is great at right now.
Yeah, and I do feel like, we're 100 seconds in towards the game and we've still kind of had, 10% left on the other cipher machines. We can kind of probably say it was slow because everyone was rotating early game, but then the moment Cordy was first chase, I feel like from that point onwards, we should have just started decoding, but I do think there was maybe a slight mix-up on the locations of the cipher machine, just because, once again, it is a hullabaloo. We don't want the last 3 cipher machines to be too close towards each other, or else it'll just give Diala too much opportunities from mid to end game 2.
Yeah, I think this is actually a good point that you had, because HIM in the matchup just now in the Ever Slipping Town, the ciphers were also in one side of the map. It was a straight line, and it allowed him with the Wax Artist to just Wax Bomb everywhere. So there was really no progress on those ciphers. So very important play, interesting play coming from FT as well, and it worked out for the better. As we look into BU2 second half between FK Survivors versus FT's Hunter him.
Yeah, now it's kind of, it's a map that's been chosen out by FT. It's a Leo's Memories map as well. And not only that too, still Goman is available. Goman's good enough on this map, as we've seen before in pro play. And of course, there is, the likelihood of Opera being played as well. There is a likelihood of Hullabaloo being played as well. But I do think, from the side of FT's Hunter, probably would be best to play Goman to kind of guarantee maybe a win game here once again.
Yeah, I think Goat 9 would definitely be best here as we look into our winning conditions, right? My goodness, I'm just like lagging and crazy. The winning conditions. So BO1 first half, we are seeing a tied game. So coming into BO2 second half, the winning condition here for FT's Hunter would be a 3.
Yes. Definitely. And like you also see, the Seer and the Mechanic here being banned out already, just so there's no Cypher Rush progress too. And of course, Goman being banned out, which does leave HIM with only 3 options left from the meta side, which is Ivy, Hullabaloo, and Opera.
Yeah, so it just creates such an opening, right? You were talking about the Goatman, now it's being banned out here, but there's just so many other options for HIM. As you look at this, Fire Investigation
ตอนสุดท้ายหรือไม่ต้องมาดูกัน
First 2 characters pick does,
เสมอก็ไปต่อบวก3 ครับ
mercenary 20% decoding debuff, Fire Investigator 5%
แล้วเขาคุย
decoding
กันยังไง
debuff.
วะ
It
เนี่ย
will be slower decoding
ก็
early game,
หลาย
but
เชื้อ
their
ชาติขนาด
support
นั้น
and rescue is
ภาษาอั
kind
งกฤษ
of
เหรอ
top-notched in this case as well, as our Cordy has been banned as our 3rd ban. Not a bad ban overall, but I do think 3rd pick has to be a decent decoder or container.
I think I agree with what you said, right? Decoder might be better. Exactly. We're seeing the Prisoner here, but thing about decoders is that they decode fast, yes, but kiting potential-wise as it's corrected itself is not the best, because the only thing he has is the electric shock, or maybe if he kites around his chain, his linked up cipher, maybe it creates an opening, but HIM might just disconnect that cipher as well. So right now, looking at this, we're seeing an Explorer, a double decoding team comp here. We do know there is this strategy going with the Prisoner and the Explorer decoding.
I feel like in this case, it's still too risky for FK, because like the moment Ivy will be the best suited kind of, character to use here, right? Especially, Explorer can either spawn in middle or in shack or in factory. That's okay. But the moment Ivy comes out, it's like, oh, Phantom comes out. You see where Explorer is already because it's kind of indicated to you with a small kind of spotlight or kind of icon. You immediately each teleport, and that kind of just takes Explorer's whole potential away. But even if you don't chase after Explorer, Prisoner is an easy chase for Ivy as well, like 1 blink, 1 hit down, and you have 2 other slow decoders out there too, so like, it's not too much of a issue here for Ivy if HIM wants to play it.
Yeah, but Kuro, if you have to pick
โอ้ย
one
จิ๋ว
of
ก็
the
มา
two, right, between the Prisoner and the Explorer
ปั่น2
here,
ว่ะ
which one do you think
จิ๋ว
would
นะโทษนะครับ
really make that impact to remove that cipher decoding progress? Is it gonna be Prisoner or the Explorer?
I think it's gonna have to be Prisoner just because of that connected cipher machine too, right? It's too annoying, especially from the side of Ivy, where your Ostracon gets destroyed, Prisoner's pushing the cipher machine near where your Ostracon is, and then like you think there's no one decoding that cipher machine, or you think there is someone there, you teleport over, and no, there's actually no one there instead, so you wasted a teleport too. I think kind of, in one sense, Prisoner is the most annoying one, just because of that kind of global cipher machine support.
Yeah, that was probably gonna be the case here. We might see we thought there's gonna be Ivy, but nope, the Hullabaloo coming straight in. So Explorer will most likely not be seen at all during the entire match here. Prisoner is the opening that Hullabaloo can go for, but predicting the spawn locations, Kuro, where do you think these 2 vulnerable characters are gonna be spawned at?
I think they're gonna have to put there's 2 issues here. if Explorer goes into miniature mode
มัน
and
จะเน้นแอบกันมากกว่า
uses his red
สำหรับ
zone
ที
to
ม
kind
FK
of skirmish across the bushes, we have a chance to find him. And if we bring Hunter's Instincts as well. However, are you really gonna allow Prisoner in Shack? Yes, you are. Oh no, it's a bit scary here, but Prisoner in Shack, it's not good for. It's not good. It's not that good for Hullabaloo, especially when you go up against a Hullabaloo, right? So deploying a Prisoner in middle is good, and then Explorer being in two-story area just means that we've successfully baited him. But like with this,
โอ้โหเอานักโทษเกิดกลาง
Hullabaloo's
เลยว่ะ
gonna lock in the moon gate.
สุดไหน
spot.
เนี่ย
Yeah, so Explorer probably just go find his pages. Probably not gonna be
ผมนึกว่าเขาจะให้นักโทษอยู่บ้านเล็กนะ
and Light will most likely
เอ้ยนึกว่า
transitioning
ให้นักโทษอยู่
into
โรงงาน
the
จิ๋วอยู่บ้าน
factory
เล็ก
getting
เลย
ready for his first kite. So him, definitely he has to go for one of these decoders, right? If not, these two decoders are just gonna fly right off when it comes to decoding. And Zen with the Fine Investigator might not be the best optimal chase here as we look into the personas.
It's going to be Insolence Detention here on the side of HIM with Trump card as well. Our first Detention Hullabaloo for the day. It will be a Flywheel on the side of Fire Investigator, Tighturner for our Explorer, Flywheel Ninja Reflex on the side of Prisoner, alongside with Tighturner here for Mercenary here too. This will be day 1 match 3, round 2, second half between FK versus FT. As in game 1, it was 10-0, so FT was able to take the win. And of course for game 2, first half, it was a tie game between the two teams. And of course, moving on straight towards second half, the commentary will be brought to you by Chucho and Kuroshiro.
$3K is what he needs to end this game in a clean sweep. As for FK Survivors, tie game is what they must have here at the very least. As we see that the prisoner has already rotated from the outside staircase
ให้หมา
area
ขึ้น แต่หมา
and
ไม่
still
ทำงาน
move
ครับ
on
ตอน
from
นี้
it.
It was nice dodges from the side of Prisoner, but it's also hard to land those bombs on staircase 2, especially with double surprise. Prisoner being found instantly, and for that instant chase, it will hurt, but not going to take the window as we want to go towards the front. Instant double surprise is now ready.
นี่มันจะลังเล
But it
จะเข้า
seems
ไม้
like
ไม่เข้า
Prisoner, we might just get two
เราพับ
extra
ไม้
free
มา
balls
จังหวะ
for
นี้
ourselves
โดนไป
to
สอง
use,
สี
and
สี
there
ดำ
we
สี
go,
แดง
got a drop down with no
เหลือสี
return
ขาว
on
ครั้งเดียว
investment.
ก็จะเสียทุนแค่โอ้โห
Yeah,
แล้ว
as
เอล
we
คิว
see
จัด
Light
ไลท์
really making a great
ช็อต
kite
เป็นห
here
นึ่ง
in the
ที
white
แต่
zone,
ว่า
able to use the electric shock to
มี
potentially
หมุนหรือ
negate
เปล่า
that first
แล้วหมุนมาจังหวะนี้ไม่โดน โอ้โห
able to remove it as
โอ
well
เคยังโด
and
นอยู่ครับ เหมือน
Light
จะเดิน
still
แหลม
able to
มา
get
หน่อย
the
เมื่อ
hit.
กี้
We've finally opened our first presence here, but we're only one
สี
more
ดำ
ball away from getting Prisoner down. We're
สี
looking at
ด
double surprise right now. That's a flywheel that can be used, but it
ไม่
seems
ไม่
that
ร
we
อดละมุม
successfully
นี้
told away here
แค
first.
บเกิน
We have to be very careful here from HIM's point
โอ้
of
โห
view
แล้ว
because
ฟาดยิว
that
ทิ้งออกไปเลย
flywheel,
ครับ
as long as it comes out, there's nothing to
ฮะ
be afraid of. No hit down here, just say we hit a
เฮ้ย
little
เดิน
bit
ตี
too
พลา
early.
ด
Oh, it's not a good look here for. Oh, no, we got the terror shock just about on
โอ้
time.
โหเรียบร้อย
My goodness, as we
หนึ่ง
see
นา
Light
ที
is down
10
here. Now
วิ
third cipher
สวัสดี
is
คุณ
on a
ฮา
hasn't
ด้วย
been
นะครับผ
touched
ม
yet because Explorer is digging
คนไหน
up
คน
those
ไทยเบบี้
pages.
ท็อป
So for now, Cypher's actually looking not too bad, right, Kuro? A minute and 30 seconds in, and it's almost a 3 full cipher.
This cipher machine decoding progress definitely is better than last game as well. And Prisoner did kite long enough for the cipher machine to be done. This can be tie guaranteeable, but Explorer first one for the rescue. This might be a little bit risky because if it ends up as a double down, we have warp to catch up towards Prisoner immediately as well, so we can't allow that too.
Yeah, Pumlum coming in for the rescue. Tight Turner successfully gets that rescue, able to tank one hit Light. We'll see that down now. No second kite potential here as we see that the third cipher is being worked on. Fourth one has still yet been touched. Now fourth one has been touched, but Explorer is the one touching it. So fifth cipher is technically still
เรียบร้อย
untouched.
Yeah, but as long as Explorer can get that cipher machine towards 50% and dig for another page, I would say it probably is more than enough. Let's see here, Explorer already digging the remainder of the pages here nearby. There is a mercenary here too who's already hiding, waiting for that
โอ้
rescue.
โหสู้ยาก
But if we really
รอดู
want
คู่
to
ต่อไป
win game format endgame here, it means that it needs to be a successful body block.
Yeah, Baby Top coming in for the rescue, successfully gets that onto Light, able to tank one hit. Light does have a shock to work with. Fly will be up in about 10, 15 seconds, 10 seconds.
But double surprise, can we land it? Ooh, beautiful electrocution to dodge the first double surprise. It just allows us to have an easier containment time, but that one vault over is more than enough. As we, unfortunately speaking, missed that other one as a terror shot hit down would be more than enough here. Explorer page currently at 27%. Seems like it's going to be a guaranteed tie game, maybe from the survivor side. But we can't forget detention is on this hullabaloo.
Detention hullabaloo is quite reflecting, but you know what? If it works, it works. HIM coming in straight for baby top. Baby top can tank one hit before he actually downs. Have one more elbow pad, but he'll probably save it for the end game. As we see Explorer and the Fire Investigator decoding 2 separate ciphers, so all 8 ciphers has been touched.
Explorer cipher machine is now prime because we have that 74%. It's 29 now. We're gonna pop it open instantly here as well. Mercenary on the other side. Unfortunately, fortunately was able to get that borrowed time on ourselves as well. But when our pad left on our hands to use, we need to get this down instantly. But there we go. He goes down, but the gate is already open. So in this case, if we don't drop down anymore, then it just means that it'll be an easy tie game from the side of survivors. We dropped in a bit too late, and that's why Investigator's gate opened.
Oh man, I was really hoping if he could warp after he downed the mercenary, maybe that could have helped him a little bit more. But now that the gate is open, it creates an opening for Zen to play around with HIM as we see Pamela potentially coming in to heal the mercenary on the bottom left.
Oh no, we got spotted out instantly, I think. We did it?
Okay. He survives for another day.
Can we struggle? Can we struggle? The question is, can we struggle on the elbow pad out? Yes, we can struggle on the elbow pad out. Okay, where's the other 2 survivors right now? Where is our investigator with it?
The dungeon!
The other side!
Oh, นิดเดียว
Alright, so FK survives for another day.
พี่ท็อปเสียดายบอกแขนหมด
high
นะ
game that they desperately needed to prolong this into a B.
นิดเดียวจริงเมื่อกี้
But
ฮันเตอร์ก็สาม
another
พัน
challenge comes up, right, Kuro?
Yes.
ตัวแอบแซ่บ
10 to 0.
ตัวแอบแซ่บในตำนาน
That's gonna be a long day, I feel. I feel that's gonna be a long day. Preferably speaking, I think now, you know, where FK gets to choose the map, if FT wants, they can get their hunter to play first and kind of, you know, as long as he can guarantee a 1-man elimination, I would say by that point it would be game over because there's just not enough points.
Yeah, just not enough points. So I love the fighting spirit coming from FK survivors. They really had that potential at the same time to bring this potentially to a 3 escape just now. That was, if they got it a 3 escape, I feel like the stress levels for BU3 might not have been so high. But I think it's also a good showing already from FK team to go up against FT, able to tie things out, by the way, 4-4. And at the same time, HIM, seems like he performs well in the wax, but his hula blue,
A bit, I would say probably because also, you know, hullabaloo after the recent nerfs and being played up against so much as well, it's kind of, you know, I would say a lot of the things that Team FK has done was brilliant. They do know that hullabaloo isn't a character that can change targets easily early game, which did also, you know, allow them to cipher rush really fast as well early. It's one of the things that FT wasn't able to grasp on, unfortunately speaking. It's also just because, you know, like, we don't know who will be first chase. In this game, we kind of did know instantly, okay, it's going to be that person first chase, especially after the spawn.
ไม่ขนาด
And
นั้น
as
ละ
you can see too,
สังเกตดูดิแบบ
90 seconds, so we're
คนส่วนใหญ่ออกได้กันหมดเลยนะ
yeah, very great kite.
ออก2
just
ออก
from the
3 ได้
get-go.
อยู่
Three full cipher
มันไม่เท่าแต่ก่อนมันช้ามากเลยพี่หายใจไม่เข้าท้องเลยเมื่อกี้ใช่
200% on decoding on him, and Zend on 209, 110 on Baby Top. So they didn't over decode. They decode on a just nice manner. So love the distribution of ciphers coming from FK. They did a great job here. Let's see if they're able to replicate it coming BO3. But seems to be that Hula Blue is also not performing as well as he was before already. You mentioned the nerfs, right? We saw from Jala, he got a tie with the Hula Blue just now. Now him also got the tie with the Hula Blue. So seems like, yeah, just Hula Blue seems to be falling a little bit off the meta already, and maybe Ivy and Opera Singer might potentially be on the higher rankings for that. But let's hit into our highlights first, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you at BO3.
กลายว่าคู่สุดท้ายก็ต้องขยับออกไปอีกคู่สุดท้ายเนี่ย4 ทุ่มจริงแล้ว ตอนแรกผมนึกว่าจะจบใน2 โมง
And we are back for BO3 where
ไปกัน
FK
ต่อ
somehow has to get a 10-0 to potentially turn things
แต่
around.
ถ้าสมมติว่า
But
เกมหน้า
we are looking back into this
เกมหน้า
where
สมมุติ
FK will be
ฝั่ง
playing that map in BO3.
ฝั่ง
So
FT
they
เก็บ
do
4
have
ได้
a
หรือว่าออก
standing
4 ได้
chance
นี่
to
คือจบเลย
potentially
แต้มไม่ทั
turn
นนะ
things around.
15 แต้ม
But its chances
ตอนนี้ยัง
just
นำอยู่
really
10 แต้มนะ
small.
FT
So I need your thoughts on this. What do you think BO3 is gonna be like?
It's hard to say for BO3 because Goldman has been banned, yes. The one going into permabans now is Color Blue, and if you see point systems here, it's too much. I do think it's a lot as well. It's also the fact that FT gets to choose who comes out first. You know, I feel like from FT side, they'll allow the Hunter to come out first just because he needs a bit more on stage presence and just to get used to this stage a little bit more. But I would say with this, if the Hunter comes out first, I feel like all survivors will have to play meta comps, will have to play, you know, as much team play as possible.
แล้วภาคคนจีนเหรอแล้วภาค
Yeah, I
แล้ว
think
ภาคคน
at this point in time,
คน
maybe we might see some of the.
คน
I mean,
ADA
we
นะ
mentioned the
พี่
meta ones, but I'd like to mention
ADA
also the
ไม่รู้เขาประ
potentially
เทศอะไร
support
เดี๋ยวหน้า
OB
อยู่ ADA
characters
นะ
come in now from FK Survivor side because if they need to get that 4 escape right, solo kiting won't work because Hunter is just
Yeah.
gonna tunnel down on that single survivor, get that 1 kill, and GG. That's it for FT. I mean GG. That's it for FK, and FT will move on into the semifinals of tomorrow. So let's see what FK decides to go for when it comes to their survivor lineup. But I think, like what you predicted, FT's Hunter will most likely be up.
Yeah, and I do think, right, with one of the decoders gone from the side of FK, that just means one less cipher rush potential there from their side too. But like, I would say, you know, with their permabans in round 1, it does work a little bit well in their favor. They get a choose map now. They also get to have a really good, you know, priestess still available for big maps. You also still do have your, if I'm not wrong, puppeteer still available, but it also could not be there too. But aeroplane is acrobat, patient, psychologist. And of course, you know, with forward slowly rising as well as a really good harasser from game 2, game 3 onwards, there is still a possibility for FK.
Yeah, I think also one more thing is that we have been seeing in the IVT and the EU the team comm that goes around the forward and meteorologists. So I'm not too sure whether that is going to be played here. I do know that one of the SE teams in our first match of the day tried that team comm, but 4W I believe, but it didn't work out because they didn't come to OB. Yeah, so let's see if the execution wise from FK side would be the game changing meta here. We do know that baby top is
ลองต่อไป
S4
เด้อ
meteorologist.
เข้าใจว่าสวัสดีคนดูที่เข้ามาใหม่นะคะพิมพ์คอมเมนต์กันได้นะครับ
There's a chance.
ช่องไพเราน่าจะมีแค่ผมนี่แหละมั้ง ที่ดูอยู่
and
เอา
also
ใจช่วยนะ
S5 priestess.
นักแข่งจากประเทศไทยนะครับช่วงนี้ไทยเรานี่ออกศึกกัน
Support
เยอะ
and
ทั้ง
solo
เรื่อง
kiting potential here
เรื่
coming
อง
from
นี้
the
นะครับ
both of them. I'm hoping to see some kind of synergy that goes around that.
ผมอยากให้ไทยได้จริงนะเว้ยแต่ฟอร์ม FT นี่โหดมากเลยวะคือผมสิ่งที่ผมคาดหวังคืออะไรวะ
I think my personal
ผมอยากเห็นฟอร์ม
opinion
GX
is get Novelist out
ต้องบอกว่า
and
GX ระเบิด
play
ฟอร์ม
harass. 'Cause I think
สรุป
best
ทีม
case
AJ แม่ง
scenario is Novelist
ชนะ
either
GX
as like
แบ
your
บมึ
top
น
2 kind of picks would be nice, especially when you can support. If Batter gets chased, Novelist can just be there to look at the hunter, swap it around. Batter picks up ball, keep recycle and go, or even potential to having, you know, Teeth as well, which isn't a bad choice too. But I do think
อยู่ที่
it's
มาชมผม
just
น่ารักผมไปไม่เป็นด้วย
a lot of these really comes back to round 1,
ตอนนี้
right?
สตรีม
You get the
สองช่อง
ban
ทาง
2
แต่
hunters now,
คนส่วนใหญ่จะอ
which
ยู่แอป
means
แดง
if
กัน
you want to play
เผื่อ
harass,
แอปดำ
Ivy
เหงา
has to go, Goldman has to go. Which leaves you with Opera Singer available for HIM to pick as well. So it's hard. It's really, really, really hard for FK.
I think
ส่วนพี่หนูบอกไม่ได้ชม
I think
ไม่
I
ได้ชม
agree
จะ
with
สอน
you
ชม
picking
ปั
up
จ
the
เจ
novelist. I feel like they should pick up all of those things, right, that can really play with the hunter's hit, really like get it in, and like maybe he might play certain like make some missteps that they could capitalize on, and then that could bring them to a 4 escape. That could be the potential strategy that FK could go for, but let's look into the map bans and map picks at FK. Depending on the arms fact with FK picking up a Chinatown, then FT might be actually good in.
จะตั้งใจตี
We allowed the hunter to come out first from the side of FT, and FK Survivor will be facing up against HIM here once again. However, in such, like, say Chinatown is a really universal map right now where a lot of characters
พอดูแข่ง
will
นี่
work,
ผมคิด
especially
ถึงอะไร
after
รู้
buffs
ป่ะ
from
ผม
breaking
คิดถึงพวก
wheel,
พี่
the
เบิร์ด
blacks as we saw before as well. So we were
ปก
to
ติ
not watch.
เวลาพากใช่ไหม
I would
พี่
say
พวกพี่เบิร์ดก็จะถาม
we're
ทีมนี้เป็นไงบ้างเจฟอร์ม
Chinatown
เป็นไง
being
อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
chosen. Priestess
Maybe one
probably
time.
will come out, which is the most likely. Novelist as well, which isn't bad, but if we over support, I just feel like our cipher machines won't be enough.
Right. That's another issue, right? That survivors have to look out for over supporting that disrupts cipher progress, and decoding those ciphers is the name of this game. If not, those gates can't be opened. So FK survivors have to play this really smartly. Novelist picked here, great. Priestess picked here, great. But let's hopefully not see too much time taken on those
โอ้
support.
FT ได้โรงงานแล้วนะ FK ก็ชนะทาวน์นะ
Yeah.
No point at all.
Yeah, it's especially with the fact that it's
คือ
an objectives game
คือ
as
โบ
well,
เนี้ย
where you need
FK
to
ไม่มี
escape
ทาง
too,
ชนะ
so
ได้นะมีแค่
I do feel like
เก็บ4
nowadays,
2เก็บ
like,
4 ออก 4 2 เกม
there's
เพื่อ
kind of two sides of the coin right
เพื่อ
now.
ที่จะ
You support
ไปต่อโบที่
your
4 กับการ
containment
คือ
really
FT
long. If you
เขาต้อง
drop
เก็บ
down all
1
your
ให้ได้
support items for the
Hunter เก็บ
first
1 ได้ชนะ
containment,
เลย
but they kind of get incapped within
จะลงเก็บ
30 seconds of the
4 โดน
game.
เก็บ 3 อะไรก็
You're
ว่าไป
left
นะ
with
แต่ Hunter
nothing
เก็บ 1 ได้คือ
afterwards,
จบ
which does leave you very vulnerable against a hunter as well. With a big map like
โบ
this,
แรกโดนเยอะ
it's
เกิน
good
ไป
for operator, it's
เสีย
good
ดาย
for
ครับ
IV. So like, regardless of what you do, chasing them is going to be hard, right? Chasing them, regardless of what happens, is going to be hard. If HIM wants to go for a comfort pick, that's also fine too. But I would say FK survivors right now will have to go for a lot of harass play. The batter has to come if they have one. Novelist also has to come if they have one. Weeping Clown isn't bad as well. Knight isn't bad as well. Ford as
มีโบ
well.
3
But
ใช่ครับผมมี
once
โบ
again,
3 เพราะว่าเมื่อกี้
yes,
เสมอกันนะ
can't decode with those characters.
Yeah, so
ไม่ว่าโบแรกคุณจะนำเยอะแค่ไหนถ้าโบ 2 คุณเสมอกันก็
for
โบที่
FK
3 นี่
survivors,
แน่นอน
they
ค
have
รับ
made certain adjustments. In the first BO1, they were unable to get those ciphers popped.
ไอเจน่า
right?
คันมือ
So
อยาก
in
แข่ง
BO2,
แล้ว
the
นะ
adjustments made was the double decoding team comp, which I love because it worked out for them. They were able to tie things out, and this is the kind of result that we expect from a double decoding team comp as well. So coming into BO3, they have to get a 4 escape, which let's see what adjustments they're gonna make. I feel like as of
Yeah.
now, the adjustments that they are making is good. It's definitely a good step in the right direction.
Yeah,
But
well done, yeah, yeah.
asking a 4 escape
มีจังหวะปาฏิหาริย์นะเกือบออก 3 ได้ด้วย
it's just
เมื่อกี้
so tough. HIM can just
ลุย
tunnel
ท็อป
down
เกือบ
on a single
เกือบถึงหลุม
survivor,
แล้ว
get
อี
the
กประมาณ
elimination,
19 เอ้ย
GG
29 ของ
that's
เงิ
it.
นเซนถึงหลุม
Yeah, and like it's not only that as well, it's kind of like with such a big map like this, even if you do have a bad early game, claustrophobia will help you as long as you bring it. Exegates are so
Donate
close
คน
to
น่า
zero,
รัก
so one warp is enough. You don't
ขอบ
even
คุณ
need
ค
to
รับพี่
reach
ขอบ
hard
คุณ
if you don't
200
want
บาท
to.
จากพี่นุ้ยด้วยนะ
And
ครับ
not only that as well, cipher machines are pretty close towards each other. We have to remember, near hotel side of the map, there will always be 3 cipher machines there, right? It's either
ไปไม่
2
เป็น
in
จริงนะ
hotel and then 2 on
มี
the
คนไม่
other
ไม่
side. In the
ปก
rare
ติ
cases, there will
แต่
be
ก่อนอ่ะ
4.
คนพูด
So
ผม
if you
ว่าผม
don't
น่ารัก
decode
เยอะ
those
แต่
cipher
ทุกวัน
machines,
นี้ไม่ค่อย
you're
มี
kind of stuck in a really long
มีแต่หน้า
loop.
เตะ
If you spawn in those areas that get chased and no one comes to decode, it's also kind of a death loop for FK
มา
survivors.
โบที่ 3 ครึ่งแร
Yeah.
กนะครับ
So it's just so many things to consider. You know, we talk about the priestess, but there we go with the priestess getting banned out here. Let's see if FK picks up the anti-current. This gives them the opening, right? And we see the feast getting banned.
A respect ban from the side of FK. The last time we saw Feaster was Koan group stages from the side of CN side, right? Which first Feaster from CN getting a full elimination up against GW. However, Doctor will be priority picked here from the side of FK. Then if we want to pair up well with Doctor, it should be Ench. There we go. That's what we were looking for.
Okay.
โอ้เดี๋ยว
Oh, what are we expecting here?
ด็อกเตอร์มาไงเนี่ย
What do you think the survivors are?
หมอแพทริเซียคอมโบเนี่ยคอมโบของจอยเหรอ
No,
หมอ
just
ฮิ
go
วแพ
batter.
ทริเซีย
Just
แล้ว
go
ให้หมอ
batter.
ไป
We
โด
go
นตีเล
batter.
ย
We'll go push
Uh-huh.
back.
ไม่
We'll
ชมว่า
go
น่ารั
body
ก
block.
ขอบคุณ
And
ครับ
then
พี่
once body block comes through, batter pushes back again, Docker goes heal, Doctor body blocks again. There we go,
Dale,
brilliant
dale.
psychologist, triple. Oh,
It's a
there's
lot
so
of
much heals, they're so tanky.
ใครนำตอนนี้ทีม
I'm
FT
actually
นำครับ
intrigued as to
10
how
ต่อ
this is
0
gonna turn out here. Crew, it seems to be that you know what
คะแนน
they
เป็น
are
10 ต่อ
going
0 นะ
for.
แต่ว่า
No, do you know what's even
คะ
better?
แนน
Get
โบ
Novelist out
คะแน
right
นโบ
now.
เป็นตอนนี้
Doctor Body
ชนะ
Blocks
1 เสมอ
and
1นะครับ
stuns. Novelist just keeps farming those bucks. That's how we should play this, right? If you think about it, it does make sense. You block one area, the body block comes from the doctor, and she gets a free stun stack. Novelist keeps feeding the keeps feeding presence, not presence, the book, and then once doctor gets hit, Novelist comes around, swaps over locations. Pallet stun comes through with Gardner, not Gardner, Doctor with great power. We keep healing, the cycle keeps going, but of course, Explorer here being the last pick, FK's really gonna go full try hard on this. But we will see how they go.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So
เฮ้ย
I
จิ๋ว
do
มาอีกแล้วอะ
understand that Pamlam is actually S2
จิ๋วของ
Enchantress,
FK นะ
but the Enchantress
ทำ
is
เกมเส
not
มอ
on
ได้นะ
in
เมื่อ
fact
กี้
on light with Pamlam taking on the doctor here, Baby Top on the psychologist. So let's see what HIM goes for. I feel that is this even great? Is this even great at this point in time?
Well, to be honest with you, just play Breaking Wheel and everything's over. That's kind of what this team comp is about.
แล้วทีม
It
จะเล่นอะไร
depends,
นะ
right? Because this is really good for Goldman and for Ivy. It is really good for Goldman and Ivy. Extra hits for Ivy, can't get someone down fast enough. Goldman, one doctor is enough to make his day kind of ruined. But I would say if HIM wants to have a good game, like an easy one, Breaking Wheel would be the breaking point of this team comp.
Yeah, I definitely do think that Breaking Rule would be the answer to this. And HIM, does he want to, I don't know, go hits on with this by picking something else? He's gonna pick the Ivy against this. I know you mentioned something about the Explorer versus using the Ivy. The Explorer can be spotted
เพิ่งกลับ
out.
มาโดน 10 คนแร
And
ก
going
เนี่ย
against the other three,
ค
Kuro,
นจะ
how
โด
do you
นนะ
think
เนาะ
this is
แช
gonna
มป์เก่า
fare?
ไงดีแชมป์เก่า
I think probably first chase is given to Ench. It's one of the safer options too because she can't really hide. Explorer, it just depends on where we spawn is what I would like to say. But definitely Doctor and Psychologist should not be chased at all. If you only need a one-man elimination, Ench is probably going to be given priority.
Okay, alright. I don't know, every time I see the Enchantress, it reminds me of something that the Japan division teams will be picking up instead of the SEA one, but let's just
หมอในแข่งไม่ค่อยเห็นใช่ครับไม่ค่อยเห็น
trust. I'm not too sure if I trust this spawn
เพราะว่า
as well, but
ตัวมันค่อนข้าง
Kuro,
อ่อนแอ
take it away.
We're gonna be able to see Enching middle alongside with Doctor right in front of that. Ivy spawning at top right of the map. Baby Top here as our psychologist at Lantern, Umbrella Gauge, and of course 2-story given towards Explorer. However, it's not easy to hide on a map like this, which doesn't have bushes. And just for you as well, Chocho, the Enchantress game you were thinking about was probably the last year IVT NAEU finals, where the finalist there was an Ench up against a gamekeeper. And that Enchantress bullied the gamekeeper. It probably could be that game that you were referring to, but with this, here we go, the Persona points.
Thank you for jogging my memory as we look into this Trump card detention as well as the bling on him. As for Survivor side, 0, almost 0. We do see a 3-6 build on Zen's Explorer. The rest is a full kiting build except for Baby Top, which is having a 6-9 build. So this is gonna be potentially the last half of BO3, first half between FK Survivors versus FK's
เดี๋ยวคู่ถัดไป
Hunter.
ใช่ไหม
My
ใช่
name is
ครับ
Jojo and join me is Crochet Gaming, and let's get into this crazy team comp that we're seeing
โห
here.
แต่ฮันเตอร์เขาครบเครื่องมากเลยนะ เล่น IV ได้เล่นพวกแบบตัวยากๆได้หมดเลยวันนี้ได้ถึงคง
We're running Max Hunt here with Berserker throwing detention on the side of our Ivy as first chase here. Can we find that Explorer fast enough is now the question at hand.
Yeah, Zen ran away, so he will be safe for now. There is no Tinnitus being propped up here, and him just in a lost situation here. Zen able to run towards the center, still unfound. and Doctor is under the bridge area. They're all trying to find a safe opening
สิ่ง
first.
กลางแมป
Baby
ไว้ก่อน
Top
นะครับ
will be the
ดึงกลับ
first
มา
chase
แล้ว
here,
ก็
and that's Psychologist.
พยายาม
Oh, teleport coming out here from the
หา
side of our
ตัวที่ใช่
IV, but look,
หรือ
that's
ว่าหา
gonna be
ที่จิ๋ว
Explorer right outside of our range right now. But no, we did decide not to
แล้ว
go
เจอ
for it.
แล้ว
We
คน
got
ที่
right
ใช่
there.
คนที่ใช่
There's
คนที่ช
Explorer
อ
all
บ
over. That teleport over is gonna be brilliant, as now he has 56 stacks of
เอาไอวี่มาหาจิ๋ว
resentment, sorry, of fear.
Of fear. As we
Oh.
look into
โอ้
this,
โหเรา
they
พอกัน
will
อี
be
ก
pausing now.
ยาว
So
ๆไปครับ
this would be the second pause of the day with this matchup here. So
ดูย้อนหลังได้ไหมได้ครับผม
looking into how it started, right? We thought that maybe Psychologist might be getting chased
that,
first,
do
but
that.
now the Explorer getting chased first. How do you think this is gonna turn out here? The ciphers are not really moving much.
Yeah, I think a lot of early game was given to kind of rotation and, you know, just trying to get out of the map as much as we can. But also at the same time, I would say it's pretty lucky from the side of HIM being able to find that Explorer right in front of him too. In one sense as well, right, we do see Explorer after a buff, that 20% movement speed boost after standing still allowed him to only get 56 stacks instead of 60 stacks too. So like we do see, you know, Explorer can work well against Ivy, but in this case, can we really contain?
I am, if I remember correctly, the Explorer actually brought a 3-6
น่าจะปิง
build,
กันนะผม
so
ว่า
there is 0 potentially kiting from his persona builds.
Yeah.
So he's probably gonna struggle quite a little bit. 56 stacks already. The first hit should register really soon. HIM seems to be a lot more comfortable with this Ivy pick as well. But as of now, not looking the best start for Team FK survivors, especially if they need that 4 escape.
Yeah, and I do feel like in this case as well, one of their plans probably was, you know, force Ivy to chase after someone else. But we're gonna get back in towards the game and actually see what
แรง
happens
ต่อ
here.
โอ้โหแล้วปิงยังไม่หยุดเลยครับ
is
โดน
lagging.
นะหัวหน้าจบ
Not good,
เมื่อ
not
กี้
good.
คือ
He
จิ๋ว
just stood
เดิน
there
แบบ
for a
เดิน
good
ไม่ออก
2 seconds on the same spot, and that
น่าจะหมด
hit
เวลาพอดี
with
ครับ1 นา
58
ที
stacks is not good at all. As we look into this, him is just gonna blink in and get that basic hit, and
Oh,
the
เรียบ
first
ร้
down
อย
will
หาย
be
เลย
in the first minute and a
Restaurant.
half into this matchup. Yeah.
We're closer towards the
yeah,
two
when
cipher
we-
machines
when
with the
we
survivors.
have
Are
that
decoding
one,
light immediately in front of us as well, alongside with Baby Top here too. At least
Oh,
Ench
maybe.
can somewhat get a few more stacks on her side, but I do feel like
Oh,
look,
that's
if this was
awful,
Ench
yeah.
after the buff, especially in current patch as well, that 1 stack is going to be able to do so much more.
Yeah, we're seeing a very intense rescue potentially happening here. Pamlam on 80 stacks right now, able to get that free rescue, but I think the attraction is denied with that pellet bolt.
And that beautiful flywheel as well from the side of from Doctor, just to prevent a double down here too. However, Explorer is at 33 stacks here, which is really unfortunate. The moment we get the Leaster, 1 revelation would be more than enough to kind of get him down, but we didn't land that one unfortunately. Explorer, we have such a great rebound potential right now.
Yeah, if only he had like a slight kiting build, I feel like it would make things a lot easier for him. As we look at him just kiting at this pelleted area. Pamlam
แต่มีหมอ
wanting to
ฟาร์ม
come in
ล
for that body
ำยืน
block,
บอ
and
ดี้บล็อก
all 5
ช็อต
cyphers
นี้
actually looking pretty good, Kuro.
แต่ว่า
This is what I was
ก็ยัง
looking
ไม่
for.
มีอะไร
Doctor just has to keep coming back with the pallets, keep body blocking as much as we can. But Explorer here, we got in towards miniature mode there, trying to get a little bit of speed, but unfortunately speaking, is not able to get towards the pallet. Now then, we aren't able to crawl in between there too, as
Okay,
Doctor
man.
right now by herself.
น่าจะ
Yeah, and this is a basement
ไม่น่ารอด
here.
นะดูจากทรง
And
อะ
remember guys, HIM just needs a 1k, and
คือตัวช่วยเขามัน
that's the win that
มันไม่มีอ่ะ
elimination that the FT needs. Teleporting on top, and we
เรา
see
จะลง
Ice
ห้อง
getting
บี
in
แล้ว
with
คือลงได้แต่ขึ้นได้หรือเปล่า
rescue here. Attraction nearly there.
It is a no damage rescue here. Thankfully, Explorer here now getting healed because it's a Doctor downstairs. I think we'll be able to actually heal here on time. 72, 80, 90. There we go.
As if nothing happened at all now, Explorer is full health with the help of Pamlam's Doctor. Playing the body blocking strategy at the basement. Risky but effective. So, Doctor doing the attraction here. Explorer getting the first hit, and Pamlam also chasing after him. Light does have 1 stack to work with.
We teleported wrong! Oh no! That's the wrong Ostracon. It's in the same direction, but just the wrong elevation point. Doctor currently still upstairs. We're now looking for the heal. But the issue is you can't leech on towards the doctor. I keep calling her Garden for some reason. And now, Blake
เหมือนจะบิงมาแต่ก็โดนอยู่ดีมันจะไม่โดนนะแต่โดน
The hit registers unfortunately. Now Pamlam
โอ้โหแล้วจะเอาให้ได้ครับเพราะเขาต้องออกสีนะครับผมที่เห็นฝืนๆนี่ไม่ใช่อะไรนะคือโดนเก็บ1เขาก็ไม่ชนะแล้วอะ
Send out not just yet because light is in the vicinity.
Oh no, oh no, wait, Gardner, not Gardner. Why do you keep calling her Gardner?
ตีแล้วตีอีกตีกันมึงอีกมึงก็เจอหมอเข้าไปป่วนอยู่นะจริงถ้าเกมเขานำอ่ะผมว่าเราเอามาเล่นนะผมว่าแบบเฟี้ยวอยู่แต่พอเกมตามเรามาเล่นฮันเตอร์ไม่ค่อยกดดันเท่าไหร่
Doctor, the healer of it all will finally go down, but regardless of what happens here, there's still an inch.
That makes no sense. The hit registered onto Pamlam. As we see the stun by the Enchantress. Zen still on the floor. Enchantress playing with fire here, and Cipher is being pushed by one person, psychologist.
Oh, we got that beautiful 100 stack to deny the stun down. Doctor did really well, and she did really well as well. As Psycho was the only one out there decoding, unfortunately speaking, as finally that empathy will come true for the Enchantress, as she's the one now that needs to perform the rescue. But for HIM, one-man elimination is kind of all what he needed.
Yes, we see Baby Top will be pressured at the cipher here by HIM. Light also running in to potentially come for this rescue. No Titana as mentioned previously, and a safe rescue registered onto him. So
that target hit was crazy from Ivy.
Agreed. Crazy hitbox there as we see Light still trying to kite out here. Does have another stack to work with. Should be able to safely get into.
เหลือแค่สุดท้ายนะ
Yeah, I think he.
Oh, in basement. Back in basement.
Teleporting.
กับกระดาษ 17% ที่จิ๋วทิ้งให้
Home sweet home.
Okay, as we see this, Pamela will be checked here now again. As we see also Light trying to push that 50% cipher, but HI understands. He understands where the last cipher is. He knows what he needs to do.
But last cipher is nearby. If we want to rush that, I don't think it will be a good endgame here. Doctor, we want body blocks, but even if you do try to heal here, there's too much survivors nearby, which means too many Ostracons, too much fear radius. So now it's kind of like, yes, you want the rescue, that's no problem, but Ench will.
Oh my goodness.
Baby Top รับบทเก็บเครื่องนะส่วนคนอื่นรับบทยิ่งเล่นให้ฮันเตอร์ปวดหัวไม่เล่นนะ
What is happening? As we see Baby Top, the hitbox coming through from the IV once again. My goodness, the hit connects, and Baby Top will be seeing the chair for the first time. And we have Doctor being the full health individual that will come in for the rescue. Enchantress forced to decode another cipher. So all 7 ciphers have been touched. Pamlam is getting ready for the rescue.
ผมคิดภาพไม่ออกเลยเขาจะจุดเครื่อง
I think I'm okay with this, Chocho, because like Ench hasn't been on chair just yet, and it's just guard.
โอ้โหแล้วบิงอัดไปเลยแล้วก็เรียบร้อยโดนดูดพอดี
Not good.
โอ้โหโหดจัด
The revelation to cancel the vault over.
ไม่มีคำว่าแผ่ว
And the flywheel didn't come through as well. So Pamlam, really unfortunate sequence of the events there as we see Light
5 เครื่องไม่มาถึงปั่น
trying to
ผม
come
ว่า
for
น่า
this
จะ
rescue, trying to stun
น่า
as
จะ5 เครื่อง
well.
นะ
Too many things to
น่า
work
จะได้แค่
with.
4นะเพราะว่าฮันเตอร์น่าจะไม่ให้จุดเครื่อง
Just
สุดท้าย
managed to touch down on the floor, but the distance is enough for HIM to just get that basic hit, and this would
เรี
secure
ยบร้อย
that
จีจีครับ
5-point lead in
ตาม
BO3
ตาม
first
คาด
half, which means that FT wins the quarterfinals matchup here and will proceed further to tomorrow's
โอ้โห
semifinals.
FT วินมา
This. Oh, you know what? This was entertainment at its finest. This is content that we want to see. But FK, I would say it's formidable. They did a really good job on trying to make this team comp to work. It also did work as well, right? On towards the early game phases too, as we saw. Doctor doing a spectacular job with the body blocks. But self-heal has been used by Doctor, self-heal has been used by Enchantress. That cipher machine at 81% as the surrender button
เรียบร้อย FT ชนะครับผม
submitted.
Submitted indeed.
โอ้กะแบบว่าแค่คนพอดีแบบไม่ห่างใครนะ
For Team Yuan, ID, Kuga, Mini Blue, and HIM did an
ที่
amazing
ทีมหน้าเก่า
job
หน้าใหม่เห็น
coming into this matchup here.
คอม
Could
เม
have
น
been
ต์
a
เห็นชอบใช้บอกว่า
2-0
เป็น
did that, but FK really putting up a
ลูกศิษย์พี่อย่าง
good fight
คล้ายๆกับ
against
โมโม
this
กะ
formidable team.
มาจากที่เดียวกันกับ
Gotta
โมโม
give
กะ
them
เอา
head
งี้
and
ดีกว่า
shoulders. As for FT, can't be over the moon too just yet, because tomorrow's matchup is going to determine whether they will be at the grand finals matchup of tomorrow.
Definitely, and like especially from the side of FT2, they've done a well performance job as well, especially from Survivor's side. I do think a lot of spotlight was given to HIM just because it's his first time on the team as well, and you know, like with him slowly moving in the team, I would say they have a really good chance for, you know, IVS and of course for co-op moving on forwards too.
Yeah, so FT as of now, of course they need to rest and you know, practice, of course, team practice. So we'll just give them their flowers for now. Tomorrow we'll see if they're able to match up perfectly against whoever they're gonna finish up with, because we do have a fourth matchup today, and that winner of that matchup is gonna face up against FT. Not easy at all, but we will see how it really turns out in the end. But as of now, let's just look into our match stats. 170 seconds of containment time from Pamlam.
There we go. That's
คู่ไฮไลท์ที่เรารอคอยมา
that's
แส
where
น
the
เดือน
doctor
ตั้งแต่
comes
6
out.
โม
I
ง
don't know why I
ตอน
keep
นี้6
calling
ไล
her
ท์
Gardner, but
3 ชั่วโมง
I would
20
say, you know, it's a good team comp that they've drafted out. It's a really hard team comp to kind of make it work too. So I will give an applause to FK here for making this work and, you know, giving FT quite a hard time here. If it wasn't for finding Explorer immediately after, you know, leeching middle Survivor, which is Psychologist, I'd say I think they would have had a really good chance at either winning or even tying this game.
Yeah, so this is just, I love the team fight coming in from FK, right? And it proved to be that it could have potentially worked, because we saw that HIM, he was making missteps here and there, right? The teleporting to the stones, it didn't really work out for him for like twice. So
Yes.
The mind game, the playing with the mind game, it did work in the hit, but at the very end, the hit that registered onto the Explorer, I think afterwards they really tried to help him, but it's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, I do think if it wasn't for, well, in one sense, because Explorer was in basement, Doctor was able to get that full heal while Enchantress was baiting as well. But on the other sense, it's kind of like, okay, we're now trapped in basement. We got an Ostracon in basement, but that Ostracon allowed us to force HIM to kind of miss teleport. And then back in the basement we go, where Explorer did actually get out and towards the upstairs area where you can't really do much. But I do think in, you know, that one blink spot where the Ivy did do, Explorer kind of did peek back, in which Ivy got a brilliantly perfectly timed revelation, which kind of did cost the game from that point onward too, because I feel like Doctor had enough time to come in for body block if it wasn't for that beautiful revelation.
Yeah, I think it's just perfectly written, right? And also really unfortunate, right, that the first hit onto Explorer was, I think it was a little bit of the lag situation. So it was an early hit, early down. I felt like if there was no lag, maybe it would have been a different situation at the start, and ciphers would have progressed a lot faster. So bad sequence of events.
Definitely,
right?
definitely.
And FK will be out of the tournament because this is a do or die situation. There is no lower brackets. Once you lose, you're out. And this is the brutal reality of this tournament here. As we see, as of now, we have team UPDG, WWW, and team FT that has moved on further into the semifinals. So one last spot left, and that spot will be announced in our next matchup, match number 4.
Definitely. And of course, for the next matchup as well, we can't forget it will be GX versus HLT here. In the team of GX, as we will see later as well, there are quite a lot of familiar faces too, so that's something nice to see. And in the side of HLT, we do see 2 to 3 familiar faces as well. So like, I do think it's kind of like a clash between kind of veteran players too, so that'll also be nice to see.
Yeah, I think if I'm not wrong, it's a Thailand versus Thailand team, but our MVP would be to RD, the mechanic, is our first Survivor MVP of the day.
I'd say well deserved, because I think like it's either between his mechanic or his coordinator, and giving it to Mech, I do think one of the main contributions to this is the Mech was able to escape after all, and it was a long containment time solely by themselves, and just with one tight turner too.
Yeah, I think it's definitely amazing, right, from Adi's side. he was able to do well in both the coordinator and also a mechanic that is known to be kind of a weak character. People just like say like, okay, yeah, if she's down, as long as the bot, I'll just decode that cipher, that's it. But no, Adi really made that statement by saying that no, my bot can definitely kite. In fact, 2 pellet stuns. And with my main body, 2 as well. 2 plus 2, and that's a total of 4 pellet stuns in a single round. So definitely well deserved, and we'll most likely also be seeing Adi for that post-match interview.
And especially with, like, from his side as well, it's such great improvements. Like, I think he's gotten away really strong. But we will be able to see an interview here. I think it's going to be Adi that comes in, but we'll see how it
หยุดมาให้
goes.
ฟังสรุปตอนนี้ก็คือ FT ชนะแล้วพี่
Hello.
ตามภาพ
Okay, firstly, of course,
Nice to meet you.
congratulations to team. Nice to meet you too. Congratulations to FT for winning the matchup here in the quarterfinals, and you guys will advance further into tomorrow's semifinals. So against FK, right? I know you guys did a lot of preparations for it, but before that, let us know how you feel about winning this matchup first.
Very excited because this is the first IVT, so I really want to get higher about the ranking. Yeah.
I think also your MVP on the mechanic, right? We were talking about it. It could also have been on the coordinator as well. So it was our first Survivor MVP of the day. Definitely well deserved. But how would you rate yourself, Adi?
I don't know. I just decode, then we win. Yeah.
What did you that's a lie there, Adi. That's a lie that I won't accept. Did you decode it? Game 1 and Game 2? Game 1 and Game 2?
I got
100% containment?
81%, yes.
Oh,
I got one
honestly
cipher, yes.
speaking, like, well. I mean, honestly, from your performance as well, it was honestly spectacular today. Mechanic solo containment was absolutely brilliant, alongside with your coordinator as well. Very nice side steps and dancing around the palms of that hullabaloo too. I think what I probably would ask is, you know, we all know your brilliance as well. Probably your training routine is something I would like to ask. How did you honestly predict Jiala's second game without hullabaloo? You know, you flywheeled the red zone to kind of counter the hit and vaulted over pallets, which brought you to a whole 100-second containment time.
Well, actually, I just try to get far away from the teammate cipher. Then the last thing is try my best to kite. Yeah.
ผมเกรียนกว่าอดีตผมว่า
So what you're telling me is it's just innate talent, just full on talent.
ตัวจีด
Must be nice to be naturally gifted, Adi. Yeah, and also I think this is the best time to ask you this because I do understand that you have Yuan as a new Survivor member and also HIM as the Hunter player. So could you just give us a quick introduction about these two players and how they have been faring in your own trainings?
Oh, actually we use China server for our training, and I think that's helpful because we also be stronger in the Wi-Fi issue. So that's how we learn.
ส่วนใหญ่
Like improve ourselves. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that's all. But what about HIM? Like you managed to bring in this hunter, right?
Yes, he's a really good hunter and he did well in the training. So I wish tomorrow he can show the 100% skill in the tomorrow match for him.
Yes, and we cannot wait for tomorrow's matchup. And thank you so much, Adi, for accepting this interview. And also, all the best for Team FT coming to tomorrow's matchup.
ว่าเราจะทำดู
Okay, thank you.
We wish to see you.
น่าจะทันนะ
Bye-bye.
คู่ต่อไปเนี่ย
Thank
คู่
you.
สุดท้าย แต่ผมไม่รู้เขาเบรกกี่นาที
Okay, yes. He hearted you guys. So this is just amazing, right? I think for FT's side, the fact that they had many changes within the Survivor Team Com lineup, and they've also brought in the HIM Hunter and also talked to us about their training strategies, which is to train in the Chinese server. So,
Definitely,
yeah.
No, not really. I say Adi's still a very humble person, but of course we look forward to seeing them tomorrow once again with FT's matchup. But we're going to go on straight towards highlights before we move on towards match 4.
ฟังจะนะช่วงนี้ทำงานแล้วคนทำงานสู้ๆนะครับผมช่วงนี้มันช่วงลำบากยังสงครามใครอยู่ชายแดนก็ดูแลตัวเองดีๆด้วยพัก5 นาทีนะคนดูเดี๋ยวไปเจอคู่ต่อไปคู่ต่อไปเป็นคู่ระหว่างคนไทยเจอคนไทยทีมของ Skyfall เจอ God เจอ
Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer.
ผมไปเข้าห้องน้ำกัน
So the moonlight cut their soul.
อีกทีมว่าทีมเจนี่แหละก็อตเจ ใช่อีกทีมหนึงก็ทีมที่สกายฟอร์ทีมพี่ชาย
Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be our final matchup today in IVT 2025 Southeast Asia server. I'm your commentator, Coach, and with me is Gummy. We just finished the matchup between FT and FK, and now we're finally on towards our final matchup between GX and HLT.
Yeah, I mean, according to what you guys were talking about, they're both Thailand teams, so it's gonna be interesting which Thailand team will be better in this round. We have a lot of players that we've known and heard of a lot from GX on GX's side. Should we talk about them now or wait till the?
I think we can wait for their team roster as well, just for a very nice introduction here too. Like with the two teams finally facing up against each other, I would say from a little bit of a sneak peek from their side, we're gonna see a lot of familiar faces as well. But then, just to recap a little bit as well, first game it was you and Chojo commentating, and it was who that one again? It was UPDG that one, yes. And then second game it was WWW. Third game it was FT, and finally for our final matchup today, GX versus HLT. The winner of this matchup will be facing up against FT. And with what we've seen with FT, they've been a really, really strong team.
Yeah, and for GX, they're a combination from GH team, EMP, and UTP. We're gonna have Hetien from former team Sky, Momoka used to be GX, so same Hunter. GX Hunter, Neru from Sky, Anu Soren, don't have much information, but I'm sure they're very talented. Yazen is also from GX and Marant from GX. So a lot of familiar faces.
Yes, definitely. And if you've seen this team combo as well, it's Skyfall who was in, not Skyfall. Skyfall was in GH before, Neru from UTP as well. Now in this team comp, we have seen Marant performing really well on the harassers as well, and having Hetien and Momoka. Momoka last year was second with their team. If I'm not wrong, I think it was Utopia or it was
GX มีโมกะฝั่งนู้นมีอะไร
came second in IVC
ฝั่งนู้นมีเสียชู
kind of just boosts the morale
ว่าโดนแน่เลยเสียชู กัตเจซิกคูโดบูเลเตอร์ว่าไงวะเนี่ย
For the survivors, it's Six, Kudo, Godje, Boo, and Tur. And Godje is from the former GX team, so a little bit of competition.
Definitely, but if you see here as well, from HLT, Seichu was the sub hunter for Godje when they were in GX. So seeing Godje right now transition towards a survivor role, very similar to Kuga and Meowpai, I think it's going to be quite interesting here too, right? Potentially speaking, giving Seichu a little bit more spotlight, but of course we are able to see the map and picks as well.
Yeah, it looks like GX will be banning the Red Church, and HLT will be choosing Lakeside Village as their first map, and the GX survivors will be going first, so it will be HNT Hunter.
For HLT Hunter to come out first, I would say maybe for Seichu, it's kind of hard to say for Seichu right now because he's not been in the spotlight so much. He's more of a round 3 hunter previously before, in IVT last year. But look, it's already been a year. We'll have to see how well he performs now. We're not too well versed. But his pocket picks are really good. And of course, from GX's survivor side, it's a huge mountain that Seichu has to cross.
โมโมกะให้เทียนน่าจะลงตอนที่แบบเกมมันไม่ตึงแล้ว
the group stages, so some of the hunters we could expect from Hetien would be Ivy, Opera, Wax Artist, and from Momoka, previous EMP, is Ivy, Opera, Dream Witch, and all this wonderful information is provided to us by Chocho, so we do appreciate it.
Thank you, Chocho. But also at the same time, it's kind of Skyfall and Madon has been playing together for such a long time. They have really good compatibility. Godje being in the mix as well from hunter to survivor, it gives the survivor more of a hunter's point of view on how the game plays. Neru, who was in Sky during the co-op seasons as well, alongside top 8 in general.
ตอนนี้รันกันเร็วนะเพราะว่าพวกนี้มันรู้งานกันหมดละ
Yeah, and it looks like we're going straight to
เสียชูกัตเจ
We have the ban onto the
ส่วนทีม GX แน่นอนว่าประสบการณ์ก็หนาแน่นนะครับ
extra owl hits and
โอ้โหดาแบบเหมือนคนง่วงนอนเหมือนแบบอยากรีบแข่งรีบจบอะ
And you see the Magician and Aeroplane is here first 2 picks on a map like this as well. It's got to go up against
ว่ายอดฮิตของทีม GX นะครับก็คือนักบินครับ
Gravekeeper as a tertiary pickup, the third pick here from Survivor side. It's kind of a really solid comp from their point of view, but with the meteorologist, it is a very, very decent team comp from what I would say. They can heal, they can contain, they can decode, and they can rescue.
Yeah, the really good thing about meteorologist is she can kite, but she can also heal, and that's a very versatile character. And if you don't have a healer in certain situations, it could be very dangerous. That's why a lot of the teams used to bring psychologists, but the problem with psychologists is she doesn't have that kiting ability. You know, meteorologist has that kiting ability. She can utilize the clouds, she can push with wind, so she could also help with kites. So very good hunter and survivor to help out the teammates.
Definitely, and I do think as well, like with this team comp, it's kind of like no matter kind of what happens, everyone can contain. Gravekeeper being a very solid rescuer as well. Alongside, as we've seen before too, right? The moment cages come down, aeroplane is stashes, magician with the wand is able to buy so much time, and just Wendy being Wendy, meteorologist being meteorologist. She has quite a lot of utilities, to be fair, but what I probably would say is a lot of the times what a meteorologist main does is just to put towards an obstacle and then get rid of those cages.
แต่ว่าตัวดับเคาน์เตอร์แกะมากเลย
It's a great team comp to go against
แต่ก็
Goatman.
เสียชูบอกเสียชูไม่สนใจ
As soon as I mentioned Goatman will
ผมจะเล่น
be Hunter's first pick.
เพราะถ้าผมไม่เล่นผมก็คงไม่ได้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
And another interesting note, we also see the ban on Seer and Antiquarian. We almost always see that happening, and it will also be banned once again.
Yeah, but it's kind of rare to see Antiquarian being played that much up against Goldman as well, but it is understandable why she's banned too. However, we can't forget the error selection mode here. It's going to be aeroplane is at small bow shack given to magician. Meanwhile, big rock near the big gate is given towards Skyfall here as the Gravekeeper, and you're going to be able to see Nedu as our meteorologist spawning at big bows.
Yeah, and the hunter has chosen to spawn in cornfield in between the magician and the airplanist. In your opinion, which would be the better chase?
I think we might go for. It's not easy to chase after any of them in this case, because like magician can body block with the one near the pallet, and then like aeroplanist is near small bolt near where the double pallet area is. So like regardless of what happens here, I feel like chasing after whichever will result in the same kind of containment time. But I would say, right, getting rid of aeroplanist would always be for the best. You don't have that extra 2% cipher machine decoding progress.
Right, and we're gonna go straight into the persona. We have Blink, Detention, and Trump card on the hunter. On the side of the survivors, we have 2 tide turners and 3 flywheels, only 1 borrowed time, and a full kiting build on the magician with the knee-jerk reflex.
Sage you here Trauma Detention alongside with Blink here. This will be day 1 match for round 1 first half for our IVT
เขาเล่นเมจิกกายนะครับผมลิตเติ้ลบอยนะแต่ว่าเปลี่ยนชื่อเป็นอนุสรณ์นะครับชื่อจริงของน้องมันใช่ครับเปลี่ยนจาก AKA มาเปลี่ยนจากชื่อในเกมมาเป็นชื่อจริงเลย
So it's going to be Goatman. He's heading towards
ผมไม่รู้ใช่หรือเปล่านะแต่ถ้าไม่ใช่ชื่อจริงมันก็แปลกๆนะแต่ผมว่าน่าจะเป็นชื่อจริงนะ
And it looks like he's already transitioned way past the little boat, and he's waiting at triple boats for
ทำไมกลายเป็นชื่อผมก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
We have double pallets here to play around as well, but we can't forget it's such a big open area too. From our end, it's not an
ยังไงวาร์ปไปวาร์ปมาฮึบอู้ตีได้ไม่ตีโอ้เสียชูโอเคยังได้อยู่ครับ
Right inside of the cage, so that's 50% damage already. He still has 2 jetpacks to utilize, so it's not quite over. And the hunter's just waiting for the resentment to pile up. He did use 2, and he was able to outlast 1
หลอกมาจังหวะนี้หลอกตัวเองหรือหลอกไฟครับแต่ว่าเหมือนจะหลอกไฟนะหลบเป็น1 ที 2 ทีแล้วมาแล้วย้อนสอนกลับมาโอ้โหมุมนี้ยากครับมุมนี้ยากแล้วบิงปิดแล้วโอ้โหกระจกหมดพอดีเสียชูโอ้โหกระจกหมดพอดีนะครับโอ้โหเป็นเรื่องเลยทีนี้โอ้แล้วเจ็ตแท็กลอยขึ้นไปครับผมแล้วก็ เด้งออกมา
to the other side of this wall
โห
instead of
ยาว
going
ครับ
to this
ยาว
cage.
ครับอย่างนี้ยาว
Staying away from this hunter, doing a very good job. Has a pallet here, outlasting yet another cage, and now the hunter is forced to chase him on foot, waiting for the resentment to pile back up.
Madden has done such a beautiful job with his jetpacks here. We've one more cage left we can use it. We have to get a hit in no matter what, but there's a flywheel on Madden. Madden did not get that flywheel out, but it's okay, because even if it came out, there's nowhere he can go. 2 cipher machines are fully done. 1 last cipher machine there for our 3rd cipher at 85. GX has such a great game.
โอ้โห
Yeah, and
1
Skyfall
นา
is
ที 50 วิ
already
เพิ่งได้เฟส
nearby,
แรกนะ
ready for this
ถือว่า
rescue.
ทำได้ดีครับตรงนี้สำหรับ
Hunter
มา
does
แล
have
น
tinnitus, so he needs to be careful here. He's gonna go right into a
ตอน
shovel
นี้
as
เอ
he
เจน่าจะ
continues
เกาหัวแล้วตอน
to
นี้
trying to get there at full health.
I think from the side of Seichu,
Chơi Vinh
forcing
khả năng
that
sẽ
rescue
chúa
would
vậy.
be better, just so you can kind of get the second chair down as soon as you can, so you don't get a cipher rush. But right now, Skyfall
ยังไงครับ
will get
ฮะ
back on time. That's
มันทำอะไร
instant hit, instant rescue, but it's okay.
เชื่อ
It's
ชู
all what we needed here as Nedu coming in for that support.
ตีไปครับผมโอ้
Yeah,
โห
and it looks like he's gonna take
เส
an
มอได้อยู่
immediate
นะ
hit
เสมอ
onto
ได้
the
อยู่
aeroplanist. He does have tight turner, so he's going to transition away. We also see the meteorologist was making our way towards this aeroplanist, but it might have been to help him kite, but it looks like he was hit before that, so he's going to be going down here next to the exit gate.
โอ้แต่เสมอมัน
It's
จะไม่
still
พอ
okay
ดิ
though. You see, the cipher machine has 60% for a magician right now. Magician can come into the body block after the second rescue. You also have that meteorologist pushback effect too on our hands to use. 70% cipher machine on the magician. Gravekeeper with wanted order. He needs to be very careful here, but Nedu also can't rescue this early.
Yeah, and it looks like the hunter's going to be going after this meteorologist. She's going to utilize her wind and then break this cage to make her way towards the chair. She also does have tight turner, so if she gets this rescue, he will have more time.
That was so well done by Nedu, but Gravekeeper, we have to be very careful. Cipher machine currently at 32%. It's being decoded so slowly, but at least the rescue comes out first. That's what matters the most. Magician either has to come into body block or to decode. Right now, we're going to be able to double back here on time, but that's a beautiful body block for our Nedu. Now then, 22 stacks of resentment left on our hands to use Nedu. You need to push back or you need to block, but sadly, we weren't able to do any of the 2.
Yeah, unable to body block. It looks like the hunter is back close near.
โอ้โห
He's
วิ่ง
gonna be
มา
able to cage him. Oh, getting
ไม่
him
มีอะไร
down
นะตรงนี้
immediately with that blink, and so unable to allow the meteorologist to come help. But it doesn't look like the survivors planned on supporting anymore, because over support could be very dangerous. We do see meteorologist hasn't quite gotten back up, and the hunter is back onto the survivor, going to be able to chair her immediately.
The only issue now is Seichu has to go look for Skyfall instantly. Magician has stopped decoding, but he can be interrupted with a rescue. We can get stuffed here
อ๋อ
as
เชื่อ
well.
ชูเชื่อชูเดิน
We
เกม
just don't have that much resentment, unfortunately.
เชื่อ
We're
ชู
gonna
ออก
go for
เดิน
that
เกม
cipher
ขอเดิน
machine
เกมดูหน่อย
near the beach side. But this can still be a win for Seichu as long as he finds where this magician is.
Yeah, and the survivor is doing a very good job hiding, not feeding Hunter tinnitus, so he's a little afraid to leave the chair too far, because if he gets too far away, he might allow that backdoor rescue.
ไม่มีใครเข้าเครื่อง
and
เลย
they
ครับ
would be
ตอนนี้
buying
แต่ว่า
more
มี
time
แค่
for
พี่บอยเขา
survivors to prime up that last cipher machine. It looks like they're going to be starting a new cipher machine away from this chair, and it's being primed up to about 56%. Survivor is approaching. There is tinnitus, but Hunter hasn't
ผมว่า
quite
น่าจะช่วย
found
ได้
out
นะ
where he is.
จากทัมมิ่งแล้วนะครับเหมือนชูจะโซนเก้าอี้ไม่ได้นะตรงนี้นะครับ เก็บกระจกไว้ ฮะชูคิดว่าเครื่องเตรียมแล้วแน่เลยมันเลยไม่ตีเร่งอ๋อมันรอตีซ้ำเหรอ อุ้ยอุ้ยแล้วกายไม่กดหัวโอ้โหกายบอกไป
Yeah,
เร็
so
ว
it looks like he will be able to pick him
อ
up
อกหนึ่ง
right
ดีกว่า
before
กาย
the
บอก
cipher machines are primed, and that is going to
อ๋อกายกดหัวไม่ได้กายไม่มี
should be returning
กาย
to
ไม่มี
mana,
ขวา
two-man endgame
อุ้ยเอา
position
ดี
with Chicken, but, oh, down
เฮ้ย
immediately.
เจ๊กโดน
So
เก็บ
now
สี่
it's going to be
โอ้แต่อย่างนี้จะไหวกับ FT ได้ไงวะเนี่ย
for
ถ้าโดน
this,
ชูเก็บสี่
the last remaining survivor, Gravekeeper, but he's going to pick him up. Is he going to go for the slugging method? He can drag him as close as possible to Skyfall, drop him, and then go for the slugging method, but cipher machines have been primed. So a lot of decisions to be made. It looks like he's going to be chairing the magician.
We do still have teleport. We have 120 seconds of resentment. I think we have enough time
ไม่
to
มีขวา
really
เล่น
walk
ไม่มี
around
ขวา
here
กัน
and see where this gravekeeper is. If there's
ว่า
no
ทำไมไม่
tinnitus
กด
here, we can slowly move our way either towards middle or towards the beach area.
ผมว่าน่าจะออกหนึ่ง
So
นะ
now Skyfall,
หู
we're
ขึ้น
very
เปล่า
close towards the dungeon.
หู
Each
ขึ้น
of
เปล่า
us
ตรงนี้
load, big
โอ้
boat.
โห
However, can we dodge this
เจอเหลี่ย
tinnitus?
มสกายฟอลเข้าไปครับตรง
I
นี้
mean, he is the
ห่วง
hunter's
เก้า
being
อี้
very
เฉยเลย
careful
มา
here.
ห่วงอะไร
He's
ตอนนี้
always
เนี่ยพ่อหนุ่ม
staying
เทเลก็
nearby
มี
this chair, so they could utilize that to their advantage, but it's going to be after half. Hunter is still
โอ้
looking
อยาก
for
ได้
the
3 จะ
survivor,
3 ไม่พอ
utilizing
นะ
the
บอก
cages.
ก่อน
Now
โมโอกาส
live
เก็บ 4
resentment
นะ
has
เว้ย
built up, and he's becoming a little more
โมโอกาส
brave
เก็บ
and
4 นะ
going
เว้ย
further away from
ห
his
มู
charges,
ขึ้นแล้วครับ
waiting
แต่
for
ว่า
Titus
ยัง
to
มี
be
ขุดอยู่
triggered.
ยังมีพวก
It has just been
พวก
triggered.
ทอง
The
ค
question is,
ำชิ้น
can
สุดท้าย
we find
ของ
him
เขา
in time? 20 more
แล้ว
seconds until this
ตา
magician
ถั่ว
has
หรือเปล่า
to be
ไม่
eliminated.
ถั่ว
We
นะครับ
saw
แล้ว
where
ตี
he
มาจังหวะ
was
นี้
right
เรียบ
after
ร้อ
he
ย โอ้โห
instantly did down. The
จ้า
shuffle
เอ๋
did
เล
not
ย
run out of time, and let's congratulate four-man elimination from Seichu. A brilliant
เกือบ
comeback.
เกือบกินถั่วแล้วไม่
Yeah,
น่า
I
เสีย
mean, it was looking like a very good situation for the survivors, but he was able to down. So he was able to down the meteorologist when she was trying to body block, and then immediately down the airplanist when they were going to rescue onto the meteorologist.
เก็บ
He was
4 นะค
able
รับ
to
แต่ก็
immediately down her before it was time. It was
ผม
so
ทำไมผม
close.
รู้สึ
It
กว่า
was like
GX
around
ไม่
95 or
จะไม่แพ้เลยว่ะ
96%. So if they survived, or if, as you
คือ
mentioned,
โมโอกะ
he
เป็น
could
บอส
have
แมปอะตอน
possibly
นี้
used the wind to push the hunter away. That could have just bought them the few seconds they needed. They just needed like 4 more seconds, but yeah, he was able to down her fast enough.
And like you see here with the match stats as well, right? Marantir for the first containment, 97-second containment solely just by himself was able to get 3 cipher machines done. But Seichu here with a brilliant comeback from mid to end game onwards. After we got that double dead on towards the meteorologist, it was just a snowball for him. I think we were a tiny bit too greedy on that last cipher machine near double 11 where Gravekeeper was decoding.
Yeah, so a little bit on the choices. If possibly the meteorologist didn't go down with the airplanist, they wouldn't have to spend the time healing her up off the ground. And because she wasn't able to heal up, the hunter was able to pick up the meteorologist right after just cheering the airplanist. So
อันนี้แข่งวันแรก
a
ไหมใช่
little
ครับ
bit
มี
of
2 วัน
choices
อันนี้วันแรก
made the difference, and in this situation, it really helped the hunter get that 4-man elimination.
Definitely, and like it's also the fact that you see here as well, right? Seichu only with 12 hits for a 4-man elimination. We do know that the remainder 2 hits was detention hits. So like being able to find survivors so fast, especially after getting a Gravekeeper down without him being able to get in towards his shovel after his buff, we can see as well, right? From the Goldman's perspective too, for someone who does have slow attack animation, it is still to be feared. It is honestly speaking still to be feared. However, Seichu was able to kind of rebound from that bad early game that he had. Now moving on towards the second half, it's going to be HLT survivors up against GX's Hunter.
Yeah, and we have 2 choices for hunters on the side of GX. We have Haetian and Momoka. I'm kind of wondering which hunter will be coming out first. We've seen them play quite a lot, and we all know they're very talented hunters. And possibly if Godj will be coming to face against his old team as a survivor is also exciting to see.
Definitely, and it's not only that too, right? It's also the fact that now HLC having that 5-point advantage for an elimination game from their hunter side, they can play this very safe. It is a big map after all, so like as we saw from last game as well, mechanics definitely really doable, especially up against Skullman. You can go and Bomber for guaranteed tie games, or you can kind of move on towards a cell game or a multi-tie turner team comp.
Yeah, just trying to buy as much time as possible, playing the long game, having a lot of tie turners definitely help. And yeah, just trying to get that 1-man escape. I wonder if the hunter will allow Embalmer to go through, or if they'll end up banning Embalmer to get rid of that kind of opportunity for the survivors.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard one to say because like in a lot of games where we did have Embalmer available open to go, teams usually go for more counter picks. I do see why as well, just because Embalmer in this current day meta, round 1 and round 2, it's a bit hard really to pull out his full power, his full potential. But like with this probably, you know, the best thing now for
ครึ่งหลังอย่างรวดเร็วนะครับ
GX's Hunter would be just to close the point gap as
ดู
much as
ว่า
possible.
เซอร์จะออกได้
If
ไหม
we can get a 4-man elimination, great, but the kind of bare minimum now is a tie game.
Yeah, and it looks like Momoko will be playing the hunter first.
ต้องการ
And
ล
we'll
ง
see
แข่ง
an immediate
ลง
ban
นะครับ
onto the
เพิ่ง
Seer
เล่น
and
ไปเมื่อกี้
Antiquarian once again.
Perfumer and Puppeteer here, first 2 picks
รอบ
already.
นี้
It's
เขา
just
เลื
to
อกที่จะ
counter
ใช้เป็น
Dash Goldman as
ตัวท
much
ด
as
แผล
they can. Professor there being banned as well.
ตัวทด
just
แผล
so
มา
there's
ทำออก 1 นะครับ คนดาร์ฟหลัง
extra
นี่เป็นก็อตเจ
units
ก็อต
or
เจ
full
ดาร์ฟ
body
หลัก
blocks on the side of survivors.
เป็นทั้ง
If
โค้ชเป็นทั้ง
survivors
คน
want
แข่ง
here,
เป็นทั้ง
they
นักแข่ง
can't just get that rescuer out, and it seems like he will be first officer.
Right, so the survivors just need to prepare to get that
แต่ดูทรงผมว่า
1-man
โมโอกะน่า
escape.
จะเอาอ
Our
ยู่
last choice is going to be the Magician to... I mean, we've been seeing Magician being chosen quite a lot. Those illusions are very helpful, and I I mean, you can really mind game this hunter. So
โอ้แต่ GX
it
ฟอร์ม
looks
เซอร์
like
ไม่
on
เดือ
the
ดเลยว่ะ
side of the survivors, they don't get a hunter ban because it is the first
มัน
round.
มันไม่มีแบบว่าทั้งสี่
Yeah, and like not only that as well, from survivor side, it's probably all gonna be knee-jerk reflex and flywheel builds, just so we can contain for as long as we can.
เดชูมันโหด
Like,
ว่ะ
I would say a big kind of opening play here for Momoka would be not to play Goldman. I will say Ivy would work pretty well here as well if you want to chase after Dash Perfumer first, because like, you know, at the end of the day, 4 hits on Puppeteer, potentially speaking 5 hits on a Perfumer, and then Magician is kind of a 50-50 whether or not you can get a hit past that illusion.
Yeah, so I mean, another hunter that I could suggest that's been doing very good in competition is the Nightmare. We have seen Aka play Nightmare and even in IVL, so and they're getting the 4-man elimination. So GX really needs that 4-man elimination if they don't want to give the win to HLT. So a lot of pressure onto the hunter's side.
Yeah, and I would say probably is like another one probably can be Wax Artist, especially how well he's done today. But it seems like Momoka is gonna lock in Ivy here instead. We've 2 potentials, which is get Puppeteer 100 stacks without him using his puppet, or get Perfumer 100 stacks without her having her perfume up and ready to go.
Yeah, a lot of decisions that have to be made on the hunter's side. We see the survivors are locking in their spawn points, and it's gonna be the Puppeteer on Big Boat, Perfumer on Little Boat. We have the Magician in Shack and the First Officer in the middle as their stable rescuer.
With this then, if we want to, I think what our hunter here can do for Momoka, you can potentially spawn, you know, in between Puppeteer and First Officer, just because everyone's on one side of the map. Put your main body near towards Big Boat and start locking cipher machines near Shack and Small Boat.
Yeah, I mean, since the main body and the ghost can go in different directions, she's going to send the ghost towards the survivors, cipher machines that she wants to get infected and slowed down. The main body will go for the survivor that she's going to chase, or she's going to utilize the main body to go after survivors, keep them off cipher machines, search the survivor that she wants to actually chase, infect that survivor, and teleport right to her.
Definitely. But with this move on forwards, it's going to be GX Momoka here as Ivy with Instant Detention alongside with Blink up against HLT survivors Kudo, who's playing First Officer with Tighturner, 6 as Magician with Flywheel and Knee-Jerk Reflex, the Perfumer on Gotcha with Tighturner and Flywheel, and of course, last but not least, you're going to be able to see Bowie here with Tighturner and Knee-Jerk Reflex on that Puppeteer. This will be day 1 match for round 1 second half for IVT 2025 Southeast Asia server between HLT versus GX. Commentary will be brought to you by Kudoshiro and Gummy.
And we're getting started right away. The ghost is heading towards Kudo and Gotcha. It looks like the main body will also be heading towards Little Boat. It looks like the ghost is very close to Gotcha. Will be able to infect him if he can catch up to the survivor. Will be infecting her immediately.
แล้วกัปตันเดินมาหม่งทันเรียบร้อย1แผลอย่างรวดเร็ว
Momoka right now, such an early first hit from the side of Perfumer, but we can't jump down here just yet until Perfumer is over. So right now, a lot of distance being pulled away from Perfumer, but there is still Hunt on the side of this Ivy.
Right, and she's waiting around here at the walls. The ghost is now heading towards the middle to go and try to slow that cipher progress.
แผลแรกเร็วนะแต่ว่ายังมีทรงอยู่ครับแต่โมกะพยายามกดดันกลางแมปไว้นะตามสไตล์เขานะครับผมเครื่องกลางห้ามเสร็จ
to the middle cipher, and main body's heading up the stairs to try and get the second hit onto this perfumer.
Perfumer, the second bottle used, but we're still not able to
บี
get
บลายครับบีบลายวิ่งไปเรื่อย
so this could be pretty deadly for her as
แล้ว
well.
ก็เจโดนไป1ทีเรียบร้อยแล้วก็ล้มลงไปใน1นาที10วินาทีครับน้ำหอมไทยของเขาเล่นบนล่างด้วยนะครับกะว่าแบบถ้าไม่โดนไล่นี่ช่วยได้นะแต่ว่าโดนนะครับ
Yeah, especially this is an Ivy. She's a very strong
ต้องขายกับตันไหมน่าจะต้องขายไม่ขายขายไม่ได้ครับเจวี่
down against an Ivy, and we already see the ghost continuously reinfecting this middle cipher machine, so that's going to hurt the cipher progress. and she's gonna be back on the chair.
เชียร์แล้วกัปตันกูโดนท่านแม่ทัพเรียกกัปตันได้นะเนี่ยแม่ทัพ
Well, as the first rescuer here, we see first officer already coming in for that rescue. We can still buy a little bit more time. We just have to be a little bit more careful.
โมกาบอกว่าเราจะไม่เสียเวลากับทหารจัดการแม่ทัพเลยถ้าแม่ทัพตายเท่ากับชนะ
makes it way more different.
Right, and the immediate hit onto the perfumer, but we did get saved with Ty Turner, so she'll be able to transition to a better area. There's way too many ostracons in this area. She wants to go to an area that has a little less ostracons, and she's going to be triple pallet. And the main body's keeping tabs onto this perfumer, and the ghost is going to infect that middle cipher machine again.
คือแบบทุกวินาทีที่เขาเคลื่อนที่เขาก็จะสับไปตลอดนะครับผม
because the moment perfumer goes away gets eliminated your ostracons gets dismantled
คือ
within
ใครเป็น motion
2
sickness
seconds
นี่อาจจะเวียนหัวได้สับไปสับ
first
มา
officer got a no damage rescue which works out really well for them
ดึงผีกลับมาสิงหน้าวี่แล้วก็ดึงออกไปสิงตัวของบูบูนะเนี่ยขายไม่ได้นะขายใครก็ได้แต่เราจะไม่ขายแม่ทัพครับ HLT แม่ทัพต้องได้เล่นทุกเฟสเพราะว่าไหนๆก็เอาไทยมากันหมดแล้วต้องใช้โจทย์คือของหนึ่งนะครับเขาก็เลยไม่ขายกันนะเพราะถ้าขายก็โดนอยู่ดี
20 seconds if I'm not wrong here but perfumer there's still a blink that Momokat's hands use we want to save for later on but that's finally our maxed well perfumer going to go down but like everyone's full health so no matter who you chase here it's just going to be so hard to get them down.
Yeah, and so it looks like she's gonna send her ghost towards the next target. She's picking up the perfumer and carrying her, returning her to the manor. Now that she's at full presence, she does get more corruption. She's gonna be teleporting right to Boo.
แล้วกดตัวของตุ๊กตาไปครับจังหวะนี้
so we should be able to at least get oh that's a very nice cancellation on
เล่นได้ดีครับเขากดเขาเรียกว่ากดอะไรวะกดตุ๊กตา
Right, and he's going to be on his puppet form for the last time because he's at 75% damage. Hunter is going to be sending her ghost away, and she's just going to try and get this hit onto him, downing the survivor. Oh, blink right through this pallet. Now she's close enough. We'll be able to down the right away.
Yeah, and like you see, however, I would say it's really close towards where our survivor is now being cheered, so this might not be the best idea. If we really do decide to rush it, Momoka could potentially look for a 3-man or even a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, it's very important to have lots of cipher machines, especially when you're going against Ivy, because she can just infect you, teleport right to you, and it looks like she's sending the ghost towards Big Boat. Oh,
ตั้งชื่อตัวละครตัวเด็กมันว่าแม่ทัพ
on the puppeteer.
We're running in the same direction, which wasn't good, which was what kind of forced First Officer to use his items there as well. Boo Boo trying to contain for as long as he can, but in this case now it just means First Officer can't come in for the rescue anymore. We could try rush that 50% side mission, but like really in this case, changing targets for the First Officer might be game changing.
Right, and it looks like the Hunter did have to change targets to his first officers because she didn't want more progress on that cipher machine. The ghost is going to be infecting the Big Boat cipher and will be bringing the first officer to the chair, but it is his first chair. However, Puppeteer cannot go for this rescue because he's at 75% damage.
Yeah, like it's not only that as well. I feel like from HLT survivors, we kind of rushed this a little bit too much. Against Ivy, it should be slow and steady. We rushed that cipher machine at Shaq, and like Puppeteer wasn't able to get out of the area too, even with, you know, 2 little Lewises. This does put HLT in towards a really bad spot, but at least that locker is going to be able to buy us some time. However,
แต่แบบตู้อุ้ยเราเคลื่อนกันทันนะเอ้า
Right, and so the main body is coming to take him out of this locker. Will be infecting him as soon as he leaves this locker.
แล้วจุดเครื่องครับผมโอ้โหแต่ว่าจะออกได้ไหมเนี่ย
Up survivor is the magician.
จุดเครื่องได้แต่ไม่มีขวาน
I'm not
ใช่
sure
ไหม
about that cipher machine pop though, unless Puppeteer actually
โอ้
gets
โหถ้า
shared.
สมมติ
You
บู
don't
บู
have
มี
to
ขวาน
pop that
นี่คือแบบ
cipher.
สวย
You
จัด
can
เลยอะ
immediately rush for Dungeon, but right now it's a detention Ivy. It's going to be really hard for us to play around here. Going to be Momoka, we're going to be able to leash that on time as well. Magician's Wand has been used just so we can pull away with that speed boost. But now 6 is by himself. 1 flywheel, Ninja Reflex ready as well, but Blink is on the hands of Momoka in the next 12 seconds.
exit path ขึ้นมาครับ
Puppeteer was able to heal himself back up and possibly head for the exit gates, but the main body is on 6 and the ghost is on the Puppeteer, so multitasking on the side of this Hunter, but she's not losing track of the survivors.
รักษาระยะไม่ให้บิงนะ
Puppeteer has to be very careful. He can't get leashed and instant teleport down, but that's going to be a blink open there instantly on our side. Puppeteer can't decode that cipher machine anymore. He needs to leave.
เปิดประตูไม่ได้นะ
If
เสือ
he
ซิก
doesn't,
ก็
it'll
มี
just
เอ
be
ซิ
too
พาร์
much
ท
of
ครั
an
บ
easy game from the side of Ivy. Now he's able to get out on time. No blink on our hands to use. We have to use these pallets and
โอ้
windows
โห
as
โหด
much as
ไป
we
หรือ
can.
เปล่า
So the ghost is going to keep tabs onto the magician so that when he self-heals, she can teleport right away and the main body is back onto this puppeteer. He's at 75% damage, so he can't go back into his puppet form. And if she downs her, this is going to be very dangerous because puppeteer does not have self-heal available.
Magician use of self-heal there as well. This is pretty crucial. If we can actually
ผม
get
ว่า
the gate open, that'll be great. But
เอา
it's
ที
really
หน้า
hard
ทำได้
right
มั้
now.
ง
Puppeteer, no items
เอา
left.
หน่อยเว้ยแอบเชียร์อยู่นะเนี่ย
100 odd seconds here. But Ivy already got them all injured. So
คือ
like,
เราก็
even
แอ
if
บเชียร์
blink,
นะ
even if you don't have detention, it's all right.
And it looks like she's going to be teleporting towards the magician next, hoping to get an early down. He doesn't have any more illusions left, and the ghost is keeping tabs onto
โอ้โหขึงกันไป
puppeteer,
ขึง
so
กัน
it's
มา
just a
ตอน
matter
นี้
of time before she can just down one survivor. She's going to teleport to the remaining survivor.
Yeah, Momoka's done really well here with the end
คือโม
game
กะน่าจะ
progress,
เดิน
but
บีบไปเรื่อยใครเข้าประตู
Puppeteer
คน
by
นั้นโดน
himself. If he does get leashed, it's okay, I feel. Just also because of the fact, like,
Yeah,
you know, we
Bob
are
Boo
near
เข้า
one
ประ
of
ตู
the last cipher machines nearby. But I feel like the teleportation is able to come
คือ
true,
ถอดมา
but
โอ้โหชิบ
it didn't
เนี่ย
really
ครับตรง
land on
นี้
towards the right survivor. But like, no one has any items
หลอก
left,
ไป
so I don't think he's gonna be able to kite on.
Yeah,
เรียบร้อย
92% corruption.
GG
Oh, we'll be taking the down
เปิดไม่ได้
immediately. No self-heal available. It's just a matter of time before this ghost finds this magician. Once again, he's hiding inside of Big Boat, and now the ghost is heading towards him.
โดนสิ่งเท่ากับตุย
I feel like the bigger issue here
เฮ้ย
was the
แต่หา
cipher
ไม่เจ
machine
อ
pop.
โหถ้าเป็น
I
แพท
do
ใหม่
know
นะ
that it was a teleportation
อันนี้
looking
ป้าเปเทีย
for
ค
the
งแบบ
magician, but
เลือดไหลหมด
I
ตัว
feel like no
หมด
matter
ตัว
what happens there, no matter who gets chased,
โอกาสเดี๋ยวรอวิ่งไม่ครับเขาไล่เรื่อยๆก็รอก็ส่วนหนึ่งแต่ว่าเขาก็บีบ
it
เรื่อย
doesn't make sense to pop.
ๆเพราะว่า
If we
บริเว
check
ณประตูมัน
Puppeteer,
ไม่
it
มี
would
ที่
be a
จู
whole
อยู่
different scenario,
ไอวี่ถึง
but
แป๊บเดียวถึงตัวแล้ว
in this case, I feel like that pop was kind of game changing.
Yeah, and it looks like the hunter is actually struggling to find this magician, so that's buying him a lot of time. But is it going to buy him enough time for the puppeteer to bleed out? He still needs to wait quite a while. We popped the cipher machine, so that means if you don't touch the exit gates, the crows will be on you. So not a lot of options left for the side of the survivors. She's just slowly going to be looking around this dungeon area,
อ้าวแล้วหู
but
ขึ้น
it doesn't look like the magician is there. It does look like the main body is very close to 6.
Magician ran straight
เรียบร้อย
towards where Ivy is. But Puppeteer still has at least 1.5 minutes left until he bleeds out. If we vault over this window, then it's really one blink hit down. Let's congratulate that Mocha for this beautiful
โอ้โห
4-man
เกือบไป
elimination.
แล้วนะ
Wow,
กือบ
so
ได้
the
ออกหนึ่ง
hunter is really working
เกือบได้ขึ้น
overtime. We
นำ
got the 4-man elimination for the HLT hunter, and we got the 4-man elimination for GX. I was thinking that HLT did have that advantage in this game, but not anymore because they tied up round 1.
It's especially with the fact that we use an Ivy to get that 4-man elimination as well from the side of GX too. So game 2, they still have a vantage point. Yes, Goman will be banned, but Ivy is still available for either Momoka or Hotien to play.
I mean, also that early down and the early hit onto the perfumer, it kind of made perfumer's item useless because she can only use it when she's on the small boat and then she'll vault and then the hunter has to wait before she vaults, but she can't utilize it to eat a hit, and that was very huge for the side of GX HLT survivors.
Definitely, yeah. And like, it's not only that too. Momoka's early game on that Perfumer was brilliant. The Phantom at the backside of Perfumer, meanwhile, Momoka's main body was flanking from the front, able to get that instant double revelation, free 80 stacks on towards that Perfumer was absolutely brilliant. But HLT also did well, to be fair, especially with the fact that they were able to get so much of the cipher machine done with Perfumer going down that fast.
I mean, we can see that Boo Boo did get the most hunter containment time at 105 seconds, but it was after the perfumer would already return to the manor, so a lot of the resources on the side of the survivors were very dwindled down, and we can see the second survivor to have the most containment time is only 65%, and that's the magician, who saw the hunter mostly after the cipher machine was popped.
Yeah, and it's not only that too, it's just Momoka really strong from her side, from their side as well. I do think, right, it definitely would have made it easier for Ivy if we've hit the rescuer, just so then they're forced to heal, so then the cipher machine decoding progress and all that, in which that is one thing that HLT has done very, very, very well. But with this result is really what matters at the end of the day. Momoka being able to return that 4-man elimination and to tie out game 1, I think it does bring everything back to 0.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned before, you said in order to get that 1-man escape, you're going to have to bring 3 tide turners, and that's what the survivors did, but it just didn't buy them enough time, and the first early down, especially against Ivy, is very dangerous, and I think that just really hurt the survivors a lot.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that, like, it's a bit unfortunate, but Perfumer, ideally speaking, is really, really, really good against Ivy, especially when you can run out of the zones just about on time as well. But it's not only that too, it's with the fact that she buys way too much time, especially for someone who is not a single hit survivor too. And that is what Ivy is afraid of as well. But after all those highlights, we're going to be actually able to see the main highlights of Game 1 between HLT versus GX. Welcome back to IVT Southeast Asia 2025. I'm Mikasa Kuroshido, and with me here is Gummy. We've just finished the first game between HLT versus GX, in which both hunters returned a 4-man elimination, in which it ties up game 1. Now we move on towards game 2, in which I think, if I'm not wrong, this time it should be GX's survivor. Well, GX that chooses the map.
Yes, that is correct. Since GX banned Red Church in the first round and HLT chose Lakeside Village, so it does look like if GX can choose a map that benefits their survivors, preferably seeing that there was a very large elimination for Hunter's side, they may need to choose maps to help their survivors at least get that 1-man escape.
Yeah, and I would say as well, preferably speaking, they should be given for Momoka, especially after the amount of pressure that the Ivy has taken up during the first game as well. Moving on towards the second game here too, we still have Goldman available for GX to use. We still have Ivy and Hullabaloo. No, sorry, we still have Goldman, Opera, and Hullabaloo as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Goldman permaban for the side of HLT, as they do have Opera, Ivy, and Hullabaloo to use instead. But, you know, at the end of the day, I do think now it's kind of where we're seeing Goldman is more of a priority pick if you want to win, and Ivy, it's still doable, but it's just a bit harder.
Yeah, and in this instance, having that big map and being able to teleport back and forth, and as long as you can get down these survivors fast enough, Ivy definitely does give you that 4-man elimination. But yeah, this is a second round, and now the survivors do have a ban. It really depends on what the map they choose. But yeah, I mean, are they going to continue to go for the top 4? We've seen that the GX Hunter and HLT Hunter do main the top 4 meta hunters, so I guess we'll be expecting the meta hunters for round 2 as well.
And like, I do feel like with game 1 being tied up, I think game 2 is where we kind of draw the line between the teams as well. However, there is still game 3 in which we've seen between WWW and NE as well, in which it was a clean reverse sweep from their side too. But like with this, it's at a point where we're like, okay, for our second half of the last matchup, who did we see? It was Perfumer, it was Puppeteer, there was also the first officer there being used as well, and compared to GX's survivors, it was the Aeroplanist. Who was it again? Sorry, it was Aeroplanist, it was Meteorologist, and there was also the Gravekeeper being used there as well. So it's a lot of different survivors here being put in towards the permabans.
โอ้มาแล้วด่านยอดฮิตเอเวอร์เซอร์วินทาว
Recently, we actually haven't been able to see any opera singers today.
Right, and we already have the map bans and picks, HLT will also be banning Red Church. Doesn't look like any of the survivors or hunters want to be playing on this map. And GX will be choosing Ever Sleeping Town, and the survivors on GX will be going first for the first half.
I think GX made a really good decision here, right? Because their IV is out of the way, so then like this map is really good for Goldman or Opera Singer. So in this case where HLT doesn't have Goldman anymore, and like we only get one hunter banned, it does suit more towards GX's team comp compared to HLT.
Yeah, I mean, Ever Sleeping Town, we can possibly expect a lot of the hunters actually. We do see a lot of Opera Singer, and Goldman that does pretty well. Yeah, so a lot of options still left for the hunter side. I think it really depends on how well the survivors do, because we can clearly see the hunters on both sides are able to get that 4-man elimination. It's going to be how much survivors can actually get out in round 2.
Definitely, and it's also with like, you know, I do think in this case it's a bit harder to say, because we had GX's survivors. What basically they've done here is they've kind of gotten rid of the really good containers in comparison to HLT survivors, in which what they've done in this case is they've gotten rid of good survivors that counter Goldman, right? So like in our case, it's kind of like it's now a bigger map. There is definitely more pressure on the team that picked Goldman first. So in relation to this, it's kind of like, okay, we need to pick a really good team comp that counters Goldman, or maybe Opera Singer depending on who we ban. Because if we don't, this means game 2 will be given for free to GX.
Yeah, and another thought that I thought about, Ever Sleeping Town has very straight passageways because of the way the houses are lined up. So that actually could help the wax artist land the wax across, because the turning corners, and if they don't do, that's going to be an open area for wax to possibly get the down. And as we saw in the previous matchup, wax artist did perform very well.
Yeah, and it's also with like, I would say it's kind of an outlier when it comes to wax artist. Sometimes you do really well with him. Sometimes it wouldn't be too, how would I say this? It wouldn't kind of go the way you wanted to go, especially with survivors body blocking or even cipher rush sometimes. But I would say with the advantage point that GX has right now with 2 extra meta hunters that they can use, I think they probably will go with a bit of a safer route too. But yes, the wax artist is still there and available to use, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing hunters be more creative with their hunter picks, because yes, the meta for hunters are very stable and they do give you the results, but at the same time, a lot of the survivors are practiced against them, and they're used to these survivors, and sometimes we see hunters just bring out a different character and it just really works out. We've seen the sculptor come out and get that 4-man elimination. NAEU, we saw the breaking wheel come out and get the 4-man elimination. So surprising survivors also seem to work because they're not as used to practicing against other hunters. But seeing that both hunters keep choosing the meta for hunters, it's most likely that they're going to choose them. But if they do end up surprising the survivors, they can find a different... Since the survivors are going to choose the survivor comp that goes against those meta hunters, if the hunter can find a different combination to help him, he could possibly go for a different choice.
But it's going to be Seichu here coming out first from HLT side. Goman is in the permaban rounds as we got rid of the forward and priestess for our hunter.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Priestess do incredibly good in Chinatown, so definitely a Priestess ban does seem good for the hunter if you don't want to keep chasing them through the portals. And it looks like on the side of the survivors, they will be banning the Opera Singer.
There will be Fire Investigator and the Coordinator here used immediately as well. I do think if Seichu has the IV, we can use it too. Seer getting out of the way, and finally that first officer will come out. Not a bad team combo overall. First officer does do decently well, as we saw last game against Ivy. And of course, Fire Investigator being Fire Investigator allows you to not get leached if you're within your airbags.
Yeah, so the hunter doesn't like to be harassed. He's going to be getting rid of the forward and the anti-Aquarian. Doesn't want to hit survivors multiple times, so the Seer is gone and those portals. And the last survivor pick is going to be Meteorologist.
With this
แต่
team
GX เหมือนจะ
you can
ชอบ
support, you can harass, you can also heal. Containment wise, it might be a tiny bit slower compared to the usual, but I think it's pretty solid after all. For Seichu here, forward being banned is pretty surprising because usually if you want to play IV, forward really wouldn't be your kind of pocket ban.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a survivor very good at forward, that might be a specialty ban, target ban, so that could be the choice, or the hunter just really does not like dealing with forwards, especially when you down the survivor. If the forward is continuously hanging around, and that also might force hunters to bring excitement, and that means they have to get the down on the survivors without using excitement, so that will be harder for the hunter side. So in order to eliminate all those possibilities, he's like, I am not going to go for forward.
น่าสนใจ
But that breaking wheel being chosen out here from Seichu instead. Okay, breaking wheel up against this team comp. The best chase for him probably will be coordinated if we do decide to bring excitement, but like you see here, right? Flying investigator, airbag kind of locks you away. Just meteorologist being meteorologist is kind of annoying as well. And in a map like this, you just so many areas where like graveyard long window counters you, even middle counters you because of the amount of pallets to use as well. I do look forward to how well the Seichu performs with this breaking wheel.
Yeah, I mean, for the breaking wheel, the
แต่มันจะ
priority
ต่างจากใน
is
แรง
just
ตรงไหนห
to
รือปะ
get
ตัว
that
นักแข่ง
first
ของวนมันเป็น
presence. If he has that first presence, he can actually really work around those windows and still get the spikes onto the survivors. So as long as the breaking wheel can get that first presence, shouldn't be too hard.
But of course we will move on
แต่
to
ได้นะ
our selection mode.
ตัวด่าน
It's
นี้แบบ
going to
ได้เลย
be
อะ
middle given towards first officer, balcony given towards the coordinator, alongside which the tram spawn here near the gate for Dash Wendy. And of course, one investigator spawning towards the entrance of the graveyard too. We will be able to see Seichu here spawning at geishas, in which we're right in front of the first officer and right next to that fire investigator.
Right, and if you go into your wheel form, you can basically transition to anywhere as fast as you want. So you're going to go for an area that's harder for survivors to loop. And another thing I see Breaking Wheel do a lot is just change targets a lot.
Definitely. And we do see here as well, instance confined space here just for that long window at Graveyard 2, alongside with Blink here for our breaking wheel. Survivors persona will be Knee Jerk Reflex alongside with Flywheel on that coordinator, Tight Turner on our first officer, Flywheel on Dash, Fire Investigator, and Knee Jerk Reflex on our meteorologist. This will be day 1 match for round 2. First off, round 2. First off, yes, between GX versus HLT. The commentary will be brought to you by Kurosho and Chocho. Gummy, sorry, but...
เสียเปิดมาเก็บ4นี่หล่อนะบอกให้
And it looks like he's going to be going into his wheel form right away, and his first chase is going to be the meteorologist. Looks like he's going to be working around this one pallet. She's trying to bait the hunter. You're going to do loopy-loops here, but Hunter's going to be forced out of his... and he's going to be able to push with that wind right away.
We missed that trap, a little bit unfortunate, but Maran still has 2 pallets here to play around with. That's going to be a speed boost over. We did not get the spike there on time. That's a little bit unfortunate, but Seichu, no second spike here landed just yet, not even a first spike here, as now the twirl did manage to get the first one there, though thankfully. We have Blink ready in 24 seconds. I think we're just going to look for that next immediate second spike and see if we can get this meteorologist down ASAP.
He was able to finally get that second spike. Was able to get the trap, and now immediately down his meteorologist extremely early down inside for the side of this breaking wheel. Things are looking great. It looks like he's just going to be cheering her, and yeah.
For the side of survivors here, Nebi was very close to nearby who can perform the first rescue, especially with the fact that it can be a no damage rescue as well. We're getting stuck here a little bit from the side of breaking wheel, but what matters here from Nedu is we want to force this breaking wheel out of wheel form and then gun him after the rescue.
Right, I mean, she does have a little bit of... she's going to be able to utilize the stun gun, immediately get that rescue before half, and allowing this full health coordinator to transition away. Hunter's trying to down this. Blink down onto the meteorologist right away. She is not allowing the meteorologist to get that rebound kite at all.
I would say that's a very good decision there made by Seishu, especially with Blink immediately in towards cooldown here as well. Nedu, who is still full health after that rescue, now has no items left on their hands to use. Coordinator, we're left by ourselves right now. That's a brilliant flywheel as we can slowly get towards the chair. We're not max versus just yet, so Nedu can still perform this rescue.
Right, she's doing a very good job dodging the spikes, but Hunter seems like he's slowly closing in, is able to get the first spike. Now she needs to make her way towards the chair, is able to get the rescue before she's trying to body block, but isn't able to body block, downing this meteorologist and returning the first survivor right back to the manor.
That was a good attempt there made by Nedu, but I don't think Nedu can leave this area at all, especially with the fact
ไม่เสียแต่ตอนนี้เสียแล้วเสียไปแล้ว1 คน
We're going to be able to get that spike there instantly as well, but we have to stay within here no matter what.
ดีนิ้ว
Two reasons. One, you
ดีนิ้ว
cannot get trap hitted dead.
ดีนิ้วเราไปที่อื่นต่อดีนิ้วเราไปเครื่องไอ้ชั่ว
Yeah, and it looks like she's trying to pallet
ดีนิ้ว
towards this one pallet. Oh, he misses his trap, so that's giving her more
มันต้องดีดแล้วไปโซนเครื่องไม่ใช่เหรอวะ
She's getting pretty far away.
ไล่เป็นตัวอย่างเงี้ยเหรอ
3 spikes on this coordinator. She needs to get out of this area, but she's too close. Is able to get the trap onto this coordinator and will be downing her immediately.
มันเล่นคนละสไตล์กับผมเล่นวะผมจะเล่นแบบดีดให้เจ็บ75แล้วก็ไปไล่ตัวอื่นเราเป็นตัวอย่างนี้ถามว่าได้ไหมก็ได้นะแต่มันจะเหนื่อยหน่อย
Yeah, Skyfall already coming in for the rescue. Since he's at full presence now, he needs to be very careful. He's going to be able to get that rescue before half with Ty Turner. Doesn't look like the first officer is going to be injured, but the hunter does want to injure.
แต่เสียต่างจากผมไม่เสียแบบเวลามันจะเอาใครมันเอาสุดเลยนะของผมคือถ้าผมรู้ว่าผมไม่ได้ผมก็ไม่เอาทิ้งเลยไปเครื่องกับน้องมันเหลือ3 เครื่องก็จริงแต่มันใกล้เสร็จหมดแล้วน้องโอ้แต่เสียมันเล่นสไตล์แบบตาเต็มตุ้ยแล้วสไตล์ถ้าแปลภาษาไทยแปลว่าอะไรวะเอาสุดอะเอาเป็นตัวนะครับไม่ได้แบบเล่นแบบว่ามาเกอร์จะเล่นแบบว่าตีนอนนะคือจะเน้นแบบว่าให้เจ็บให้หมดนะแต่ว่าแบบนี้ก็ได้นะแบบนี้ก็ได้นะครับแต่ถ้าคนที่ไม้2มันแข็งอย่างเงี้ยผมว่าน่าจะยากคือเนวจ่ายไฟอยู่แล้วด้วยโอ้เชี่ยเสียเก็บ4 เกมเลยหรอเกินไปเสียไปยินเสียงอาจจะดีนะไม่ยินเสียงผมเพราะว่าถ้าทำแบบผมอะน่าจะแบบว่าไม่เก็บ4ก็ได้นะเพราะว่ามันผมชอบโซนนะไม่รู้เป็นอะไรชอบทำให้เธอเจ็บนะอ๋อโซนแล้วใครไม่รู้อะไรก็มีส่วนนะครับแต่ว่าคือล้อมันไม่มีตาแดงกันอยู่แล้วอ๋อมันไม่มีปิปเปอร์เล่นด้วยแหละมันต้องเล่นอย่างนี้มันเล่นมันเล่นซ้ายบนถ้าเก็บ3ผมบอกเลยว่าสวยเพราะมันโอกาสไม่เก็บ4ได้หมดthat window is blocked off and now the hunter slowly closing in but not able to hit the after อีกนิดเดียวดีละไปเครื่องอื่นอะไรอนุสรณ์หรือเปล่ายังครับผมกลับมาหาสกายฟอลต่อหรือจะไปหาอนุสรณ์ยังไงอนุสรณ์รออยู่อนุสรณ์บอกก็คนมันรอเธอมาตั้งนานข้างเดียวแต่เธอก็ไม่สนใจเธอกลับไปหาสกายฟอลเหมือนเดิม
attention will be coming back to this first officer once again isn't able to land that spike and he's just going to be blocking off
แล้วก็กิ้งแล้วกิ้งอีกโอ้โหเครื่องน่าจะจุดได้แล้วเนี่ยเห็นว่าที่ผมบอกถ้าทำแบบเสียมันจะเก็บ4ยากเลยแต่ว่ามันเก็บ3ได้แน่โอ้โหแต่ว่าอนุสรณ์ยังไงครับดีไฟวิวเฟกอยู่แล้วเหมือนจะลังเลเอาสักอย่างจะเอาใครแล้วเหมือนหัวจะออกที่สกายฟอลแล้ววัดดิ้งไปเลยครับแต่ว่าเครื่องมันทันนะโอ้โหกล้าได้ไงวะโอ้โหแล้วเก็บ4ไม่ได้เลยทีนี้
didn't lock that window at all. So for breaking wheel, if we want to chase after the first officer,
แหละพอมันไม่ได้โซนแล้วมันเซิร์นเกิดความเสียหายน้อยของมันเยอะท้ายเกมเล่นยากเผลอๆเนี่ยเสมอแล้วจริงหลุมกลางแบบเราบินไปแล้วอ่ะเสียเอ้ยเดี๋ยวมันจะปีนหน้าต่างอ่ะเราดูนะเราดู
Right, and it does look like the hunter is
เสียไม่ใช่ทางนี้ดิ
on downing this
ก็ปีนหน้าต่างแล้วกิ้งทับมันไปเด้ปีน
70%, so it does look like it'll be open in time.
หลุมมันอยู่กลางแบบ
And
โว้
this is
ย
looking like a one-man
โอ้โห
escape
อย่างนี้
for the
น่าจะ
side
ไม่ได้ไปไหน
survivors.
ทีอะไรเงี้ย
we do have our next
อุ้ย
corruption of
พี่พลอยออกมาเลยเหรอ
corruption transfers. We do have our next pessimistic
เราบอก
ready.
ตอนแรกว่าจะไปแต่ไปไม่ถึงกลับดีกว่า
Max versus
แต่ว่า
Max
เรียบ
again,
ร้อ
and that's to
ย
make
ออก
instant
หนึ่ง
stand
นะครับ
down. Still though, very nicely done by GX for that one-man escape, and of course congratulations to Momoka, which, well, not
เพราะว่าถ้า
Momoka, right? Yeah, Momoka.
ถ้ามันโซน
For Seichu, which dash
ไม่รู้ว่า
3-man elimination.
Yeah,
มัน
in this instance, they were able to get that one-man elimination and that one-man escape.
มันต้อง
And
ไม่
that
ก
can
ลัว
make all the difference
เขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะ
because in the previous times they kept getting four-man escape.
มันต้องไม่
Four-man
กลัวว่าจะโดนดึง
eliminations.
อะเล่น
So
กิ้งมัน
yeah,
ต้องแบบ
looking good for
กิ้งทับ
the
กิ้งทับ
hunter
เลย
who
อะ
was
ใคร
still
เลือด
able
เต็ม
to
แม่ง
get
โด
that
นอะ
win for the
ต้องประมาณ
first
นั้น
half.
เพราะเล่นกิ้งถ้าปล่อย
Definitely.
เจอ
And
เลือด
like
เต็ม
with
เล่นยาก
this, I would say it's not as much pressure left on HLT survivors.
ต้องทำเลือด
anymore,
75
right?
ไว้
But then also at the same time, it's kind of like if we can tie this game out, we kind of
เสียเวลากับเนวไปเยอะอยู่ครับ
game. But also at the same time, from
เนี่ย
the side
เดี๋ยวผมย้อนให้ดูนะที่ผมพูดอะ
GX's Hunter too, it's kind of like even
Wait, it looks like he's just going
palette being broken.
ต้นเกมสวยแล้วเนี่ยช็อตเนี้ยที่ผมบอกเนี่ยช็อตเนี้ยที่ผมบอกคืออะไรวะคือเครื่องแม่งเหลือ4เครื่องเลยเกมแม่งแบบดีมากอ่ะของเสียเนี่ยตรงเนี้ยกิ้งเอาเนียวอ่ะถูกแล้วปึ๊บเนี่ยช็อตเนี้ยเป็นผมพังไม้เดินไปดีด ตรงนี้อ่ะไม่ชัวร์เนี่ยตรงนี้ต้องดีดเสร็จไปกดนาฬิกาต้นเรือต่อเกิดปะ
Yeah, and it looks like
ดีด
he's
เสร็จ
going
ปุ๊บ
well.
ไอเนียวจะเลือด75ไปกดนาฬิกาต้นเรือ แล้วไอเนียวเลือด75ปั่นเครื่องอ่ะปั่นช้านะครับ
Go towards this one.
แล้วเครื่องพี่บอยก็จะไม่เสร็จด้วย
He misses his trap, so that's
เพราะมันมีค่าเท่ากันก็คือแบบไล่เนียวพี่บอยก็ปั่นไล่พี่บอยไอเนียวก็ปั่นแต่ปืนมันจะปั่นช้าเพราะว่าถ้าจับพี่บอยหรือว่าจับตัวของไอไฟล์อินดิเคเตอร์นั่งปืนปั่นไม่ขึ้น
time
อยู่
he's
แล้ว
gonna go right back into his
ไม่รู้
wheel
เสีย
form
ลืม
and
ข้อ
close
นี้
this
หรือเปล่า
distance because she's
ไป
gonna
ไล่
be
ปืน
far
เสร็จ
away.
ไม้
He's
สอง
able
เธ
to
อ
run the spike on her
ปืน
through
ส่วนใหญ่เขาจะ
this
ทำแค่แบบดีดนิ้วให้มันเจ็บอะเจ็บ75สวยๆเลยแล้วไม่ได้ตัวอื่นจบ
She needs to get
เก็บ4แน่นอน
which is not what we want to
สกิลก็เต็มนะครับ
see from GX's survivor side.
seconds, but we do also know that he was in a very good area, as you've mentioned before. It is the one window
อย่า
area
ลืมข้อ
inside
เสีย
the
ตัวละคร
graveyard,
นะ
and
ครับ
he
ผม
just
ใน
played
ฮั
around
น
that
เตอร์
one
แบบตัว
window.
นี้ข้อเสีย
Hunter
เป็น
did
ยังไง
bring
ข้อเสีย
confinement
เพื่อนมันนั่ง
with
มา
that
ปั่น
to
ช้า
get out of his
เราก็ต้องไปเอา
wheel
เพื่อน
form
เขา
to
ไม่ใช่เอา
block
เขา
that window. So we do see a lot of containment on Skyfall, and yeah, the next survivor with the
คือ
most
นาฬิกาพี่บอยเหลือ
containment,
แบบ
96
แน่นๆ
seconds,
นะ
is
2
going
เรือน
to
นะ
be Naru as the coordinator.
Yeah, overall,
ส่วนอ
it's
นุสรณ์
good-
ก็
good-
ปั่นฟรี
I would
สปอร์ต
say good
เกมนี้
rescues from both rescuer side, but it's probably with the fact that our transitioning going towards the cipher machine,
ใช่ครับอนุ
which
สร
where
ณ์
it
คื
was
อกาย
decoded, wasn't really the best choice. Potentially speaking, even going up towards balcony near middle definitely would have been better from their point of view as well. But overall, from what I say from GX, as long as it's not a full-on elimination, it's
ผม
good
ชอบ
enough.
โลโก้ทีมเจมากเลย
Yeah,
So
and
feel.
great recovery for the GX survivors because it was a very early down for that meteorologist, and every time she was rescued, the hunter downed her immediately, which allowed the survivors to be still at full health, but being able to eliminate that first survivor so early into the game really helped the breaking wheel.
Definitely, yeah. And I do feel like it's also because of the fact that, you know, we didn't really get that second tie turner after the second rescue, which did, in one sense, kind of refresh the chart a little bit way too fast. Not only that too, meteorologist not being able to get out means that Cordy does not have time to actually get away from that breaking wheel, which did result in a very fast second chase.
Yeah, and also on the side of the survivors, when they chose not to rescue that coordinator for the second time, actually did help out. So that allowed the first officer to work on a new cipher machine, and the cipher progress was enough for Endgame that when the first officer was chased, they were able to pop that cipher machine. So very good decision making on the side of the GX and good recovery after that early down on the meteorologist.
Yeah, and it's also with the fact that like our cipher machine delegations were pretty nice too. One cipher machine left near graveyard, which allowed us to kind of buy quite a lot of time in that sense as well. And just Spy Investigator not rescuing there did change quite a lot of the outcome of that game, because if he was injured in that case, I think for Breaking Wheel there, it would have been just an instant double spike snap and then a slow game from that point
ถ้าจากตัวอัน
onwards.
นี้รู้หน่อยมันไม่โดนเลย
Yeah,
โดน
so
ยาก
wonderful recovery,
ติดด้วย
still be able to get that one man escape, but will it be enough? How well will the HTL survivors play against the GX Hunter? We've seen Momoka play in round 1 and round 2. Will Hetien finally be showing himself in round 3 is kind of what I'm wondering, or is Momoka just going to be the main hunter at this matchup?
Well, aside from all that though, we're going to move on directly towards the second half of game. Hunter got a 3-man elimination last game, and for our first 2 bans, Seer and Antiquarian.
Right, and so it's going to be Momoka playing for GX as the hunter once again. On the side of the survivors, they will be banning the Goatman in the global bans. We did see that Ivy was played, so Ivy will not be available, and the survivors will be picking their players.
Magician and the Aeroplane is first 2 picks, not bad overall, but up against an opera singer, I would say this is more early game based than it is mid to late game.
Yeah, and their third pick is going to be the Gravekeeper, a very stable rescuer, also can tank a lot of hits, so doesn't mind being the first chase. And ooh, fourth pick, Lucky Guy. What are your thoughts on Lucky Guy?
I think Lucky works pretty well here. I think it's also with the fact that like chests are always in quite nice areas. You have like 2 chests near middle, 1 chest near the other side of the map near Schoolgate, Graveyard being a chest area alongside with 2-story at the corner house having a chest as well. I think this is more based on pocket picking, whether or not we want to have an extra, doll to decode, or even potentially speaking just an extra gun for harass.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see Momoka coming in with the breaking wheel as well, and if the breaking wheel can transition between the Lucky Guy and the bot, they could actually get rid of the bot early on. But I mean, a fast hunter like Opera Singer can also be very helpful to just move quickly down survivors. But yeah, we have been seeing Lucky Guy bringing the bot, and
แต่ก่อน
has
จี
been
ใช้
quite useful
ใช้
for
ชื่อ
that
ทีมว่า
cipher
EMP
rush.
Yeah, and
Chai.
it's also with the fact that Hullabaloo being chosen out here, it does work really well with Lucky Guy here being picked. If it was the Opera Singer, I felt like we probably would have went with a gun, just for a little bit more of a harass potential. But if we do decide to go with the Hullabaloo instead, I feel like Lucky Guy
เอาว่ะ มาดูว่าเขาจะออก2โอกาสได้หรือเปล่านะครับ
Yeah, and
แล้วก็เจเปิดโปรเล่นตัว Lucky Guy
rescuer in the middle. We're gonna see Lucky
ชาย
Guy
ผู้โชค
off
ดี
towards
จะโชคดี
Dancing
ตาม
Geisha
ชื่อหรือ
right
ไม่
next to the hunter, and below the hunter we have Boo Boo, and off to the fake gate area we have the magician set up.
Mocha spawning here towards the entrance of Graveyard. We are very closely towards Lucky Guy here, so potentially speaking, early game chasing after him would be the best
มัน
case
ไม่เห็นใช่ไหมแข่งเรา
scenario.
เลือกตัว
I would
อัน
say
ไหน
as
หมายถึง
well,
ว่าไอ
item
ตัว
usage wise for Lucky Guy, if he can, gun
Oh,
would
ได้
probably be
ได้
my priority, because no
แต่
matter
โยก
how
เอา
many
ไว้อะ
choose
เพราะว่า
that
ผม
we had,
ผม
or
จะเอา
even
ไป
with
เช็คว่าไลฟ์ผมมันรถกระตุกอยู่มันค้างหรือเปล่า
you just can't outrun Dash Hullabaloo.
Yep.
ทีเธอไปแข่งไหม
And with the
ในอนา
personas
ค
here
ต
we go,
ก็
it's instant
คิด
detention
ไว้อยู่
alongside
ว่า
Wish
อยาก
Warp
ถ้าจะ
on
แข่งคงแข่ง
Mocha.
ซื้อ
And
เป็นตัว
Survivor
ช่วย
side, it's going to be Tie Turner on our Gravekeeper, Tie Turner, Knee-Jerk Reflex for that Aeroplanist, Knee-Jerk Reflex and Flywheel on Magician, and of course Knee-Jerk Reflex and Flywheel on Gaji as well. Who is playing Lucky Guy? They will match for round 2 second half between HLT versus GX. 3-1 for HLT currently. The commentary will be brought to you by Kuroshiro and Gummy.
ภาพมันต่ำไปทำไมไม่มีใครบอก
And it looks like the hunter will be going towards God J first. The Lucky Guy
มาแล้วครับผมแล้วก็เจคนดีคนเดิมแล้วเหมือนโมโมกาจะติดใจท่านแม่ทัพไหม
The tram is going to get in the way, but the hunter will slowly make his way towards corner house, and he sees the blood trail, so he's going to make his way to the second floor.
ติดใจแล้วรอบนี้เจไม่เอาแมวซ้ายบนมาเลยคือแบบพร้อมแล้วกดทิ้งเลยครับนาฬิกานี่กดแล้วสเต็ปเดินลงห้องวีแล้วโมกาบอกรู้ทันครับไม่ให้กดอีกรอบหรอก เดินออกนอกระยะไปครับตรงนี้ยังไงยังโหนหน้าต่างอยู่นะแล้วรอนาฬิกาอีกทีนึงเหมือนจะไม่กดด้วยเขากดไปก็เท่านั้นนะครับก็เลยไม่กดนะครับโดนสีดำหนืดแล้วไฟวิวเฟกไปโดนสีแดงแล้วพับไม้โอ้โหเอาแล้วเขาแก้มือตานี้1 นาทีเข้าไปแล้วครับยังไม่เสียแผลครับสำหรับนาฬิกาของก็อตเจโอ้โหมันเอาเรื่องอันนี้ไอหมอนี่มันเอาเรื่องอันนี้ถ้าไม่ทับกลัวจริงไหมถ้าไม่ทับบอกตาแรกเอาไปเยอะขอทอนโอ้โหขึ้นรถไฟไหมแล้วขึ้นรถไฟไปแล้วครับโอ้โหแต่ว่ามูกามีประตูว้าวรออยู่นะแต่กว่าจะรถไฟไปถึงเครื่องก็เสร็จไปแล้ว3 เครื่องครับโอ้โหแม่ทัพมันเอาจัดตอนนี้มาครับนั่งรถไฟแห่งความตายถึงเมื่อไหร่ตายเมื่อนั้นแต่ถ้าไม่นั่งตายเร็วกว่านี้นะครับผมโหแล้วทามมิ่งดีตรงที่เครื่องเสร็จแล้วนี่แหละครับตอนนี้ก็เหลือที่แบบเหล่าทหารของเขาแล้วว่าจะช่วยท่านไม่ทับได้หรือเปล่าครับมาแล้วบูบูโอ้โหแล้วเหาะไปเหาะมาอ๋อดูเหมือนแปลกๆนะแล้วยังดึงได้อยู่จะบล็อกให้หรือเปล่าโอ้โหแล้วอยากได้แผลมากๆครับมูกะแต่ว่าไม่ได้นะตรงนี้ก็เจคือดิ่งสุสานนะโอ้โหคือรู้เลยว่าพร้อมหลับแล้วนะครับถ้าผมตายทีมก็ชนะนะครับผมก็เจได้ทีนี้โอกาสเอาอยู่หรือเปล่ารูปเกมนี่คือแบบว่าโดนนะแล้วมาแล้วคูโดโอ้โหมาเลยปากซอยสีแดงสีขาวคูโดดึงไปได้ครับโอ้โหเอาดีโอ้โหออก2ละขั้นต่ำแล้วเสียเก็บ3สกอร์ขึ้นนำปะเนี่ยโอ้แล้วไอ้ฮันลามันโดนเนื้อหนักเกินไหมเล่นยากโอ้โหเรียบร้อยแต่ว่าโมกะยังมีเทเลพอร์ตนะโอ้โหถ้าไม่ทับเอ้าแล้วไปวางเก้าอี้นั้นเฉยเลยอย่างนี้ประตูเสร็จนะครับนี่ประตูเสร็จนะครับแต่เขาไม่ตาแดงนะโมกะโอ้โหแล้วคือเปิดมันรู้คือได้2แล้วแน่ๆครับตอนนี้เหลือแค่3จะออกได้หรือเปล่าแต่เขามีตาแดงคูโดไม่รอดแต่ใครเล่นทันลาโดนบอก2กันหมดเลยวะนี่แต่โมกะโหดนะตอนแรกผมคิดว่าเขาจะแบบเปิดประตูไปกลางแมปไม่เปิดไปตรงขุนดินอยู่นึกว่าแฮกแมป
Definitely, and it's not only that too. It's
เอาแล้ว
like early game potentials here we saw as well.
แต่ว่าเกมยังไม่จบอยู่เพิ่งนับศพได้นะครับเพราะว่าในคู่ที่2ก็สถานการณ์นี้นำไปแล้ว5-3พอโบ4ขึ้นมาโดนฮันเตอร์เก็บ4เรียบร้อยจบ
was not able to kind of line up that flywheel properly. The timing was correct at the end, but it was really just the distance between himself and the hunter.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the game, I was going to say that Lucky Eye being chased first can really hurt the side of the survivors because he only has 1 item, and he may or may not get the item that he wishes when he chooses other items that are only like 50%.
ทางผ่านเห็นออร่าวะผมก็ไม่รู้นะว่าเมื่อกี้เห็นได้ยังไงเพราะเขาเบิร์กที่เขาเอามาเหมือนจะไม่มีเปิร์กล็อกคนปะลองย้อนไปดูอ๋อมีเปิร์กบายตรงนี้นะครับเปิร์กนี้ทำให้จุดเครื่องแล้วเห็นคนนะจังหวะจุดน่าจะแบบเขาได้หันไปเหลือบมองนิดนึงปะหรือเขาไม่ได้เหลือบ
order for us to kind of rebound this as much as we can. Flywheel, you know what, it's okay, but we're gonna pop open the cipher machine here instantly as well. Other gate
เหมือน
is
เขาดูแค่แวบเดียวว่าเป็น
Gotcha.
ประตูนั้นนะครับ
Brilliant
ที่เหลือไม่เห็นละ
performance here.
เซนล้วนๆครับอันนี้ไม่เกี่ยวกับเปิร์กแล้วเพราะว่าจุดเครื่องนานมากนะดูดิ เซนล้วนๆแต่คุโร่อยู่ผิดที่ผิดทางไปหน่อยคุโร่ก็น่าจะคิดว่าฮันเตอร์น่าจะเปิดมาตรงแถวตรงนี้แต่ไม่ครับโมโมกะคือรู้เหลี่ยมนะดูมากจัดอะช็อตนี้คือแบบนึกว่าแฮกแมปเฮ้ยหรือวันเต้ออเดอร์มันเด้งอ๋อวันเต้ออเดอร์มันเด้งเบอร์นี้แต่ผมไม่คิดว่าโมกะที่ผมคิดนะก็คือโมกะน่าต้องรีบวางแล้วไปประตูนะแต่โมกะเลือกที่จะวางเก้าอี้นี้อ๋อเปิดวันเต้ออเดอร์อันสุดท้ายวันนี้มาดึกวันนี้มีแข่งครับหมายถึงว่ามีดูแข่งก็เลยผมไม่ได้มาดึกผมอยู่มา4 ชั่วโมง 50 นาทีแล้วล้างหัวใช่ขอโทษก็วันเต้ออเดอร์มา
Yeah, and I do think it's also I would say, right, one of probably the mistakes I think that that HLT has done there was just the aeroplane is coming in for such an early rescue too. I do think maybe it's a little bit too much resources used, but also at the same time it was very risky as well, because if we force a rescue there really early, I don't think the outcome would have been any more different. However, we're going to move on towards the highlight of our match 2 for our final matchup today. We'll see y'all back in round 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be IVT Southeast Asia region 2025. I'm across the culture, and with me is we've just finished the second game of HLT versus GX, and there was HLT being able to take the game away with a elimination and a tie game for themselves as well. So as of now, HLT is currently winning. GX is just a little bit behind, but it's not something that's unrecoverable.
Right, so the total points is GX has 8 points, HLT has 10 points, HLT has 1 round, so if GX wants to stay in the game, they need to be able to win round 3 with more points or similar total points.
Yes, and like with that in mind as well, right? That just means one of their teams, one of their factions has to either get a 3-man elimination or a 3-man escape, and the other one just needs to tie, so we can go towards overtime rounds. But with this in mind as well, if we think about it, right, it was GX it was GX Momoka who did have that opera available to use, decides not to use it and go for a hullabaloo instead, which did result in a very nice tie game. However, it wasn't enough to kind of bring it back compared to Seichu with that breaking wheel of a 3-man elimination game 2. But moving on now towards game 3, right? We do now know, okay, the 2 Hunter permabands from GX's side right now is the IV is gone and the hullabaloo is gone, so we still have opera and Goldman, and from HLT side, it is Seichu's.
เอาเฮอเทียนมาผมว่า
So if Seichu
พวก
still
เจ
does
น่า
have
รู้
other
มือ
pocket picks he can use, and GX doesn't know
เพราะว่า
I think he
ส่วน
could
ตัว
do a
นะ
clean
ถ้าผมเป็น
sweep.
AJ ผมก็คงกลัวโมโมกะ
Yeah,
มาก
I
กว่า
mean,
เพราะ
coming in
ภู
with
โม
the
โมกะ
breaking
เขาเย
wheel
อะ
and being able to get that 3-man elimination and get that win for his teammate definitely helped out a lot. And so yeah, I mean, seeing non-meta hunters
โดน
just
หมัด
doing
เมาแล้ว
very
กี่กาย
good is
กอด
another
ซี่เข้าไป
strategy that teams have been using, and seeing Breaking Wheel on Chinatown again, we can see Breaking Wheel is a very viable hunter pick. So that was good to see. That still allows HLT to choose from the 3 meta hunters, whichever ones that's not banned. And on the GX side, since they did choose 2 meta hunters, they'll have 2 available, and GX will have 1 available for them.
Yes, but then like game 3, we have 2 bans from Survivor side as well. So I think now it's all about pocket picks and who they really work well with as well. But We'll have to see the map ban picks as well, because in this case it's kind of more based on who gets the upper hand with the map picks too, and what map will be chosen as well. I do think they'll probably give more leeway towards the survivors, just because now it's game 3, it's a bit more survivor based, and it's not the new patch just yet, so survivor can still play around the hunter as much as they can.
Yeah, and if we look at the previous picks, on the side of GX, they banned Red Church and they end up choosing Ever Sleeping Town. And
เขาจะเปลี่ยนตัวหรือไม่หรือเขาจะไม่เปลี่ยนตัวแต่ตอนนี้ผมอยากกินลูกอมสักนิดนึงว่ะเจ็บคอ
เสียง so that's very interesting to see. They're working with whatever they have in order to
ตอนพากจริงๆพากแค่2คู่นะแต่พอสตรีมเอง
They also banned Red Church and they end up choosing Lakeside and they tied round 1. So it seems like both teams don't want to play on Red Church.
Yeah, it is a map now. I think from what we've seen for the meta hunters, it's not too good because of the amount of pallets and the more amount of supports that survivors can do as well. Or maybe it's because Goldman's too strong in that map alongside Opera as well. Yeah. It kind of does go hand in hand.
Yeah, so they need to pick a map that isn't too good for the hunter and allows enough survivors to make it through. We've been seeing a lot of map picks. We haven't seen, well, I don't think I've seen Moon River Park when I was commentating. It's not a very popular map.
It hasn't been chosen out quite a lot from the Southeast Asia teams as well, though. I think the popular picks are usually Lakeside. We did have Leo's once. We didn't really see Hospital. We didn't really see the small maps overall, but I think big maps overall, it's Ever Sleeping Town and Chinatown that has been preferably picked. Lakeside as well, which has already been picked twice or thrice today already. So I think it's more based on favorability of the teams too.
Yeah, I mean, Moonlight River Park is such a big map, and it looks like we're going to have the map choices. GX is going to be banning the Red Church once again. We're going to be seeing Leo's Memories picked by HLT, and it looks like GX's Survivor is going to go first, so HLT's Hunter will be playing first.
With Leo's Memories of a pick, I do think it's bad. It's not bad for HLT, but also at the same time, the moment they chose that map, it kind of just means Opera gets fully countered in Leo's as well, just because of that two-story area. Goldman will definitely be permabanned, but I think from GX's side, permabanning the Opera and Goldman isn't a bad choice. It's just more about now. It's who's going to be that third pick. Walk starters could potentially work well here, but it's only worked a few times. It's too big. Well, there's too much obstacles in this map, so there's too much kind of cutoff points where you won't get waxed at all.
And we have seen some survivors picking that Explorer because there's lots of good hiding spots for Explorer, but it looks like we're going to have the first ban picks, and it looks like we're going to have a ban onto the Ford once again, and the Antiquarian does not want to deal with these harassers.
GX's survivors decided to ban out the Opera and the Hullabaloo. We got, well, permabans is Goban and Breaking Wheel after all, as Meteorologist and Prisoner will be the first two picks from the survivor side.
So they want to try and get that cipher progress finish, and the very good thing about Prisoner is that he can connect those cipher machines, so if the hunter is pressuring a cipher that has a lot of progress, the survivors are going to rotate out of that area and the prisoner can possibly finish up that cipher machine. But if prisoner is chased first, I mean, he does seem to struggle, but he does have also that stun, so he can make it work.
Definitely, and like we see the Explorer being banned out there as well, because we don't want to see Explorer and Prisoner in the same team comp again because of the cipher. Mercenary here being chosen out from GX's survivor side as Acrobat here will be our final ban. We kind of are just missing, potentially speaking, a really good container or even a supporter overall. You can go patient with this one, or even you can, potentially speaking, go Postman for extra decoding speed boost, and those always viable as well, or even Psychologist for that extra hit potential. But it seems like Manhunt is going to lock in that Novelist instead, which definitely speaking isn't bad, but he's the only harasser in this team.
Right, yeah. I mean, the Meteorologist could help a little with the wins, but she only has 3 items left to utilize, so I mean, in that sense, we do see that the Novelist can really get those pallet stuns when necessary, when he's chased first, And then when he's going in for the rescue, he can switch with the hunter if the hunter's closer to the chair. So we've been seeing him being used pretty well, but not the strongest harasser. Doesn't really have much of a choice though, because forward and antiquarian were banned.
Yeah, and like we see here as well with the selection here, it's going to be mounted here on our meteorologist, mercenary, little boy for the prisoner, and of course it will be novelist being given to as the names are banned on my screen, to Neru. So like with this case, right, like you have Opera gone, you have Hullabaloo gone, you could go Ivy here just to counter that novelist if you want to, but I generally don't think it's going to be enough, especially with like the amount of staircases in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be HLT Hunter. He played the Goatman and Breaking Wheel, so we can expect an unexpected, unconventional Hunter coming in here, and it's going to be the Anne.
I think Seiju is going to play this as kind of stable as possible. Thai game is really all what he needs unless it's a survivor. It's not bad, it's just this is hard against meteorologist. This is also hard against the novelist as well. And like if prisoner is first chase, we can't just get novelist to come in instantly to switch positions, so Anne's cash will immediately be nullified.
Yeah, I mean, Anne is a very good stable hunter, and she does very well against those survivors that harass because she can just stun them and she can jump towards them. It's going to be interesting. I feel like her ideal chase would be the prisoner, but it really depends on the spawn points, right? And it looks like they will be spawning. We have the novelist in the middle, we have the meteorologist at Shack, we have the prisoner inside of the factory, a very safe area for the decoder.
And like with this spawn location as well, yes, Neru is a little bit further away, but at least you still do have Marant here near middle for a bit of a pushback when Anne gets her cats out as well. I do think from our point of view here, either top right or bottom right would be the best scenario here. We're going to spawn top right here, thinking that prisoner would be spawning in the 2-store area, but no, it's going to be novelist riding from us.
Yeah, so it does look like she will most likely be going for that novelist. It would have been better if she was near the prisoner, but it does look like it did work in favor for the survivors, and we'll have to see what kind of persona the novelist brings, if they're prepared for this first chase or not.
Like with this as well, we're going to see compliance warp here from the side of our disciple. Nanu here with knee-jerk reflex, Thai Turner, Anu with knee-jerk reflex, and of course it will be our meteorologist on
อนุสรณ์กับตัวปั่นของเขาแล้วก็เรียนรู้กับตัว OB ของเขานะครับคือเป็นไลน์อัพเกือบจะเป็นไลน์อัพ GX อันเก่าเลยนะGS แค่เปลี่ยนจากแต่ก่อนใครนะอีกคนหนึ่งอ่ะของ GS อ่ะที่ไม่ใช่มาแล้วนะใครวะลืมอ่ะผมจำไม่ได้เลยเหรอนิวกายชีบอยอีกคนหนึ่งใครนะแต่ก่อนอะที่อยู่เจียดอะฮาตาลีไม่ใช่ฮาตาลีดิฮาตาลีมันฮาตาลีก็เคยแต่หมายถึงว่าแบบยุคแชมป์ดิ
And it looks like the hunter near Christmas trees.
ครับกุลพี่กุลพี่กุลกับ2 คันอ๋อใช่พี่กุล2 คันแล้วก็ฮาตาลีตำแหน่งที่เปลี่ยนแล้วพอมาปีนี้ก็เล่นมาแล้ว
Bad first chase, however, you can't land any cut on towards this Wendy because of her flying ability here as well. That's gonna be pushed back there used instantly just to get out and pull even more distance too. And we do see here as well, prisoner just rotated out too. So do we want to change?
เหมือนเสียชูจะติดใจมาแล้วนะโมโมกะก็ติดใจก็เจโหแต่ไล่อุตุตรงนี้นี่มายากอยู่นะเนี่ยโดนโดนพายุนะครับ
We decide not to use warp there in order to catch up there instantly.
เปิดเลยเหรอเอ้าเสียชูเหลืองเอ้าเชิดชู
As we do still have items left on our hands to use,
so I just feel like from Seju's side, the warp should have been used a little bit earlier when the cat was still on this meteorologist. มันทำไมมันแปลกแต่มันก็ได้อยู่โอ้โหแต่ชูเปิดประตูเลยเหรอวะ
And Hunter going to be
เปิดประตู
throwing
เพื่
the
อเปิด
cap.
แผล
They will be latching on as she's making her way up the
แล้ว
stairs
เจ
to
อ
the second floor area. Oh,
ส
assistance
ลับ
by the
ตำแหน่ง
novelist
นะครับผม
switching the Hunter and keeping
จาก
her
เน
far
รุคุง
away from this meteorologist.
โอ้โห
Anna's currently kept at
น่า
bay
จะโดน
by
แล้วครับ
this novelist,
เค
but
ส
novelist can
LT
also still come nearby to gain more and more
อยู่
of
ๆเชื่อ
those
ชูก็
pages
ออก
and
ออก
storybooks
ลาย
to
เฉย
use.
เล
On
ย
here, we don't have knee-jerk reflex ready just yet on the window, but we do have our clouds ready as well, as we've just saved there
โอ้โห
earlier
แล้วรอ
on
ไฟตรง
too.
นี้
So
เขาน่า
right
จะไม่หลง
now,
นะ
there's someone nearby to actually
อั
give
นนี้
you
มา
that
รับอีก
added
รอบ
drop
นึงนะครับ
potential and
อ๋อเราไปตีเนียวอีกเอา
keeping
ยังไง
a
เอา
free hit here for Anne isn't the best, but aside from it,
ตี
she
เอา
did
สกิล
already
ปลด
almost
เสา
3 cipher machines done.
Yeah, I mean,
โอ้โห
novelist
2
helping
นา
out
ที
this
แล้วครับ
kite
ยังไม่ได้นั่งเลยครับ
meteorologist. Items keep
ไม่ใช้
getting
สกิลเปิด
blocked,
แผล
but
ใส่
she
เขา
doesn't
ก็
have any items
ก็อ
left,
ย่างนี้
so
แหละ
it doesn't really matter. She's going to be transitioning into the prisoner, and it looks like the prisoner is going to be the next survivor helping her kite out this Anne.
But
โอ้โดน
prisoner
ช็อตอีก
can
เอา
stop
เราไป
here
ใบอีก เอา
instantly, and this just means that you can't pounce on
ยังไง
towards Wendy anymore.
แต่ใบถูกแล้ว
Meteorologist
รีส
running
กิล
out
ครับ แต่
so
ว่า
much time from the containment.
น่าจะโดนออก3เมื่อกี้
Yeah, I mean, the survivor support is amazing. They're just keeping her alive, but she's at no items. Looks like the hunter will finally be
นั่น
able
แหละ
to
มัน
jump
ต้อง
and
มันต้องอัน
get
นี้
the
ไป
gun
ก่อนไหม
onto
มันต้อง
this
มันต้องข้ามหน้า
meteorologist.
ต่างไปก่อนไหม
The novelist did
มันเอา
get
บนมาแต่มัน
injured
ไม่กั้นหน้า
during
ต่าง
that
แม่งเปิดประตู
time, but
ข้าม
if we
โด
look at
น
the cipher progress, we have 3 cipher machines completed, the 4th cipher machine at 70%, and this is only the first chair.
Not only that as well, we still have Titan on our hands to use. There's still a prisoner left in this map as well. So right now what we're trying to see here is right after Mercenary gets rescued, how much more pages can Novelist get? Everyone still has borrowed time.
Yes,
ใช่ไหม
and
ครับ
it looks like
ไม่ลืม
Snowball's
ผมหมายถึง
gonna
ว่า
be coming
ลื
in
ม
for
ส
this
มาชิก
rescue.
คน
The
หนึ่ง
cat isn't able to latch
ที่
onto the mercenary. He's able to get that rescue with
ที่ของ
Titan
ปีที่แล้ว
and that's going to allow the
ลืมสอง
meteorologist
คำ
to
มากกว่า
leave
ไม่
the
ลืม
cipher
คุณ
machine that currently has a lot of progress and transition towards this corner where the cipher machine is completed. So staying away from all the
โอ้เกมดีจัด
cipher
ครับ
machines, and she will be going down as soon as Titan ends.
โอ้
This is
โห
beautiful
ได้เว
backup.
ลา
That
ฟรี
is
ไปอีก
done. This is
3
really
4
good
วิ
from
นาทีนะ
survivors'
2 วิ
point of view too. We have Mercenary still at full health that can come in for the rescue. We have 2
และ
survivors
พ่อห
basically
นุ่ม
decoding cipher
ไม่
machine,
จับไป
pushing
วางวง
prisoner
งาน
cipher
เพราะไม่มี
machine
ขวา
instead.
ครับเล่นบนล่าง
And by the time that cipher machine
โด
has
น
been decoded, it'll be prisoner at around 70% decoding progress. So
โอ้โห
basically right now
จุ
we're
ด
looking
3
at
จุ
a
ด 4
4-man
สวยๆ
endgame.
เลยเกมนี้
Yeah, 4 cipher machines have just been completed. Last cipher machine at 80%. We see Skyfalls coming in for the rescue once again. The cipher machine is going to be primed and ready, so and they all have borrowed time, including the
แล้วพี่บอก
survivor
แต่ว่า
that has been
ของ
chaired
ครบ
will be
อะ
taking a hit here and will be able
เลื
to
อด
get
เต็
the
ม
rescue. Cipher machines are primed now, and it looks like the mercenary is
เหยี
trying
ยบ
to catch a cat
ดึง
from
เสากลับ
the
มา
survivor, body blocking, and she's going to get the hit onto the meteorologist. Cipher machine is popped. It's the endgame
ผมมันจะออก
situation.
สี
4
แล้วเนี่ย
survivors up
นิว
and
อะ
running.
Oh, say she couldn't find an opportunity there to cat jump, which is a little bit unfortunate because I feel like we could have gotten
ไอ้
the
ชูก็เดินหลบ
novelist down
ไอ้นั่น
and
ก็จะ
then
เอาค
go
รับ
for the meteorologist. But right now, execute at
หลุมบ้านเล็ก
56%. We have a
หลุม
warp
บ้านเล็ก
and not
หลุมบ้านเล็ก
a teleport, which just means as
แต่
long as
มาแลน
Mara
บอก
gets
ยัง
staircase
ยัง
hit,
ไป
it'll
ไม่
be
ได้นะครับผม
guaranteed
ขอวนก่อน
win
1
from
ที
the side of GX, and this is really all
แล้วผมว่าเดี๋ยว
we
เขาน่าจะ
need
ให้นิวมารับ
in
ปะวะ
order to relieve some pressure
ขอยอม
on
ละยอมละ
Mocha
ให้
for
ยอ
us
ม
to
ละ
get that tie game.
Yeah, and we can see that the exit gate has already been opened up by
เรี
the
ยบ
prisoner.
ร้อย
Meteorologist is going to die as far away as possible.
และ
All
แล้
three
วเขา
survivors
ก็
are
กลับมา
already
ขึ้น
at the
นำอีก
exit
ครั้ง
gate,
ห
and
นึ่ง
that's
นะครับ
a
ผม
3-survivor escape
แล้ว
for
เรา
the
ไปให้
side
โจ
of
ทย์โมโมกะ
GX.
แบบนี้
It's brilliantly done by GX,
โอกาสแบบ
especially for our meteorologists.
ต้องเก็บ
as well.
2 อะ
Really good first
เก็บ 2 เพื่อ
containment too,
ไปต่อ
with
เบอร์
those
4 เก็บ 3
brilliant
ชนะเลย
pushbacks
นะครับ
as well. Now the question lies with our second game, in which it has to be Momoka or maybe Hetian, who has to play Hunter on this
นี่แหละ
map
ความต่าง
as
ของ
well.
ของ
GX
2 ฮัน
at
เตอร์
least
คน
was
หนึ่ง
able to get the advantage
คน
points
หนึ่ง
since they were
โหด
the
ใน
one
ช่วง
who
แร
was
ก
able
คนห
to
นึ่งแบบ
choose
ว่า
the
ช่วงหลัง
call.
นี่ยิ่งโห
Sorry,
ด
HLT was the
โอ
one who
กาส
chose
ยิ่ง
the
โบ
map,
หลังนี่เขา
right?
ยิ่ง
But then
ได้เปรียบนะ
GX
เพราะตัว
took
เขาเยอะ
advantage of them
แล้วเขาเล่น
instead.
ได้ดีทุกตัวด้วยนะ
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I just really want to say amazing job on the side of the support on the GX survivors. Everybody helped out with their item at least once. We saw the meteorologist was able to utilize her entire bottle. The assist from the novelist, switching up, giving her more distance. And then we had the assist from the prisoner. The meteorologist kept going back and forth, getting support where she needed, taking hits for the survivor, and also being able to get that full health rescue really just helped out. Yeah, I mean, survivors, that cipher machines were ready in no time, and it was in-game situation before we knew it. They completely countered this and so just amazing job on the side of the survivors.
Yeah, and it's also with solo containment as well from their side. We see here 181-second containment by that meteorologist. We did see support from the novelist as well, and of course from the prisoner too, which did further increase that containment time for this Wendy. From the side of Seichu though, 0 cipher machines remaining with 3 pallets destroyed, only 7 survivor hits, and of course 4 knockdowns in total, which was all given towards this meteorologist as well. It is more or less, I think this game kind of has been lost the moment we chose out at Disciple and up against this team comp.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning we saw the hunters getting 4-man eliminations, but as the rounds progress, as you've mentioned before, it's becoming more survivor-sided, and they're getting more and more survivors out. And in this case, it's a very good advantage for GX because they did lose round 2, and so if they can just keep this momentum, they could possibly get a tie, and that would give us an overtime match, so even more matches to commentate.
Yeah, and like I do think now it's Seichu playing all 3 games definitely did tire himself as well, which is why we do see as well, like maybe game 3 the performance really wasn't the best, but he's done really well game 1 and game 2. Now it's up to Momoka from the side of GX here as well. We still can't forget though, HLT survivors do contain really well as well. So like in our case, it's kind of now more or less about can we maybe return a 3-man escape? A tie game is also good enough too, as you said, for OT, but I think 3-man escape is something that we're looking for here.
Yeah, so what I was wondering is, should have HLT's Hunter have chosen a different character? Because seeing how well these survivors did against Anne, it seems like they were very prepared, and the support they gave, I feel like the teamwork was amazing. So if the Hunter was able to choose a different character, would he have been able to down the Wendy faster? Will be able to possibly outplay her? Or yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think yes, right? Because in that team comp, you just have too many characters that counters the Disciple. Mercenary being Mercenary can't really chase after him first, and just Novelist and Meteorologist being able to cancel your cat animations overall is kind of a huge threat towards the Hunter too. In our case here with this team comp, best case scenario, if you want to chase off after a Wendy, I felt like we could have went maybe Geisha. I felt like if you wanted to slow down the cipher machine decoding progress, Hermit wouldn't be the best option, but it is still there for you to use if you want to change targets, especially at 2-story areas too, so you can find a prisoner, or even, you know, there is still there is still Nightmare that we talked about, so you can catch up towards them fast enough, or maybe even Joker, even though it's not the best map for him.
Yeah, I mean, the survivor personas, none of the survivors had flywheels, so Joker would have actually worked, but they'll have to really mind game the persona build, so that could have been very risky. And on the side of GX, we saw the Hunter playing Ivy and Hullabaloo. They need a Hunter that could at least get a 2-man elimination to tie up round 3, or they need to get a Hunter that's strong enough to get at least a 3-man elimination. They'll be able to win round 3 and win from the total number of points. So a lot of pressure on the GX Hunter side. What kind of Hunter will be able to give you that advantage and just be able to finish up the game in round 3 so that you don't have the pressure of overtime?
I think overtime might be unavoidable in our case here, especially with Leo's memory. The only chance that, you know, I think for right now for HLT, it's more about can we tie this game? I feel like as long as we tie this game, that's all really what matters, and go for overtime. For Momoka, we want the 3-man elimination, but tie game is also good enough too, as here Ananti has been banned.
3 แล้วนะครึ่งสุดท้ายครับ ตัด
สิ
สิ
น
น
they're the most
ถ้าโมกะเก็บ
survivors since
3 จบเลย เก็บ 4 จบเลยนะครับ
and it
เก็บ
looks like on
2
the
ไป
side
ต่อ
of the
โพสที่
survivors, they will be banning the Goatman and
go.
Opera Singer, so and we can see
5 ทุ่ม
Ivy
11
was
นาทีแล้ว
banned, and what is that?
Ivy, no, it is Goldman and Opera Singer banned there, and it seems like entomologist they're being the third ban from the survivor side, and global bans from the Hunter side is Ivy and Hullabaloo.
Oh, okay, it was Hullabaloo. So all of the meta hunters are now out of the game, and they have to choose from the non-meta hunter characters. And it looks like on the side of the survivor, they were able to sneak in the explorer.
Just about on time for Explorer. We also do see Fire
จิ๋ว
Investigator
หมู
and
ป่า
Welding
ว่ะ
as well as Forward there.
คอมโบที่จีน
There is a chance Momoka might want to play Clerk, is what I think, just because Clerk is more prone to a forward harass, but there's also, you know, the likes of
โอ้จะเอาหมูป่าเล่นกับโมกะ
as well, and with many other hunters too. But with Momoka's kind of hunter pool in general, it is quite vast for us to actually predict. But I think we can rule out Waxstar this isn't going to be played on this map. I don't think Anne here would be doable as well, especially with the amount of Cypher Rush progress and with Acrobat and Fire Investigator being able to counter you pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, in order to down this survivor as quickly as possible, hopefully the hunter can spawn near the explorer and doesn't take too much time finding that first survivor. That would really help Momoka to get a lot of survivors down.
โครันน่าจะต้องตัดออกไปก่อนครับโครัน
They're looking for
โครันเจอหมูป่า
the
เนี่ย
least possible is they have to get a 2-man elimination. So if not more, you need to be able to secure that 2-man elimination. What hunter is going to give you those results in this instance? We could possibly have the soul lever. Oh, it's going to be the breaking wheel.
Wow.
Interesting.
Breaking wheel changes things a
ที่ผมบอก
little bit for two
โครันมันเนี่ย
reasons.
ว่ามันเจอหมูป่า
Reasonable.
มันจะไม่ได้อุ้มหรอก
Patch 5 seconds is actually enough time to lock a window and catch up before
แต่ถ้า
they
ไล่
kind
ห
of
มูป่าก็
transition
ไม่แน่
to a
เพราะ
pilot.
หมูป่าโดน
But
เข็ม
also at the same
โดน
time,
เข็ม
there's
โดน
just
ดีก็
way
ตก
too much pilots and windows around for survivors to play. So for Momoka right now, it is a
โอ้
dual
จะเอาโครัน
die
เล่นในด่านลีโอ
situation.
เลยเหรอ
We are going to be able to move
โค
on
ต
straight
ร
towards the
โห
era
ด
selection
โคตรอัน
mode
ต
as
ราย
well.
Yeah, and we can see the explorer will be taking the middle area. There are lots of obstacles, so he can hide, and it's
โครัน
going
แก้
against
หมู
the
ใช่ครับ
breaking wheel
แต่
that
ถ้าไม่ไล่
will
หมูอะ
pass
หมูอะ
survivors
แก้โค
very
รันเพราะว่า
quickly. So there's a
เพราะ
high
โครัน
chance that
ตอนที่มัน
the
จะอุ้
explorer
มเซอ
will
ร์
most
มัน
likely
ไม่มี
be
สกิล
safe.
ป้องกันตัวเอง
But on the side of
คือมันต้องไปกิ้งใส่หมู
the
ก่อน
other
อะแล้วถ้า
survivors
หมู
gonna have
ได้
the
ขี่หมู
breaking wheel spawning
แล้ว
right
แบบว่า
next to
ไม่
the
โดนเข็ม
explorer.
อะก็วนทั้งวันอะ
I think about him being safe, we can throw that slowly out the window.
ถ้าสกิลเต็ม
It's
อะผมว่า
not the best
ผมว่า
because
หมูอะอาจจะแพ้ทาง
you
แต่
see,
ถ้ายังไม่
when
เต็
you
มอะ
spawn in that area, wherever you spawn in
ก็อีกเรื่อง
middle,
หนึ่
you're
ง
always
นะครับ
either near closely towards the staircase or closely towards the cipher machine. So in this case,
มันแก้
I
กัน
don't think Explorer
บางช่วง
has
ช่วง
any
ต้นอะ
options
ผมว่า
to
หมู
hide.
ได้
The
เปรียบ
best thing he
ช่วง
can
ป
do
ลาย
right now is
จริง
to
ได้เปรียบ
run.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna have the persona webs ready. It's going to be blink, insolence, and broken windows on the side of the hunter.
And of course, from Survivor side, it'll be Titan on the Explorer with Flywheel on Acrobat, Titan and Flywheel on the
รอเสียงอะไร
Boiling,
เพิ่มเสียง
and
ผมเหรอ
of
ผม
course
พูด
Injury Reflex
พูด
for
ไกล
our
เลย
investigator. This will be day
น้อง
one
บอย
for round 3 second half between HLT versus GX for IVT 2025. This Asia region. Commentary will be brought to you by Gummy and Crochet.
โจ๊กได้หมูปะโจ๊กอะน่าสู้หมูยากจะทำได้ไหมทำได้หรือเปล่าเล่นซ้ายบนเหมือนกันเลยนะโอ้ถ้าทีมไอเจชนะนี่แม่งแบบผิดคาดจัดอะแต่ไม่ผมรู้สึกว่า
And the hunter going straight into his wheel form. He is going to be
โอ้โห
going
แล้ว
for
จิ๋ว
the
แอบ
first
เจอหรือเปล่า
survivor. It does look
เจอ
like
หรือ
he
เปล่า
has an idea where this explorer will be, but he is hiding in
โอ้โหแล้วซีคือเอาหน้ามารับเลยนะครับ
Looks like he's
กลัว
going
เพื่อน
to
โดน
be
จัด
going back into his human
กัน
form
หน้า
and
ต่าง
going after 6 instead.
Acrobat first shakes his head looking for Explorer. Explorer has Titan though, so I feel like that's just
ยัง
giving
ไง
up
ครับ
on
ซิก
treasure
ซิก
here. With Acrobat being
ซิก
able
ว
to
น
get
ซิก
straight
วน
towards an open area. I don't
ซิก
think
วนโอ้โหโดน พับไม้ที่ไม่ออกเลยแต่มีบนนะครับ
Yeah, he
จ่าย
was
บอลไหม
able to avoid getting an
จ่าย
injury
ทิ้งออกไป
from
ได้
the
ครับตรงนี้
hunter.
โอ้โหแล้วจ่ายบอลโคนด้วยแล้วทำให้โอกาสต้องกลับไปเป็นร่าง
Wonderful job. This
execution
Acrobat
view
hunter is forced back inside of his
แต่ว่า
wheel to close the distance
โอ้โห
and possibly get another
พอรู้ว่า
stop.
จิ๋วอย่างนั้นนี่ซิกกลับมาเลยนะ
But Acro can twirl around here for a little while longer. We do have
โอ้
balls
โหเหมือน
right
จะ
now
วน
on
นะครับ
so we can
เอาแล้ว
pop
โดด
it
หน้าต่าง
forward
มาใช่ไหม
towards
โอ้โห
the
แล้วเกือบโดน
here just on time as well. Brilliantly done by 6. We're 60
เอ้า
seconds in towards the game. Blink
เอาแล้ว
is
โม
ready.
กะข้ามหน้าต่างเฉยเลยครับ
Spike just yet.
กั้นนะ
Right, it does look like
เฮ้ย
Six
โม
is
กะเล่น
keeping a
แปลก
very safe distance away from this breaking wheel. He's back inside of his breaking
ๆโอ้
wheel
เรียบ
form.
ร้อย
Six
บิ๊ก
is
มา
heading towards
ตุ้ย
the shadow, is able to get that second spike.
โอ้
Misses.
เฮ้ย
Oh,
เฮ้ยอูอย่างแอค
and he's
ช็อต
able
นี้
to
เอ้า
get that spike.
เกือบหลอดแล้วพ่อหนู
Good
พับไม้อัดหน้าเลยเฉย
that down. That is a great mind game.
โอ้โหช็อตหลบบิ๊กเมื่อกี้นี่ยังหล่อ แต่พับไม้อัดหน้าตัวเองนี่จบเลย
Rotating early game as well. Our cipher machine is a bit slower compared to the usual. Explorer with 33% page stats.
โอ้โหโอกาสคือแบบ
And
เสี่ยวแวบแบบเมื่อกี้
don't think anyone's gonna come in for rescue. While you with wanted order, it's too
แล้ว
risky.
โมกะวางกับดักแบบ
Right,
ฝั่งหนึ่งด้วยนะไม่ได้วางไปอีกฝั่งหนึ่งนะครับ
if we include the explorer's page, but it does seem like the explorer page has stopped at 33%. They just need to get the cipher progress into the cipher machines. Hunter is in his wheel form, terrorizing the area, so that survivors can't approach. Yeah, and they're very far. Oh, we do see the explorer is actually nearby.
คูโดยังไงคูโดเนี่ยไม่รอดแน่อย่างเงี้ยคูโดคูโดไม่มีไฟอยู่เอาแล้วโมกาติดครับเรียบร้อยดึงไม่ทันเรียบร้อยหลับจีครับผมแพ้แล้วโอ้จิ๋วไม่เล่นบนล่างแต่จิ๋วเล่นบนขวาครับถ้ามีไฟวิวนี่น่าจะดึงได้มีหลบได้เข็มนึงจบแล้วอย่างเงี้ยแพ้แล้วคือช่วยโบราณพลาดนี่คือจบเลยเกมกลายว่าหมูป่าที่เจอมานี่ไม่ได้เล่นนะโอ้โหเจมก็ยังจะดึงได้
But now it will be a double down scenario. Whiling being able to pick up that 33% page, but there's only one survivor out there now decoding.
Right, and we're gonna have one survivor down. Hunter is right back onto this explorer. He isn't able. Oh, he's able to just get that spike onto him. Now it doesn't look like there's much options left for this explorer. He's just continuously looping the boxes. He's trying to transition, but he's trapped in the walls. Oh, he's still doing a very good job avoiding that one spike. Hunter is going to be coming out of his wheel form, landing that second spike, and
ไม่ดีนิ้วด้วยนะดีดจนได้
get that hit. Oh, but he is going to be able to utilize his snap and finally down this explorer.
ไฟวิวสวยไม่ใช่แต่ว่า
with that 33% page.
ไม่น่าไหวนะครับเกมนี้สู้ได้ดีนะเอาจริงนะเห็นแล้วที
He won't ever hit you, it's fine, you're too small of a hitbox to even get anything on you. But as of now, Whiling did get up on time. We see Boo Boo nearby as well, Fire Investigator on his way in for the rescue too, but he does not have flywheel. So right now, I think the moment we change forms is all what's necessary here. Whiling coming in for the backdoor rescue. But with this rescue, it'll be self-heal there being used as well. We got a snap down, good night Whiling, Boo Boo being nearby, seeing their demise.
A double down on the side of this breaking wheel. He is just downing survivors left and right. They're unable to get these rescues, and if they are rescued, it's a double down situation. Wildling down against them.
พอท่านไม่ทับไม่โดนไล่นี่รูปเกมแบบว่าเข้าทางฝั่งฮันจัดเลยเรียบร้อยแล้วกดยอมแพ้เลยนะครับสงสัยง่วงนอนจีผมก็ยินดีกับทีม GX ด้วยนะที่ได้ไปต่อนะครับไปเข้าไปเจอทางด้านของ FT นะใช่ปะเจอ FT วะทุกคนน่าจะรอดูสัมภาษณ์อยู่เนาะ
They did incredible support. Survivors supported each other incredibly well in that third game, and the hunter also players. Chocho is.
น่าจะ GX เจอ FT นะครับแล้วก็อัพ DG เจอกับ WWW
นะ So things really worked well.
พรุ่งนี้มาดูแค่รอบชิงดีปะ
Yeah, and I do think it's also as well probably HLT panicked a little bit.
สัมภาษณ์นะถ้าให้ผมเดาคนที่จะมาสัมเนี่ยอาจจะเป็น Little Boy.
Acrobat kept kind of interrupting Explorer when it comes to taking the page, and we saw
มาแล้วน่าจะไม่มาหรือไม่ก็อาจจะพี่บอยเลยพี่ใหญ่ซาเกอร์
Even by the time that Acrobat did go down, which is around 100 seconds or maybe 90 around that point, cipher machines were only 50%.
โอกาสไม่สัม
Yeah, so they didn't have enough cipher machines. They had a page, but it was partially picked up, and then
สุดชนะทีพีได้ทีถ้าเราส่งท่านไปทำไปตายคนแรกใช่ครับพอไปทำไปเล่นแนวหลังแล้วทหารตายหมดเลยดิ
Sometimes you just have to sell survivors, especially if they're far away and you can't really make it to the chair. And having that wanted order on that wildling really hurt the side of the survivors if you think about it, because wildling would have been a much better survivor.
ผมว่าไอ้เนียวน่าจะมาผมว่า
Definitely, but then like at the end of the day, the issue there was wildling having wanted order and being on the other side of the map was just way too risky too. I feel like with the pathing from the explorer as well, maybe going from the back instead of directly front towards the chair would have been better, or just not rescue overall. Because if you think about it, with Explorer on the field, tie game is still very possible as well.
Yeah, and if we look at the match stats here,
เดี๋ยวไม่เสียสละ
and that's at 73
ไปเล่นหมูป่า
seconds, so yeah, I mean the
โดนดิครับ
kite on the side of the acrobat only 62 seconds. I don't think it was enough for the survivors.
No, definitely not, especially with so much early game rotation as well, not being able to decode the cipher machine. It's
ช็อต
just
ยอมแพ้เมื่อกี้
way
นะ
too
พลาด
hard
กดไลค์อะ
from
บอก
the
เลย
side of HLT, but they did perform really well as well. I think it's just Seichu last game being very tired and playing and
แต่พวกนั้นก็ทำตามเป้าได้เข้ารอบ
could
8 ที
also
ม
be one of the reasons why this costed them their win.
Yeah, so very good turnaround on the side of GX. They were losing game number 2, so they were at a deficit, but they were able to get the win for game 3, and the total number of points exceeded HLT, so they were able to get that win.
แล้วผมไปแข่ง
which
นะ
was
ผมจะ
very
ใช้
unexpected.
ชื่อ
I expected
ใช้ชื่อ
that
ใหม่
they'd probably get 2-man elimination.
ที่ไม่ใช่
or
72S เป็นชื่อ
overtime.
ปล่อยเป็น
Yeah,
ชื่อตำนาน
great
ไปครับ
mentality,
ผมจะตั้งชื่อใหม่
mindset, support on the side of the
เดี๋ยวรอดู
survivors.
เลยว่าตั้งชื่อว่าอะไร
Aggressiveness on the side of the hunter just really gave them that win. We're gonna have the MVP. Any thoughts on MVP?
I think probably Momoka. I think Momoka deserves it the most right now. Double format elimination and being able to tie.
นี่เขากำลังคุยเรื่อง
for
MVP
game
อยู่
two-
นะ
well, not well, being able to tie.
MVP
game
ก็น่าจะ
two
Momoka
also,
แหละ
but I think it's a
เก็บ
two
สี่
format eliminations for GX.
I mean, we also had that 3-minute kite for the meteorologist, so that is also a possibility. I mean, that containment time is pretty crazy. So
That is,
yeah,
yeah.
a lot of potential MVP players on the side of GX. We also
Definitely,
do have
พรุ่งนี้ผมอาจจะมาคู่ FT GX
And like with the interview,
นะครับ
we'll
ผม
know
คู่
soon as
คู่
well
คู่
who
อัพ
we will be
อั
able
พ
to
DG
meet.
อะ
But then like if we
ผม
think
อาจจะ
about
ไม่
it
ได้
as
มา
well, for
รู้
tomorrow's
ผลอยู่แล้ว
matchup, it will be UPTG
ทีม WW
versus
น่าจะสู้ไม่ไหว
WW, and then it will
เพราะขนาดเจอทีมไทยเรา
versus FT.
ทีมไทยเรา
So
ยังเกือบ
it's,
แพ้
you know, top 4 teams right
India.
now, all of them are really strong contenders. Most people on GX was from GH before, all veteran players. FT already
แต่ถ้าทีม
been
AJ
core for so long as
เจอ
well,
ทีมที่เบากว่านี้
veteran
นิดนึง
players
นี่
as well.
ผมว่าน่า
And
จะ
we
ไหว
see
ถ้าเจอ WW อย่าง
UPTG
เงี้ยผมว่า
as
น่าจะ
well
สู้ได้
as who was members was mainly
เชื่อ
Sky
ว่าบาส
last
จริง
year, being the
สืบเจตนารมณ์
top
พี่
four
ต้น
here
เหรอ
too. So for IVT South Asia region right now, we now actually
ขอ
have
เสนอ
the
ชื่อ
top
เจ
four
เทพ
teams
ซ่า
for
โอ้โห
tomorrow
มันเก่าแล้วดี
semifinals
เทพซ่า
and for finals too.
Yeah,
Ông
it's
Jay
very
Sakibidi.
exciting to see we've seen the matchups in the lower brackets, but now we get to see how well the survivors do against the winners of each of their brackets, and we'll be able to compare how the experience and how they're gonna be able to counter these survivors and hunters, because they've now seen the gameplay of each team. They know what the
ถ้าโมรู้
hunters
เป็นหมด
picks are
โอ้
going to be. They know what
ไม่
the
น่า
survivor picks
น่า
are
จะ
going
ยาก
to be, so
นะ
they're going to be able to
โม
prepare
รู้
more.
แพ้ทางพ
Even
วก
though it's
FT
only
มา
one
ตั้งแต่
day,
เวลา
but they'll be able to come up with strategies, how
FT
to
BL
help
เก่า
their
โมรู้สู้
survivors,
ได้
how to help their hunters, how they're going to counter them. So that's going to be exciting to see.
เขาจะสัมภาษณ์กันไหมเนี่ย
Definitely, yeah. And like it's also wish I do think there is still some teams that haven't shown their full cards just yet, especially with the fact that like there has yet to be a single opera singer to be seen. I don't know whether that's because, you know,
ถ้ามี
of
รายไทยกลับมา
players kind of
ชื่อสัมภาษ
personal
ณ์
preference,
ชื่อสัมภาษณ์ให้
or
เจสองเลย
maybe we do rather have pocket picks coming out to
ผมจะไป
surprise
แข่ง
players in order to potentially
ให้คน
speaking
ดูไม่รู้ว่าเป็น
look
ผ
for
ม
that win game.
Yeah, I mean,
ซื้อ
we
สาย
were
ลับ
able
อะ
to see some nightmare gameplay. We saw 2 breaking wheel gameplays, and they both got the 3-man elimination each time. Oh, actually, the 4-man elimination this round, but they were all able to perform pretty well. So being able to see the additional hunters coming in is pretty
สามเทป
interesting.
ที่ยังสามจริงๆมันต้องสามไง
Like, it's
ที่ผมรอ
also
ก็รอ
now
รอ
wish,
สามเนี่ยคนดูน่าอยากดู
you know,
สาม
the
กันนะครับ
moment we
สัม
actually
ภาษ
start
ณ์
moving on here too. We saw
Yeah,
Momoka's
I'm
Ivy
loving
being
it.
able to form eliminate game 1. We saw a lot of other characters as well, like the Hullabaloo being able
เชื่อ
to
สตรี
tie
ม
as
5 ชั่ว
well.
โมง
There is definitely
5 ชั่วโมง
potential
ครึ่ง
for Hullabaloo to still win, but I feel like a lot of
ปี
times
หน้า
for
เช่นเก
today,
ม
all our Hullabaloo mains have been one tapping their double
ยาก
surprise quite a lot, in which they have been kind of
ยากครับ
mispositioning their item usage.
เขาน่าจะเอางบไปลง
As
ญี่
long
ปุ่น
as
กับ
all
จีนเหมือนได้
hunters
เหรอ
move on towards the top 4 can fix this, I would say Hullabaloo is still someone that we can fear.
And we will be having that interview very shortly. The
ไม่
person
มี
that
ไม่
will
มี
be
อาเซียนเกม
interviewed
ยังไง
will
ก็
be
ต้อง
shown on the
อิง
screen.
อิงยืนพื้นฐานอยู่แล้ว
Oh, we don't know who it is just yet, but we
Yeah.
will also know. Well, we'll see how it goes. But once again, congratulations for GX for winning, and let's move on towards the interview phase.
ก็
then.
ตามคาดนะ
If
ผ
we're
ม
ready.
วันนี้ไม่ได้ผิดคาดเลยอ๋อเป็นพี่ใหญ่เรานะ
Skyfall,
โอ้โห
congratulations
ยังหล่อ
for winning. It's
พี่
been quite
กู
a while since we've seen you. How are you feeling?
Very good, very tough game.
อ๋อเขาน่าจะเอาคนที่พูดยิงได้มา
It was a
ทำ
really good game 3 from you guys, and with Momoka being able to pull back a 4-man elimination for you guys as well. I would say you guys done very, very well. You've handled the pressure very well as well, and you know, really congratulations for winning this and going on towards top 4. My question for you would be: tomorrow you'll be facing up against FT. How do we feel?
Just play that all.
That is fair as well, and like it's kind of wish you know.
บางครั้งผมก็สงสัยนะว่า
what team we face we just play.
ทุกวันเนี้ย
just play. Yes, we have to enjoy the process as well. And you know, it's not only that.
พี่บอยกินอะไรวะ
really nice to see you guys back together as
ทำไม
well, playing, you know,
หน้าเด็กจัง
almost the same Survivor team as you were in GH2.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my second question was, we got the tie in round 1. In round 2, HLT did get the advantage. We got the final win on GX on the third round. But what are some of the things that you didn't expect and that really caught you off guard?
พี่กุลโอ้พี่กุลมาแบบโชว์
We
กล้าม
have some mistakes. We didn't like stick to the plan, but we cheer up and we fight. That's all.
That is very fair.
Yeah,
That is
yeah,
very fair
yeah,
as well
yeah.
on your side. But I do think right, you guys did very well as well, especially with game 2, where you were playing the first officer, and you know there was a really good containment from the side of your Survivor team as well, and you were the one that was kind of handling most of the pressure mid to end game with trying to preventing
ส่วน
Seichu
ผม
from
ก็เตรียม
getting
ตัวหนี
you
แล้ว
as fast
หมด
as
หน้าที่ของผมแล้ว
you did also reserve 2 pocket watches there too, but
พรุ่งนี้ก็
what was your
มา
kind
ต่อ
of mindset
มั้ง
for,
นะ
you know,
ถ้าไม่
the
บิด
final containment,
แต่พยายามจะ
just
ไม่บิดแล้ว
trying
กัน
to buy as much time to get that last cipher machine done in game 2 when you went up against that breaking wheel?
7 ปีหน้าเหมือนเดิมรออะไรอะ
I know that the dungeon is in the middle, so I try to save the items, but I cannot because the cipher machine when it pops, the hunter position is like very nearby me, so I cannot save that watch. If I can save that watch, like pop more sooner,
พูดถึงนาฬิกา
like, go to the
พูดถึง
dungeon.
นาฬิกานะครับ watch
Definitely, yeah. And like, as it's during your rescues as well, right? You didn't use a single pocket watch as well, in which, like, for your second containment, you just bought so much time for survivors being able to at least guarantee that one-man escape. Which, you know, for that game, I'd say you were definitely the MVP for that.
ก็ถ้าคนที่ดูเกมเป็นคุยกับนักแข่งมันจะเป็นอย่างนี้ครับ
We will see tomorrow in semifinals.
ก็ผมได้สัมภาษณ์นะก็จะเป็นแต่ผมไม่ค่อยได้
Do
สัม
make
ภาษณ์
sure
เท่าไห
to
ร่
rest up well, and thank you for taking our interview today.
Okay, thank you.
มันจะคุยกัน
Thank
แบ
you
บ
very much, Skyfall.
สเต็ป by สเต็ปมายาวจัดโอเคก็ประมาณนี้นะครับผมสำหรับ
There we go. From
วันนี้
GX
เรา
aside,
อยู่ด้วยกันมา
our
กี่ชั่วโมง
colleague
5 ชั่วโมง
It's nice to
32
see
นา
them
ที
back
1 วิ
as
นา
a
ที
full team here.
นะครับ
Once
ผม
again,
ก็
our semi-full
หม
team,
ดหน้าที่ของผมละ
depending on if Anu is a little
ไว้
bored
เจอกันใหม่
or swing
ใน
change
โอกาสหน้า
or someone else.
พรุ่งนี้แหละพรุ่ง
I
นี้น่า
would
จะมา
say,
อ
you
ยู่
know what, their performance is good. Pretty
มาดี
solid
วะ
on the side of GX. Definitely having some
มารอบชิงเลยดี
to
ไหม
work on, but I think for now, for them, they're really
เปิร์กใหม่
enjoying the process.
หน้าเด็กเปิร์กใหม่
I
เลย
mean, being able to turn that around.
เจอกันทุกคนฝากกดติดตามไว้ด้วยนะครับ
just did
ถ้า
help
มีเรา
them
จะได้
and
เดี๋ยว
very
หาว่าแบบ
unexpected. We
ส
thought
ตรีม
that
ผม
it
ไม่
was
แจ้ง
gonna
เตือน
be
อี
a
ก
long
แต่ตัว
fight,
เอง
but
ไม่
no,
กดติ
they're
ด
like,
ตาม
we're gonna finish it in round 3.
ไป
and
ดีกว่า
They showed an
เจอกัน
excellent
จ้าย้อนหลัง
performance.
YouTube เด้อ
I'm guessing round 1 and round 2, that was just warm up for the hunter and the survivors.
บ๊ายบาย
Yeah,
บ๊ายบาย
I do
น
think
อน